Kicking off another week of live racing at the Big A, South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack as the temperatures drop. The holiday cups return to Starbucks. It's that time of year as Sheriff Bianco will look to make it 2 wins in a row. Absolutely romped last time in an off-the-turf race. Will face dirt-met rivals in today's feature. That does include Advanced Strategy, who is going turf to dirt, but does boast a win on the main track here at the Big A. Live racing for you as well beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs in today's feature. Warrior Johnny looks to get back on track. Tried Stakes Company and a little bit longer last time out. He was so impressive. 2 back for Phil Bauer. The Cigar Mile will be here before we know it. But today's program will be a lot of fun. America's Day at the Race is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us. I'm your host, Acacia Kumar. Glad to be back and very glad to be joined by not one, but 2 analysts here today. Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, glad to be sharing the desk with you.
I was glad to have you back until you started insulting me when you sat down at the desk. You're probably just showing off for Jonathan. Jonathan and I actually, we actually had a fight over who was going to get to sit with you, and we both decided to sit here with you. Now I'm regretting it.
Yeah, it's a tough decision, but
it's a tough crowd. You see, you heard it. She's not nice. People think she's nice. She's not nice.
I was trying to.
Whatever.
We started off great. Look, he's even leaning away from me now, too.
I bought you a gift.
I know, you did.
And you insulted me.
Nice.
That's all right.
Oh, it was very nice.
Now I know who you are. Your true colors are shown.
I'm going to spend the rest of the show trying to make
I'm
it
the
up
nice
to
guy.
Andy.
The rest of them.
And in a shocking turn of events, my shirt is a little louder than Jonathan's today, too.
He's very muted. His shirt is matching his drink.
It is, yeah.
It's cold outside. I've been running around, getting on trains. It's a little bit chilly. I didn't have time for the short.
You've been spending your life in Saratoga the last winter. You think it's cold here?
Yeah, it's windier.
You must be tough for this winter up there.
Andy and I are good friends with the pigeons on the A train, so we understand.
And here.
Yes, here too. Race 8, you saw the field for the feature today at the Big A, New York bred allowance, 6 furlongs on the main track. All the races on the main track today, but this one a scheduled dirt race. As we'll take a look at Sheriff Bianco. Andy, this horse was really impressive last time. It was an off-the-turf race. We'll try to make it 2 in a row today.
Well, I think this is one of the most interesting questions in today's card. Do you just think this was an aberrant effort by a horse that caught a wet track? Or do you think this is a horse that maybe Wesley Ward got wrong his whole career and he should have been running on the dirt? If you think that's the case, then 5-2 is going to be a steal. But if you think it's an aberrant effort because of a wet track, Jonathan, you're going to bet against him at a short price.
Yeah, you and I are the same. I'm not much for visually impressive, but it was fast on the time clock as well, so that helps quite a bit. I just feel like you're supposed to try to play against this performance. I think Unique Unions is interesting coming in second off of a break. I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if Sheriff Bianco does this again. I just think there's going to be more value elsewhere.
I like Sheriff Bianco, but I think Unique Unions is very, very dangerous and more likely to win the speed horse inside of him, Foolish Ghost. But I do think Advanced Strategy, we mentioned in the opening, is dangerous in there because, you know, there was a time, and it was almost 2 years ago, that he was pretty darn good in the dirt. And one thing about this race, they figured to be moving a little bit up front.
I would think so, but, you know, when it comes to these sprints, I'm always going to kind of defer. If I can find a really talented, forwardly placed horse, that's kind of why I think it is kind of either going to be Sheriff Bianco or Unique Union.
All right.
Interesting feature coming up a little bit later on today at the Big A at Churchill Downs in the 8th race as well. That's the feature beneath the Twin Spires. Taking a look at the field, couple of scratches in there, but you're going to have a very short price favorite, and that is Warrior Johnny, who was really impressive with a big figure. 2 starts back at Saratoga and tried the Bourbon Trail last time out.
And he's squaring off against Jonathan's 2021 Derby pick, Pioneer of Medina. It's amazing. When I saw him in this race, I went, Pioneer of Medina, didn't he run the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah.
And he's no horse to beat. And he doesn't necessarily have to run this race. Jonathan can run his last race. But you want to find out at some point, these big performances for these Phil Bauer horses at Saratoga, can we count on them to run them back going forward in their career on a consistent basis?
I mean, I think a lot of times when you're looking at past performances, you try to understand why something happened. And I think with Warrior Johnny, you look at the race 2 back, he was so impressive at Saratoga. And what happened last time? Well, he was running without Lasix. So I'm maybe suggesting that getting back on Lasix will lead to him running like he did at Saratoga, but that's kind of a little bit of a guess.
It's also not clear he won't win this race running his last race anyway. I mean, he didn't run as well as he did in Saratoga, but it's not like he ran badly.
A good race. Yeah, he did. It makes for an interesting layer 2. Can he get back on track? Warrior Johnny, the 7-5 morning line favorite in the 8th at Churchill. Here's what else is coming up today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 9 at the Big A. We're off the turf today. Main track now listed as fast. Churchill Downs, fast main track there as well. We have that featured allowance, and wrapping up the card in the 10th with a nice 2-year-old maiden special weight as well. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the field for the opener at Aqueduct, a maiden special weight, going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares 2 to 5 right now on the number 5, Signal from Noise, lightly raced filly who was second best, but still second in her debut. There is the gray filly by the late great Arrogate. We'll talk a little bit more about her chances and the rest of the field for the opener at the Big A after this quick time out. We're just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hi, Acacia.
Got him.
You can hear me? Okay.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Getting ready for the opener at the Big A. It's a nice maiden special weight to kick off the card. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Echo-based past performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances of all the races on today's show. We want you to be able to follow along everything that Andy and Jonathan are talking about, so you feel like you're in the loop. That's our goal here. And guys, we have a short price favorite, and no surprise in the opener here, Andy, Signal from Noise. She was a little bit green in that debut, but she really ran on. Yes, she was second best. Tizzy in the Sky came back to win again.
And the third horse is a Todd Pletcher horse that went to Keeneland, I want to say, and improved 11 buyer speed figures to win. The fourth horse ran 30 buyer points better in her next start. Horse that beat her, Tizzy in the Sky, buried an overmatched field the next time out, but ran a buyer figure 1 point lower, so legitimized the race. And it's unusual. You find a first-time starter that ran a 77 buyer in New York bred first time out and got absolutely blown off the racetrack. And I'm sorry, not a New York bred, excuse me. I'm not trying to beat this horse at a short price. I think you are, though, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not. If you're playing the pick 5, and I just think that there's an opportunity here to really make this thing pay if the 4 can somehow beat the 5. 5 does come in off a little bit of a break, not the longest break in the world, but a little bit of a break. Ran fine that day, got a fine speed figure. I just think there's a little bit of an angle with the 4 that horse might appreciate going a little bit longer. That debut if that horse can somehow find that race, now it was a while ago, it was last November, but if you could find that race with a stretch out, kind of an even running style, ran early, got a nice final number, if they can find that performance going a little bit longer, I think the 4 could give the 5 a little bit of a run. I think the 5 is a tad bit overbet.
Adam's Angel, the 4, who you like, do you want her to use some of that early foot as she stretches out, Jonathan?
Absolutely. Like when you look at stretch out types, and pace figures can kind of help you find these, I want horses that kind of have an even looking style where if they just kind of clip around there, they'll just kind of still be there. But I do want her to be used away from the gate a little bit, try to get some position, and just hope that maybe there's a little bit of a stamina edge for her.
Do you worry that Princess Sonia could get in the way a little bit because she does have more speed? Now, probably not as aggressive a rider, but you'd have to think Princess Sonia off the long layup, 1.5 years since she ran. Now, maybe she can't run anymore, but Charlie Baker's running a mile first time out. You'd think she'd use her speed, right? And that could compromise the 4. And not great for the 5 either, to be fair.
No, especially with an outside draw. You'd like to think you'd probably want to get away from there moving. But because she's sitting on the outside, she doesn't have to force her hand. She can kind of sit off of someone who decides to go to the lead. I just want the 4 Adam's Angel to be forward. As long as she's first, second, or third and in the race, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Well, I think one thing you and I will always agree on is we want to see our horses in dirt races forward. I mean, sometimes they don't have speed and you're looking at a race, but in general, dirt races are dominated by horses that are forward, and especially in New York, where we don't see a lot of super aggressive paces.
So many things have to go right to win from off the pace in a dirt race.
A horse that has not had the easiest time getting out of the gate is the number 1, Divine Wine, has run on the dirt just once. That was an off-the-turf race 2 starts back, where she ran okay, making up some ground. The problem is, though, she just does not get out of the gate well.
Yes, Linda Rice is going to have to get this horse to get out of the gate. I do think, though, it was a very good claim by Linda. It's an Into Mischief that cost almost $300,000 that she got for $40,000, and the dirt race was the best race that she's ever run. It's the only time she's ever done any real running. Now, it wasn't a great field. It was an off-the-turf race, but after getting left like that, she made a significant run, a race where nobody else was making a run.
You breezed over that. Not a great race, off-the-turf race. You're facing maiden 40s, and you're facing likely a lot of turf horses, so this looks a lot better to me than it was, and the speed figure doesn't lie. It didn't come back very fast. I just don't think this is a very good performance.
Well, I'm going to disagree. I agree with you from the general sense. It's not a performance that makes her super competitive here. Having said that, I still think she ran well in the context of the race. Now, I'm not going to argue with you the difference between this field and a 40 off-the-turf 6 furlong race, but I think this is a very astute claim by Linda Rice, and Linda's not afraid to put her back in for 40. I don't think she's eager to lose this horse. Now, and I feel as though when Linda's aggressive, it's usually a good sign. I think the best this horse can hope for is to get 3rd behind the 5 and 4. Don't get me wrong, but I think this horse will outrun her odds. I'll put it this way. I'd rather bet her than the 3, Wings Like Eagles, who has a strictly, as a mediocre pedigree, but a Get Stormy, gives it that turf influence. And this horse is being bet off of turf races, Jonathan, and I don't want any part of this horse at all. I'd rather have a 5-4-1 than anywhere with a 3. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And I, just to pile on a little bit, I have no interest in the 2. I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit later. I have to charge it. A filly, a homebred filly, I have to charge it. If she could run even a little bit, she would have found the dirt prior to
What's
this.
interesting about it, she's been in the dirt twice, didn't do any running. A little bit of moisture in the track, but one of them was good. But I agree with you. I don't want her either, but at least in like the 3, she's not getting bet. Have to charge it. She needs to be. She'll probably be being bred shortly. Is where she's going to be, right?
You never know what the pedigree will turn out to be. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now, and you could watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. 1 to 9 right now on the number 5 Signal from Noise. There is Charging Lady. Do note that Jose Ortiz just announced a little while ago is off all his mounts today due to some abdominal pain, so we hope that he feels better soon. Javier Castellano will take them out on the number 2 Charging Lady. Yes, the pedigree is there. I would say certainly the positive is that she is a filly, as Andy pointed out. Meanwhile, speaking about jockeys, Joel Rosario rides the number 3 Wings Like Eagles. He had quite a day on Sunday. He had 6 mounts, 4 of them winners, including a win in the Artie Schiller Stakes.
Terrific rider. He did not have the same year that he had last year. but it's hard to have the kind of year he had last year, and Irad Ortiz had a year of years this year.
His ride on Sunday on Big Everest was pretty impressive. Just so much confidence. It feels like when you get the best Joel, the best version of Joel, there is no one better in the country.
I think he's terrific. I'm going to annoy Acacia and say I cannot wait to bet against Big Everest next time he runs.
Listen, he got very lucky on Sunday. Yeah. I will not argue with you.
Every scratch helped the Clement family.
Divine Wine to kick off the post parade.
As I said, I think this horse has a chance to be a player for a small piece. I know it's a good claim.
Here's that filly with a big pedigree, Charging Lady.
She's worth a lot of money in her next career.
Likely being a mama. Here is Joel Rosario's Mount, Wings Like Eagles.
Yeah, this to me is the takeout reducer. This horse is 6-1, is taking about 13% of the pool right now, and I think is very unlikely to be particularly effective.
Nice price on Adam's Angel, Jonathan.
Yeah, just need her to get forwardly placed in here and hope that the distance helps.
Here's your favorite, Signal from Noise.
Yeah, I'm not trying to beat this horse. That ran very well first time out, and a repeat of that performance would be enough to make her a very likely winner, though I don't disagree with John that 1-5 is a little much.
And the big layoff runner, Princess Sonia.
Yeah, she's probably the most interesting from a pace scenario. What does Junior decide to do with her? Go forward or sit chilly?
He's given her a big warm-up, that's for sure, and certainly getting a chance to stretch her legs off that layoff first start since May of 2021. As we welcome in the fourth member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore, here with us. Richie, intriguing maiden race and a short price favorite. What are you seeing from these fillies out on the track?
Yeah, they're all acting very classy, handling themselves well. Just to note, guys, there's going to be short post parades all day. It's a little bit cooler, and I'm sure the riders asked the Paddock judge to please keep them out there as little as possible. I don't think it's that cold yet, but kind of setting the tone for the oncoming winter. The 4 Adams Angel, I agree with Jonathan. I think this filly's going to really appreciate stretching to the mile. Shug McGaughey's horses get better with racing. They get better with age. And I think she's interesting. 10-1 is too big a price for her, that's for sure. I do think the 5 Signal from Noise is the most likely winner. She looks great. You wouldn't expect anything less coming from a top barn. She's already run well going a mile. And one thing I always look for with a second-time starter, how did they react to the race? Did it, kind of shake them up a little? She was clear-eyed, placid in the paddock. She's warmed up nicely on the racetrack. And I know she's a very short price, but I think you're most likely winner.
All right, Richie, thank you. There she is, that filly by Arrogate, and she's 1-9, and you see that pick 5 pool growing. Guys, always a fun sequence, that early pick 5. And what do you do when you do have such a short price favorite that could potentially kick off a multi-race wager?
I think we do the same thing, Andy. You make multiple tickets, which is one of the things that I can't stress enough in this game is making multiple tickets. Let's say you do a $2 pick 5 using the 5, and then a 50-cent pick 5 using the 4. They're going to end up being the same, probably, well, not the same, but close to the same in the long run if you do it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think this notion of multiple singles and small combination tickets for big money, you're going to maybe get lucky once every year or two, but in general, you're denying yourself. It's what you're missing. It's not, people say, oh, but you cost yourself money. Like, no, you're missing an opportunity to get a $1,500 pick 5 somewhere. I play it differently than you. I think the 5's a cinch in here. I singled the 5 in the sequence, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. I also didn't get heavily involved. If I played multiple, if I was playing a lot, I would use others. I also singled Prairie Fire in the 3rd race. I don't have a problem, because my other problem with her is, see, I agree with you. If I was using somebody else here, I'd use the 4. And she should be the second choice. It's ridiculous. The 3 is the second choice. I don't know who my other horse to use in the 3rd race was. I thought Prairie Fire was near a cinch in that race.
Yeah, I ice cold singled there. I didn't use anybody else. No backups, no savers, no nothing. Just the 4. Obviously the horse is going to be bet off the trip last time, but even the 3 or 4 races prior to that makes this horse an extremely likely winner of the 3rd. And then in the 4th.
What about the 2nd? Let's go back.
Second. I like the 12. The horse. If you start with Bob Baffert, you probably have some foundation on the dirt. You could probably run a little bit on the dirt. You've seen it before. You're familiar with it. I think that horse drawn outside, switching to Rudy, could be live in there.
The problem with that horse is she's lost twice at short prices, but I don't disagree. I use 4, 10, 12 in the 2nd race as my main 3 in there. What about race 4?
I thought the one speed from the inside, I'm Buzzy, was one I was going to build around as an A type, but I'll also save with some of those outside horses. The 14, the 15, and the 16 are more B types to me. I'm going to kind of try to get out of there with the one.
Yeah, I used the three horses the outside, the 14, 15, 16. I wasn't clever. I didn't think the one beat a particularly good field last time and has to stretch out to a mile, but obviously not impossible. In the last race, I used all of the 1, 5, 6, and 8 and pressed horses like the 1 and 8 on bigger tickets, on smaller tickets. But I'm not in love with It's All Relevant, but he was close enough the inside last time, which wasn't the place to be, to give him a little bit of an excuse.
Yeah, I mean, to your point there, I think that's why I kind of wanted to lean on the one, is because of that race that they all exit where Runabout ran one. You know, I thought he had the worst trip of that group, being down closer to the inside, like you mentioned, probably not where you wanted to be. So I thought he was the most likely of those.
That's the pick 5 sequence kicking off here. 1-9 favorite with Signal from Noise, second-time starter for Chad Brown. But you're going to get some big prices if you're like Jonathan and you are intrigued by anybody else in this race. 11-1 right now as we get ready to kick off the day at the Big A. As Richie mentioned, some short and post parades today. You noticed a couple of the riders take their horses right away, gave them some big warm-ups. We're going to see that as the temperatures do start to drop. I just came back from Florida, so it was really shocking for me today, but I agree with Richie. It's only going to get colder.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first week that we've really had cold weather.
It
was
has
in the
been
high
very
60s here all
mild
weekend.
here.
It's been really nice. It also is middle to late November, so it's expecting to get colder. It's not that bad. I think the weather looks good, at least going through this weekend and hopefully through next weekend as well. As of now, it appears that next weekend will be the last weekend of turf racing here. There's no races in the book. The second book came out for Aqueduct, either extras or regulars for the turf. So I believe next weekend, the Thanksgiving weekend, is the last weekend of turf racing.
Next week, running Friday, Saturday, Sunday here at the Big A. The following week, hard to believe, it's only a couple weeks away. We get ready for Cigar Mile weekend. Always chock full of exciting races. And Andy, something you had pointed out to me over the years that I've always now followed is the strong maiden races that we do see on that day too, and some debuting horses and horses to follow moving into next year.
I think it's something like 9 or 10 horses won Grade 1s that broke their maidens, including Orb, on Cigar Mile Day through years. One of my favorite horses, Annals of Time, did it. Giant Ryan, who won her Vosburg when it was a Grade 1, did it. A number of very, very good horses. Dame Dorothy, she's the only non-2-year-old to break her maiden at Cigar Mile Day, and of course she won a Grade 1 that was very, very good to you, Jonathan.
That was a fun day. The Humana Distaff, very fun day.
All that to look
full
forward
circle.
to. All that to look forward to. Race 1 from Aqueduct. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And they're off. And number 2, Charging Lady, just walked out of the starting gate and is well behind the field. A good beginning for the big favorite, Signal from Noise, who has the early lead. To her inside is Adam's Angel, and on the outside it's Princess Sonia. And then Wings Like Eagles races in 4th. Divine Wine has gotten off the inside and has moved to the far outside as the field races up the backstretch. And again, that big break back to Charging Lady, the trailer. The opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And now it's a battle up front. Adam's Angel is there. Coming through on the inside is Wings Like Eagles. Wings Like Eagles now takes the lead. Adam's Angel is in second, and Signal from Noise is back in third. A break of 3 to Princess Sonia, then Divine Wine, and farther back in the field is Charging Lady. Half mile in 46 and 4. It's Wings Like Eagles who leads here by 3/4 of a length. Adam's Angel, and on the outside, Signal from Noise. Signal from Noise now moves up to the outside of Wings Like Eagles. Wings Like Eagles and Signal from Noise, and the two of them are right together. Adam's Angel back running in third. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. 3/4 in 1:12. Here is Signal from Noise, who gets her signal from Arad Ortiz Jr., and now she has opened up here. It is Signal from Noise in front by 4 lengths. It's Signal from Noise with the lead. She's the heavy favorite. She's 1-5, and she's about to break her maiden. Signal from Noise is the winner. Wings Like Eagles holds on for second. Then Adam's Angel, and it looked like Charging Lady, who was so far back, came on to complete the superfecta.
You heard Johnny I. She got her signal, and there was no doubt about the winner. Signal from Noise, very professional in a race that we didn't exactly expect it was going to turn out this way as far as the pace was concerned.
Right. I don't think having picked the 5 was any great sense of accomplishment, because I was really dead wrong about the race, because I thought playing this race, you're supposed to bet against the 3. It was the second choice of 9-2, and the 3 actually ran very well in here. I was completely wrong, and that horse running second. This horse won at 1-5. It's no great achievement to pick 1-5 shots.
Well, we highlighted Joel Rosario prior to the race for his accomplishments this weekend. He ran second here, but it was a great ride. In the middle of the race, how did this horse make the lead? This horse has no speed. And Joel took advantage of a slow pace and put the horse into the race and got a second place finish for that horse. I got a check for the owners.
I'm not sure how slow it was, John. And they went 46.95 to the half, which isn't, relatively speaking, is not that slow.
Right.
And we'll see how the day progresses. But yeah, I like the aggressive Joel.
He's seeing the ball clearly now, that's for sure. 4-win day on Sunday. Picks up a second of the 9-2 shot, but that filly right there, impressive to break her maiden. Filly by Arrogate Signal from Noise gets the win in the opener at the Big A. 5-3, 4-2 in race 1. Arad Ortiz picking up another win. Chad Brown and Seth Klarman. We'll bring you prices after this, and we'll also take a look at some of the stakes action we have coming up this weekend here in New York as we pay tribute to a horse that, yes, he was a turf star, but he could run on anything. Gio Ponte, his namesake race coming up this weekend. We'll talk a little bit more about Gio Ponte, the horse, after this.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 1 is in the books here at Aqueduct. Signal from Noise, the favorite, gets the job done under Irad Ortiz Jr., and he is standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Irad, Signal from Noise, just looked like she was traveling like a winner every step of the way. She looked like she's fun to ride.
She traveling perfect out there. First time out, she ran a little green down the stretch and logging in a little bit, but only the first start. Today, she improved. She ran more straight. She know what she was doing out there. She take me all the way.
What are you thinking when you come into the half-mile pole? You got a lot of horse. You're sitting outside the other speed horse, and a horse kind of makes that quick move up the inside. What was your thoughts then?
Apologies for the technical difficulties. Irad there talking with Richie. Signal from Noise, impressive in the opener. Unfortunately, we won't get a chance to hear the rest of what Irad Ortiz was saying.
It was very interesting, though. Richie texted me, said it was brilliant.
Well, that's good. It was probably one of Richie's best interviews, too, you know?
Probably. It's a given.
He was going to get an Eclipse Award for that. $2.40 winner in the opener, Wings Like Eagles holding on for second, and Adams Angel in third. That's the first race in the books, but coming up this weekend, we have a chance to look forward to the Gio Ponte Stakes on Saturday here at the Big A as we pay tribute to a horse who was a multiple Eclipse Award winner, just so consistent, could really run on anything. Andy, as you were reflecting back on some of his big wins as we take a look at his 2010 Man o' War.
Yeah, you and I were talking about him for about the entire commercial break. Christophe Clement will never train a horse that I will love more than I love Gio Ponte. He was an amazing horse that just had an ability to win races. This was a race you didn't think he was going to get it done. Ramon Dominguez fit him like a glove with his calm demeanor, getting up. I was talking about his Kilroe Mile when he went out to California and won that. He was a tremendous horse, and underrated situations. Second in the Breeders' Cup Classic in synthetic to Zenyatta. He ran very well in fourth in the World Cup on a synthetic horse that day.
Second to Goldie Kova in the Breeders' Cup as well.
At Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf. Were you around for him, or is he a little before your time?
Absolutely. My favorite second of his is when he got beat by Winchester. I hit the pick 4 that day for $84,000.
Wow.
I was still a high school football coach, so it was a big score for me at that time.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's cool.
That
I
is
didn't
impressive.
know that story.
That was the Manhattan or the Hirsch?
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Champagne Doro won that day, 40-1.
But I want to say that
He was
Winchester
best.
was also Clement. Was Christophe?
Winchester was also
It was also Clement.
Thanks,
yeah,
Christophe.
Yeah, I feel like so.
Well, as Christophe
Champagne Doro, wow.
often reflects back
Champagne
on
Glow.
when you
Glow or
had
Doro?
Winchester and
Look at
Gio
the
Ponte in the barn at the same time, you felt pretty good at going into those grade ones. That's for sure.
He was just such a neat horse, and we were talking off camera. He was in the first Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, which may not have been an official Breeders' Cup race because it was only and it was in the bog at Monmouth, and he was just completely blocked the entire run down the stretch in a race that I'm sure Christophe would like to get back.
Looking at that graphic, a grade 1 winner at 4, 5, and 6. I mean, what the heck was he doing at 2 and 3? I mean, as talented as he was.
Well, I'm not sure there were grade 1s for him to run in. There's no 2-year-old grade 1s. The Breeders' Cup races couldn't have been grade 1 even if he'd won it. And unless the Jamaica or the Hollywood Derby, unless the Jamaica was a grade 1, and I'm sure he won it, that would have been the only one in New York, and the only other. At that time, the only grade 1 for 3-year-olds in the turf might have been the Hollywood Derby, and I don't know if he went there and ran it or not.
Very interesting. But a horse that was so consistent, champion as you saw, and we have the Gio Ponte coming up on Saturday. A horse that I do wish that I wasn't really quite involved in racing yet, but a horse I wish I could have been around because I've heard so many great things about him, and we pay tribute to Gio Ponte on Saturday. Taking a look at the field, we will talk a little bit about Steady On for Todd Pletcher, kind of the new up-and-comer, as both of his turf routes have been wins. He's coming off back-to-back victories and will dip his toe into the stakes pool for the first time.
I got to say, I did not like him off his maiden win, and he improved dramatically. And of course, I didn't like, was dead wrong about. Having said that, this was a super gold rail period when they'd taken the rails down on the inner turf course, and even the improbable stretch out who ran second rode the rail, and this horse was on the rail for 85% of the race. So I'm a little bit skeptical. I haven't decided what to do in this race, Jonathan, but he is probably the horse to beat. But I don't like taking short-priced horses stepping up off bias-aided performances.
The one thing I will say about Steady On, you don't always get with a good turf horse, is he's tactical. He's forward. He can get position. He can make his own trip. And in New York, we joke about it often, but some of these paceless races, it's a huge weapon to have a horse like Steady On.
And you know that one thing about Todd Pletcher, he wants to use horses' speeds. As he once said to me many years ago, referring to a speed horse that kept losing, he said, Wayne Lucas won a lot of races sending speed horse to lead, and Todd Pletcher is not a trainer that's interested in taking the speed away from a horse.
Todd Pletcher will have a couple in the race. Meanwhile, one with a little bit more foundation is Grand Sonata, is a graded stakes winner and has been running consistently in graded stakes. As we'll take a look at Grand Sonata and Wicked Fast. This is back in the Hill Prince. Grand Sonata finishing third that day, Wicked Fast in fourth.
The problem, once again, because I believe this was the same day, good rail.
Yep.
And both of these horses, particularly Wicked Fast, who overachieved at a big price, rode the inside. Grand Sonata got off in the stretch, but he spent an awful lot of time on the rail. The one thing about Grand Sonata, would you say he's the most consistent performer in this race at a higher level?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, the thing is, both of their styles kind of put them up against it, right? If the pace is slow, they're going to be up against it. And I actually thought in the Hill Prince that the pace wasn't particularly fast. Not only that I think that time from US suggested it wasn't particularly
the winner came
fast.
from way back, but I agree with you.
And Wicked Fast was further back, so I think he probably ran better of the two.
And he'll be a much bigger price. And also interesting in the race, Dakota Gold. This is a horse that I am completely against. If he wins, there's no bet I'll win. And his last win was a bias-aided victory at Saratoga. And while the second finisher in that race, Marinara Sauced, he rode the rail for much of the race as well, even though he closed outside at the end. He's 31 in the morning line, and arguably ran as well, if not better, than Dakota Gold did. And Dakota Gold is 9-2. I think Dakota Gold might be the horse you want to play against in there and give you at least a little bit of value no matter where you go.
I completely agree. Not only was it bias-aided, it was a soft trip. I mean, he made the front, and he was supposed to win that race, especially the way that he made the front there. So definitely a horse you want to try to play against.
Right, even if it's a fair racetrack, it's probably a horse you want to play against.
Well, that's what we have to look forward to on Saturday, the Gio Ponte, as we take a look at the weekend state schedule, the Gio Ponte on Saturday, and then the Forever Together, plus those New York bred stakes, the Notebook and the Key Sense on Sunday here for this weekend at the Big A. Should be a fun one.
I want to say Forever Together is a two-time Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf winner. Is that correct?
I believe she is, right?
Yeah,
Jimmy Toner.
Tremendous, right? No, she was Jonathan Shepard.
Jonathan Shepard.
She won 2 Dianas. That I'm almost certain of.
Dianas.
She's a tremendous horse.
That's what's coming up this weekend at the Big A. What's coming up next today is race number 2, a New York bred maiden special weight. We're off the turf here, so to be run on the main track. But the good thing is that the race largely held together, only 2 scratches. Manny Franco will be aboard the number 4 Volus, who recently has been running on the dirt. Manny Franco, he's recently been running to the winner's circle. He looks to continue his good start to the fall meet. Talk a little bit more about that after this on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. And we have a filly by Run Happy coming up in this race number 2 at Aqueduct. Volus, filly by Run Happy, who was entered. She's the number 4, excuse me. Volus, Manny Franco going to be aboard. She, yes, was entered for the turf as the rest of this field was, but she is currently your tepid favorite given the fact that her last 3 races were on dirt.
And I think it's important to note with horses like her and the 10, the 12, excuse me, who's a huge price right now, even though they look like dirt horses, and clearly Volus has been better on the dirt and turf. I don't think it's unreasonable that their trainers entered realizing there was a reasonable chance this race would come off the turf. There was rain predicted when we drew the race, and at this time of the year, it's hard to keep them on the turf. The problem I have with Volus, this is her second place finish, 3 back, was her next race. No, she wasn't being the talented truancy, but not getting second to Photon with the perfect trip she got was disappointing. And at 5-2, I don't want to bet her, but I can understand why she's one of the choices.
I was kind of excited about her running on the grass because her grass race 4 back was okay. She ran pretty well.
It was okay.
And it seemed like she's improved a little bit, so I was kind of looking forward to her getting back onto that surface.
Right. As a bettor, you were at a better price, but as a trainer, she's better off on the dirt. I mean, she's 2-1. She wasn't going to be 2-1 on the turf.
Right.
2-1 on Volus, as she is currently your favorite. Let's head down to the paddock, check in with Richie for more on this field.
Yeah, Keisha, it's kind of an interesting group, the 4 Volus. I mean, she looks good. Physically, I mean, she couldn't be turned out any better. Top horseman in Christophe Clement, over 110 wins so far this year and better than 20%. And she's certainly a contender. I prefer a couple others more towards the outside, but we'll start with one trying the turf for the first time. The 6 Shinful, bred by Vivian Malloy at Addition Farm. Shin Forward, the sire, was graded stakes winner in Japan on turf, but there's a lot of dirt influence in the pedigree, he being by Forest Wildcat, the mare Awesome Bull by Holy Bull. So I also see a horse from a physical perspective that I do think could maybe translate to the dirt. She does have some speed, and she really looks good. And our colleague, Rick Schosberg, has been on fire ever since he announced he was going to retire. It seems like all his horses are running well. The 10 Family Brand took money first time on a race that was on the dirt. She was bit over 6-1. Didn't show a lot that day, but I like the way she looks today. Comes in off a sharp gate work for Steve Asmus and Toby Sheets, taking care of the group here in New York. Does a great job. Daughter of Constitution's a flashy chestnut with a lot of white chrome on her, and she looks like she should be quick. And the 12 Spooky Lady, first time with New York breds, has been running in Southern California, has shown good speed there, and she could not look any better for Rudy Rodriguez here. Very well turned out. And you get Jose Gomez, who is, I think, a virtual cinch to win the Eclipse Award as champion apprentice, over 140 victories this year. Gets the call, and you get that 5-pound break in the weights for a horse that should have some speed from the outside.
She's an interesting one, Richie. Thank you. Spooky Lady Jose Gomez going to be in the saddle, and she does have speed. She's coming in from California. Now, she wasn't the fastest out of the gate last time out, and she wasn't the pace setter, but as we are well accustomed to seeing, those California races, that's just a different kind of speed.
And that's just how they're trained. I mean, you know, we talk about the success that Bob Baffert has, and I think a lot of it comes into play with he's got a lot of really fast, talented horses, and he works them hard against one another. And the best, you know, win grade ones, and the other ones end up getting shipped out to Rudy to run for New York bred stakes, you know, I mean, New York bred races, you know, and that's kind of what happens.
Yeah, well, it's a New York bred. This horse should have been running in New York. Yeah. The purses are better. The horse can be competitive. It's interesting about Bob Baffert. I think one of the more interesting things about Bob Baffert as a trainer is he is not afraid to experiment with changing a horse's running style to fit a situation and lose. Because West Coast wired the field in the Travers. West Coast not a speed horse. Arrogate wired the field in the Travers effectively. It was right in the front end in a pretty strong pace. He's ultimately not a speed horse as well. And I think Bob is a trainer that understands the value of speed, as he is not really a turf trainer, and he's the first one to admit he's not, but one of the great dirt trainers of all time. And one of the reasons is I think that he understands fully the value of speed.
I think that goes for all of the successful dirt trainers. You know, even Brad Cox with a horse like Knicks Go. Knicks Go was a good horse when he was with Ben Colebrook. He was a great horse with Brad Cox because Brad started training him like he did in the mornings to let him roll. And then in the afternoons, he let him roll. And that's what you got from him. You know, Flightline is a great example. I just don't think he would be as brilliant if he was like taken back and asked to not run early in races.
Well, do you ever hear a horse that's a deep closer referred to as brilliant? Because they're not, because they're running for less of the race. Whereas in dirt racing, they run hard the whole way, and that's a brilliance. That's an example of brilliance, I should say.
I think that's why people got so excited with a horse like Zenyatta, because it was kind of a rare case where she would come flying late, and it made people excited.
People love closers, and they'll sometimes get overly excited by a horse that makes a big closer. Now, Zenyatta was she was better than that, a lot better than that, obviously. She wasn't some sort of anomaly. She was an extraordinarily talented horse who happened to have that running style. But most of the time when horses win thrilling visual races closing, as you know, it's a function of pace, and they get a good setup that they don't get that often.
And I also think that the thing with Zenyatta, as much as I love her, I mean, she's tattooed on my arm, she, I think running as much as she did on synthetic really kind of helped her style. I think she would have lost a lot more races on the dirt. I think she would have been, if she only ran on the dirt, I think we probably would have seen greater accomplishments for her.
Her best races were dirt races.
But she would have lost more on the dirt just because the circumstances of those races wouldn't have taken away how amazing she was.
Well, I don't believe that losing takes away from good horses at all.
I'm with you.
I would say that Life is Good, who had already affirmed his enormous talent. He ran 5th in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'm not sure it wasn't the best race he ever ran.
He ran
right up there.
He
He ran
did.
a huge
He
race.
really did.
If Flightline wasn't in there, you can almost guarantee he would have won that Breeders' Cup Classic. I don't think the 1.25 mile was the problem. It was the pace that he was setting in there. And he's got that monster sitting outside of him, you know.
Breathing down the neck.
He would have got a breather. He would have got a breather if Flightline wasn't in there at the 3/8 pole. He would have, Irad would have been able to give him a deep breath on the turn, and then he would have kicked home. And I think he would have been the winner if Flightline wasn't in there.
Yeah, I agree.
Tremendous race from him. It just had a tremendous racehorse waiting in the wings. Riders up for the second race here. Valois currently 5-2. Some thoughts on some of the other runners in this field, guys? Who intrigues you in this now off the turf second race?
I like Family Band for the same connections that have Morello. This horse is coming back off almost exactly a year layoff. Last ran November 21st and ran against a very strong field.
Post-parade underway. Terra Dancer took off. Here's the 2, True Martini.
Yeah, this is a horse that just doesn't break particularly well. Going to need to break well on the dirt.
15-1 on that one. Blinkers going on as well for the second start. Here's the 3, Soretta.
Yeah, Soretta didn't do any running in her dirt races and appears to be a much better turf horse.
Junior Alvarado in the saddle as she comes off of a good second. Here's Valois, currently 5-2.
Has the speed figures that make this horse the favorite. Does need to pop away from there and get some position moving forward on the dirt.
Richie had some positive things to say about the 6 Shinful in the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, another one that can kind of find the front end. Her pace figures early aren't particularly quick, which is a little bit of a concern.
Here's the 7, Laughter. Jorge Vargas takes them out.
If you want to be optimistic, it's the first time on the dirt for this horse for trainer Rob Atras, but it's not as though she moved up that much in her turf race, though she did have trouble.
Admire My Crown, first time for Ray Handel.
Yeah, missed the break last time. We'll need a break better today.
First time on the dirt for Ard Maka.
Yeah, it's probably more of a turf pedigree, just taking a shot, staying in.
Family Band, who you had some interest in.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 winners out of that debut race. That's not a bad thing.
The next is the 12, Spooky Lady, coming in from California.
Yeah, that California speed towards the outside. Let's see if Rudy can't get this one in the race.
And Royal Currency drawing in from the MTO list, Joel Rosario.
He's had a lot of chances, but the reality is that 10-1 is probably an overlay on a horse that at times has run well enough in the dirt to win. Lots of chance they're not. It's not as though this horse is a super short price. And I'll be honest with you, I understand why the 4 is the horse to beat, but I think they're ignoring a lot of horses that can win because the 4 is such a short price. And I think one of the things that's helping you get better price than other horses, in my opinion, is I think you're supposed to bet against Shinful. I know the Dam was a dirt horse. The sire is probably more turf for this horse, and I'm not going to gamble that a horse that I believe is dressed up on the turf is going to improve in the dirt to win this race.
You could earn a $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Churchill Downs and Aqueduct today, and you could get a $15 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and play today. Jonathan, we heard Andy's thoughts on who he's interested in this race. What do you think?
Yeah, I can't get away from the 12 Spooky Lady. I just, speed towards the outside. You know what you're going to get from Jose Gomez, an aggressive rider. Should send this one away from there. I like outside speed in these types of races, especially when you're dealing with some turf horses. They're going to likely get some kickback. I just like everything about where this horse is drawn and the speed this horse has.
7-1 on that one towards the outside. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with Jonathan here about the 12 Spooky Lady. I like the draw. I like the fact that she's quick. And something that I've taken note of the whole meet. It just seems like a lot of horses are having a difficult time with kickback. So it could make it tough on your favorite Velouse, who's going to be coming from off the pace. If she can't get in a position where she gets some of that kickback, that dirt thrown at her out of her face at some point, the track just seems like there's just enough moisture content in it that it almost comes back and kind of sticks to them like plaster. So I'm going to go with the 12 Spooky Lady, because I think she's quick. She looks great physically, getting a nice warm-up under Jose Gomez, and I think she's well drawn. Horse just outside of her is a horse that I'd use underneath. Horse that does have a lot of chances, Royal Currency. I just love when Charlie Baker reaches out and puts Joel Rosario on horses. It just seems like they're putting their best foot forward. She does have 5 seconds from 10 starts, so maybe she's the one you want to use underneath.
Bit of a quirky filly, that's for sure. Richie, thank you. Joel Rosario keeping her quiet on track, 9-1 on Royal Currency. Let's go back to the 10 Family Band, Andy, as this one does come in off of a nearly year layoff for Steve Asmussen. We heard from Richie that it looked like she could be quick off the bench.
I think she is quick, and she ran into a race where Sterling Silver's, she was overmatched, but she ran the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, and she has run some reasonable races. I think she was second in our Prioress. Canary Love's okay. I mean, it beat her, but something obviously went wrong in that race. And now she comes back. She gets Lasix. She can't get it as a 2-year-old, so she gets it as far as a 3-year-old. And she's running against a bunch of off-the-turf horses. And there aren't that many confirmed dirt horses in here. The 4, the 10, a little bit the 13. Or the 4, the 12, and a little bit the 13. So how good the field is. And as far as somebody who says, well, they enter on the turf, why they do that, as I said earlier, there was always a very high likelihood this race was coming off the turf. I handicapped the race for turf and dirt, as I think a lot of people did. So when they entered on the turf, I have a feeling they looked and said, she's got a little bit of turf pedigree, but it's really a dirt pedigree. We'll take a chance getting the last turf race we can get in all year, and we won't mind if it comes off the turf.
And I don't think you want to overestimate how important it is that this horse was 6-1 on debut in a very good race where 4 horses came out and won their next starts.
12-horse field, right.
Yeah, and so you got to ask yourself, for this horse to be 6-1, in a race that had that much talent, this horse has some ability, and I think now having the ability to come back as a 3-year-old, some time to kind of develop, I think she could be tough in here.
I think to your point about entering on the turf is well meant too, and you see this race largely stuck together. These are New York breds. A lot of them that are strictly New York bred turf horses are going to get a break after this. When turf racing stops, there's no reason to send them to another state looking for turf races if they're New York bred. So this is the last opportunity.
And
really.
if you're Rick Schosberg with the 6 Shinful, it answers a question. Now, obviously, he's retiring, but it doesn't matter. The horse, maybe she runs well enough in here you want to run her this winter on the dirt. Kept waiting. You think about how last winter Rob Falcone took a shot, and he even said to Maggie, I'm not optimistic. Well, the horse ended up doing great in that race, and he found out that a turf horse can be very talented and he can make money with her in the dirt, because we're not going to be back on the turf until April.
Loading in for the second race on the main track, Johnny I standing by. We'll see who handles the dirt.
Shinful and Family Band have moved in, and so we're waiting for the outside 2, Spooky Lady and Royal Currency, to complete the 11-horse field in this second race. Off the turf, main track at the same 6 furlong distance, and the main track is fast, and we are set for race 2. And they're off. Down at the rail, that is Tara Dancer. Moving up on the outside is Spooky Lady, and splitting horses there is Ard Maka. Spooky Lady, Ard Maka. Those two are heads apart for the lead. Family Band runs in third as Royal Currency gains on the extreme outside. Tara Dancer down at the rail, now back running in fifth. Shinful is in between horses and in sixth. Then comes Admire My Crown on the outside, moving up a spot from seventh. Velouse is on the move next from eighth. Then comes Laughter and True Martini. And farther back in the field is Soretta, who trails in 11th. The quarter 1 in 22 and 4. Spooky Lady down at the rail. And on the outside, it's Royal Currency. And the two of them are heads apart for the lead. Admire My Crown runs in third. And then Velouse in fourth as the field heads for home. Here is Royal Currency now to grab the lead. It is Royal Currency in front. Spooky Lady is now back running in second. Shinful is full of run on the outside and is coming on here. So it is Royal Currency trying to hold off Shinful. Royal Currency still by a length and a half. Shinful in second. They come on for the finish, and it is Royal Currency to hold on 3/4 of a length. Shinful was second, and Volus finished third.
Royal Currency's main track only runner gets the win. Start number 11, the lucky one. Maybe she's not a winning type, but at least she was consistent on the dirt.
And give credit to Charlie Baker for entering MTO in here. A lot of trainers, sometimes they miss out on opportunities entering MTO. Charlie did not and got the victory. Shinful ran better than I thought, but still wasn't able to get up.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, being drawn outside, I think in these races goes a long way. You don't get stopped. You might lose a little bit of ground, but you're not getting stopped. You're not getting kicked back. You're just able to just kind of run. I don't think that Royal Currency ran some amazing race. I just think that she ran better than the other horses, if that makes sense.
Well, she also did a heck of a lot more running than Shinful did, because she was engaged in a pace with the number 12 horse who completely gave it up at the 8th pole, and the 12 was a very logical horse in here. So I think in winning, and I think you'll agree, she did a lot more running than the 6 was just picking up pieces.
Royal Currency, Joel Rosario picked up the mount, and she is, as mentioned before, she's a quirky filly. Sometimes she can be really nervous before the races. She can get hot and washed out. She runs with that full hood over her ears. He kept her quiet, and she delivered on the racetrack today, getting the win at 9-1. 13-6-4-8 in the second at the Big A. We turn the page and head over to Churchill Downs, getting ready for the first race of the day. And it's 6 furlongs on the main track, a $10,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. No surprise, currently even money to the rail on this horse, DeSoto's War.
Well, it takes significant drop down after running speed figures that make him the horse to beat. I'm not trying to beat him.
Have you ever been to Lake Tahoe, Jonathan?
I have not.
Beautiful sight.
It's a little chilly. Is it chilly
Jonathan
up there?
and I are going skiing out there.
It's a good, yeah.
You do a lot of skiing,
I went
right?
in the
You
summer.
and me, we're two guys who like to ski.
I got bad knees. I don't have time for it.
We'll be at the bar.
I competed in Miss USA in Lake
Really?
Tahoe. Yeah, it was
Nice.
right near Lake Tahoe.
How's your skiing?
Not good. Here's West Warpath.
Yeah.
Should be. This horse could be a bit. All of the 1, 2, and 3 can be forward in here. This one's a big price, but a little hard to like.
Well, keen on the track. Here's Plemonston.
Yeah, just no early speed, and I need speed in dirt sprints.
Cutting back in distance on that one. Here's another turnback runner, Chasing Charlie.
Yeah, Chasing Charlie looks overmatched in here.
What about Hot Pastrami? You like that?
Let me just give some Tom Pastrami, Tom Amos. Tom said that this was an assistant for his that's going out on his own, and I believe the train. If you're not familiar with this trainer,
Yes.
that's the impression I got from Tom.
There he is.
I'd like some pastrami if somebody wants to send some our way, by the way.
Here's the 7, Dudley.
I don't know. The horses' races are the good races are at Belterra and Mountaineer, and they're probably not even good enough to win.
That's the field for the opener at Churchill Downs as we welcome in Paul LaDuca live with us as always at Churchill Downs. Paulie, getting set for the day. What's the word at Churchill?
The word at Churchill is it's very, very cold. And JK, I never thought it'd be you that would complain about his knees on America's Day at the races. Okay, let's get to race number 1 here, where the one DeSoto's War is your favorite, and deservedly so. Son of Warrior's Reward, lost to Blue Kentucky, who was a dropper for Jason Barkley, who had a monster meet at Keeneland. And, the horse is 2 for 19 lifetime. There's just not a ton of win types in here. So I get that this horse is 4 to 5. The 2 Lake Tahoe, I do not know what to do with. This is a 3-year-old gelding, not gelding, gray by Oxbow. 2 gate to wire, almost gate to wire, basically wins, albeit here at Churchill Downs, albeit one of them over a sloppy racetrack, and the last time out, 10 non-winners of 2 lifetime. So this is a bump up in class. Now, there is not a lot of pace in here besides the 2 inside horses, and I think the 6 in here for Pastrami for Joel Mejia warmed up very, very well. And I think at 4 to 1, that is a ridiculous price. I had this race 1-6-6-1. I just don't know if the 2 is good enough to get away from this group. And, you know, if he kind of does, I think that DeSoto's War will be close enough and on his tail to be able to put the 2 away. And I also think that Hot Pastrami should be right there. They come out of the same race. And if you look, Hot Pastrami was 7-1, and so was DeSoto's War. Now they switch positions. Hot Pastrami actually sort of broke inward a little bit in that race. They go from the 1 hole to the 6 hole. DeSoto's War goes from the 9 hole to the 1 hole. So maybe the 6 with a little bit of a post advantage can close the gap on the 1. So I'm more 1-6-6-1 and against the 2 in here.
All right, Paul, thank you. Horses moving towards the starting gate for the opener at Churchill Downs. Going against the favorite, guys, or you think DeSoto's War the one to beat?
I'm not against that horse. I worry about the 2 wiring the field, but I agree with Paul. She's not that good.
No, I don't need the 2 at all. I think the 1, I think this 4-5 is a little bit of a bargain. I think it's going to come down a little bit. I singled in the pick 5. I also played a double into the 1 in the next race. I think the 1's going to be tough to beat from in here.
4-5 on DeSoto's War, who has been consistent, running strong numbers and takes that drop in class.
And the problem with the 2, if you like the 2, is, yes, potentially he's the speed, but the 1 is probably going to be right behind him. And so the horse he really has to beat that off his form looks better than him isn't going to be compromised. You want to bet against the 1, you want to think he doesn't have speed, he gets compromised, right?
Yeah, and Julian's not cutting in line to make the lead in all of these races. I mean, I don't think he's as allergic to the lead as some might try to suggest that he is, but he's also not the most aggressive of riders. It's not how he rides. I just don't see him, you know, being on a dead sin mission with the 2 Lake Tahoe.
Could be the speed, but is stepping up in class as well. Lake Tahoe off of a condition, non-winners of 2, claiming race, whereas DeSoto's War is dropping down in class. Race 1 from Churchill Downs coming up next. We'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone, standing by with your call.
Waiting for West Warpath, Hot Pastrami, and Dudley. They're in the gate, and they're off. Dudley on the far outside, West Warpath, and at the rail, Lake Tahoe comes up on through. Lake Tahoe and West Warpath go head-to-head early, and they're 2.5 lengths clear of Clemenson, who comes on to grab 3rd. Hot Pastrami back into 4th. Dudley's racing 5th. DeSoto's War away down inside 6th. Long shot Chase and Charlie the trailer. So it is Lake Tahoe to go head-to-head with West Warpath at opening quarters on the board in 22 seconds flat. Lake Tahoe with a narrow lead for the far turn. West Warpath keeping the pressure up. And Clemenson just in behind them, racing 3rd. Hot Pastrami wide on the track, but moving up. Hot Pastrami's on the move 4 wide. DeSoto's War saving ground down inside 5th. He draws within 3 lengths of the leaders. They're at the quarter pole. West Warpath off the turn. Lake Tahoe cut the corner. Hot Pastrami continues. Clemenson's in behind. DeSoto's War still 5th. 1 furlong remaining. West Warpath in a tussle. Hot Pastrami outside. Lake Tahoe inside. Here comes Hot Pastrami. Hot Pastrami grabs lead at the 16th pole. West Warpath, Lake Tahoe, Clemenson. It will be Hot Pastrami. A length in the end. West Warpath ran well to be 2nd. Lake Tahoe 3rd, and Clemenson was 4th.
Hot Pastrami with the win. Edgar Morales in the saddle, able to take advantage of the 2, duking it out up front. Well, your favorite was a no-show.
He got left the number 1 in here, which obviously compromised his chances. DeSoto's War. Now, he didn't do a lot of running after that, but having said that, when you take a horse, especially at a lower level, so far their game, on the other hand, DeSoto's War was dropping to a bottom-level claimer. So you do have to wonder a little bit. But Hot Pastrami sat the perfect trip, and Paulie said he thought he was the other horse with the 1. He was correct.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 DeSoto's War did break slowly for a horse that I thought would make the lead. But to your point, despite that, if this horse was supposed to run the race, I thought he was going to run. He's a flashing 3rd here. He
does a little bit of running,
picks
right?
Up some horses down the lane. He just didn't really do running at all.
6-3, 2-4, 5-2 on your winner. 32 to 1 shot. West Warpath hung in there for 2nd. A big price underneath. But there is Hot Pastrami. I'm sure there'll be a lot to go around at the barn to celebrate tonight. Hot Pastrami with the win. Bring you prices and more live racing from Churchill and Aqueduct after this on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple $1 million sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the second at Aqueduct, Royal Currency was the only main track only runner in the field, though she was also going turf to dirt. It paid off. A smart entry by Charlie Baker, and she got the win under Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and sometimes these MTOs can be overbet, and people kind of just default go to them. And if you were one of those people that did that here, you were right. I think being on the outside was a huge edge here for this horse. But this horse ran well, taking the pressure from the 12 all the way around there.
Yeah, I mean, the truth was that her dirt form wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Or his, was it? Her. At the very least, though, she had run competitively enough. And, Shinfo ran okay, but she'd never run in the dirt. The Ford run okay, but it's not like the Ford run that much better than Royal Currency. She was an overlay. I didn't like her, but she was a fair price if you liked her at 9-1, as you said, Jonathan. This one did not get overbet.
Handsome return of $21.60 in the second at Aqueduct. At the first at Churchill, it was Hot Pastrami. Edgar Morales, who's been having himself a terrific year, picks up another win.
Oh, he's a rider that Tom Amos seemed to be about the only person that had confidence in. Mm-hmm. And he rode him a lot, and he rode a lot of nice 2-year-olds for Tom this year, and I think that's helped him get more confidence in general.
A big year for Edgar Morales, was able to sit in the catbird seat in this race and pick up the win on Hot Pastrami. Was also taking a drop in class. Paul mentioned how he thought he could sit the trip, and that he did. $7.80 winner West Warpath at a big price, finishing second. We turn the page back over to Aqueduct. Get ready for race number 3, 7 furlongs on the main track. Adelaide Mist, currently the favorite. JK, what do you make of this one going turf to dirt?
We talked about it earlier. I think the 4 Prairie Fire is a steal at 2-1. I'm shocked that they're betting this horse like they are. We'll take a look at the doubles to see if that price is going to...
The one's a big favorite. The one has all the accoutrements to be misbet. Big figures on the turf and Irad Ortiz. The problem that people that don't know that are overbetting this horse has run twice in the dirt and done absolutely no running. I'm with you. I think Prairie Fire should be an overwhelming favorite here.
Prairie Fire for the Cantor-Massey brothers as they look to get back to the winner's circle. Hopefully she'll have a better start to the race than she did last time out. But Ilkay and Matt Can, terrific trainers, terrific people as well. And they look to keep the good times rolling with that 6-year-old mare by Posse, who has a big chance coming up next.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Race 3 coming up next. 7 furlongs on the main track, and there is Adelaide Miss. And Andy, you brought up some interesting points of why this filly would be such a short price, even money right now, despite the fact that she's 0-2 on the dirt.
Well, people overbet Irad Ortiz horses. They overbet horses with layover figs, even if they're on the different surface. And the other problem with her, Jonathan, is she's only showing 10 or 12 lines, depending on what PPs you're looking at. So you've got to go back to the beginning of her career to look at her dirt races. Her dirt races are not only abysmal, she improved dramatically when she was switched to the turf. This is not a horse that has shown any inkling to run in the dirt. But with Irad Ortiz and those big figs, she's destined to be favored.
And the other shocking thing is, like, you know, they have a dirt course at Laurel, at Pimlico, at Fairgrounds. You know, this horse could have been running on the dirt if the horse was capable of running on the dirt. And the horse has been running well, ran well last time for Rudy. And the fact that Rudy ran well for 32 but then drops in here for 10, that is screaming, please take this horse from me.
End of turf season. But she's only a 4-year-old filly. They could wait with her. You're right. She's a total dump job.
Blinkers going on as well. We'll see how she handles the main track. Meanwhile, the number 4, Prairie Fire, she just completely walked out of the gate last time and was pulled up immediately in that last start. So you really can't put anything into that. 2 starts back, though, she had a nice win when she was claimed for the Cantor Mosses.
To be fair, she's also dropping to 10, but she was claimed for 16,000, so it's not really as negative a situation with her. And I just think she's the true dirt horse in this race, and very much the horse to beat.
She ran for 20-1 and was claimed. She ran for 16-1 and was claimed. You know, they tried her last time for 25, but she had that, you know, she had that awful start. I feel like she's the type of horse that's going to win and get claimed, which is a big win for the Cantor Mosses. Where when you look at a horse like the 1 Adelaide Miss, this feels like a horse that's probably, I mean, I don't feel like is going to win and is going to get claimed. It's just a different situation to me.
And when you play the claiming game, that's honestly the most ideal situation to win and get claimed, because you get the purse and then you also get the claiming tag, and then you don't really have to worry because, you know, it's tough for the new connections. They end up having to decide where to take that horse. You step up a level, where do you go, especially if it's a condition claiming race.
Right. Now, to do the math, she was claimed in August for 16,000, so 3 months later, paying some bills, She gets 15,400 for winning here. It's not a massive win for the Connection, so I don't think it's unfair to say that the drop is a little bit conservative. I think you never want to, both you and I like the 4, you never want to just dismiss a drop down. I think you always, especially at a short price, at a big price, it's not a big deal.
It's just tricky. I mean, if the 1 was a dirt horse dropping like this, I'd give a lot more respect. But the fact that it's a turf horse that's dropping, it's not the same. It's different surfaces.
The problem is, where do you go if you're trying to beat these? I'd probably go to Big Al's Gal.
Blinkers on, dropping class, turf to dirt. There's Adelaide Miss.
We've already laid out why we don't like her. We'll see if Jonathan and I, at least I got somebody here to help me get horses in the winner's circle. I won't take all the credit or blame.
Here is Big Al's Gal, the 3.
She's gone off form, but she has races relatively recently that can win.
Number 4, Prairie Fire is next.
Yeah, it's the horse. Had a bad trip last time. The 3 races prior to that can win this if the 1 can't handle the dirt, which I don't think she can.
Dat Dares Gold comes in from Charlestown.
I printed these PPs last Saturday when we drew the race, so I didn't have the fact that she ran second at Charlestown 5 days ago.
That was going 7 furlongs. Here's a Meb's Web to the outside.
She's had an awful lot of chances. She's 2 for 37, and on paper, she's too slow.
And Outlast in the post parade, typically a quirky one. Here's Big Tony's Girl.
Yeah, just needs to get faster. Has a couple of races in the past, but didn't do much running last time.
How about the Big Tony's Girl and Big Al's Gal? Exacta there.
When Andy said Big Al's Gal, I was like, Andy, it's Big Tony's Girl. But then I realized there's 2 of them in there.
There's 2. Yeah, that could make things a little bit fun for Johnny I.
I wonder who's bigger, Big Tony or Big Al?
Big Al, definitely. I mean, Big Al's Gal is a big gal.
Well, Big Al's Gal can't be my mom. My dad's name was Al, but my mom's not big. Shockingly, when people look at me, they're like, my parents were not big people. My mom's still alive. My dad is not.
There is your favorite at 6 to 5. Let's talk a little bit about Big Al's Gal, because you said, Andy, where else do you go if not to the 2 favorites we discussed?
I mean, sometimes you look at races and say, I don't like this horse, or I know this horse is the one to beat, but I don't really trust her. So you try to handicap a race without those horses in there. And I think the logical horse to take would be Dat Dares Gold. But the thing about Dat Dares Gold is you start to take her apart, races out of town, ran for 8,000, ran for 5,000. At least Big Al's Gal is a race 3 back that's competitive enough to win in here, right?
No, I mean, that makes a huge difference.
I'm not in love with her by any stretch, but...
Yeah, I mean, but it's a good exercise that you point out. I think that when because things happen. We saw it in the last race at Churchill, the horse that you like the most doesn't break. Now suddenly what happens? I think it's a good exercise when you're trying to identify who are the likely alternatives to short price favorites. And if you take the 1 and the 4 out, if they weren't in here, I think the 3 Big Al's Gal, at least that horse has some speed, and we've seen it in dirt races. Speed is valuable.
And I think when there are heavy favorites in races, and you see this as doing public handicapping, and I make picks for basically every race unless I'm on vacation that we run here, you have to trust your instincts. And I'm thinking back to Sunday. There was a 1 to 5 Klarovich Chad Brown layoff horse that I did not like. Ran an 88 buyer, but did it on a gold rail and missed it. It was scratched, missed a lot of time. And I wanted to pick against the horse, and I didn't. Now, I would not have picked the winner. I didn't have the winner second. I had the winner like 4th or 5th. But my instinct was, don't trust this horse, find somebody else. And I wasn't going to pick the winner anyway, but I was really mad at myself for picking that horse on top because I should have taken a shot against that horse. It was 1 or 2 divisions. I'm sorry I didn't take the horse who ran second in the other division. We ran those races, and I don't know if people are aware of this. The other division, that race, was won by Rosa Veloce over Burgoyne. Rosa Veloce ran a 102 buyer figure, and Burgoyne ran a 101 in defeat in that race. To put it into perspective, the other division, the winner got an 80. Yeah. That came up a crazy fast race. These are horses, if they keep running races like that, they'll be in stake races this winter.
And it's so interesting with handicapping too, and Jonathan, I'm sure you can attest to this, that so often your gut instinct is correct.
Yeah, the problem is what happens, it happens to me, I'm sure it happens to Andy and everyone else listening, is that because you've been playing this game as long as we have, and because you have seen every single possible scenario that horses that you love get beat, you start looking for ways that you're going to be wrong.
Yeah.
And you can make a case for any horse, any race, almost all the time. And so you have to have a little bit of confidence to trust your first instinct and not to allow those moments of doubt or those creative moments to creep in.
And be ready to lose betting against heavy favorites you don't like, because you don't have to be right very often in those situations. Hey, listen, there are big favorites like the first winner today that I didn't want to bet against. But that doesn't mean that there aren't, you don't want to summarily dismiss favorites, but you have to relish those opportunities where you find an overwhelming favorite is vulnerable.
Well, and then the other thing, too, and I have a lot of friends who say this, and I try to correct them. They'll say, I can't not use that Chad Brown horse in the turf. I'll be so mad if he beats me. Well, if you don't like the horse, don't use the horse.
Yeah.
Allow yourself to be disappointed and allow yourself to be... Don't bet with fear. Oh, well, I don't want to get beat by this horse. Well, if you don't like the horse, don't use the horse.
If you've got some horse that's a pet of yours in a pick 5 and you're spreading in races and the horse is 15-1 and you want to throw it in as a 4th horse, that's a different story. And also, every decision you make in a multi-race bet is dependent on other decisions you're making. If you like a couple of big prices in the sequence, you don't want to lose because you took a strong stance against a relatively logical 6-5. So maybe in that case you do use that Chad Brown horse. But if you're leaning on a Prairie Fire, the first winner today, you've got to beat somewhere along the line. You've got to beat horses like that. And it just really depends. There's no decision you make in a multi-race bet sequence that is not somewhat dependent on the other decisions you're making in other races.
We know if Ice Princess is running, Andy's going to try to make a case for her.
A friend of mine was teasing me. She was teasing me yesterday how she's one of your pets. I don't know. I have no idea why, but I have a thing for Ice Princess.
Listen, there are certain horses, it happens to all of us, you just like them.
Yep.
And they could be low-level claiming races, whatever it might be. We'll see if it's Prairie Fire, if it's Adelaide Miss, if it's somebody else in this third race. Best of luck with all of your wagers. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. There's Gold along with Prairie Fire. And from the inside, it's the favorite Adelaide Miss now moving up. So 3 of them across with Adelaide Miss poking her head in front. Prairie Fire runs in second. There's Gold next in third, followed by Meb's Webb in fourth. And Big Al's Gal. And at the back, Big Tony's Girl. Adelaide Miss leads by 2 lengths now. Prairie Fire giving chase in second through a quarter in 23-1. There's Gold is in third, almost 4 lengths from the lead now. Big Al's Gal has advanced on the inside up into fourth, and it's Meb's Webb, and the trailer is Big Tony's Girl. As the field goes around the far turn, Adelaide Miss has the lead here by 2. Prairie Fire remains in second, and There's Gold is in third. Half mile in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Adelaide Miss, confidently ridden here to the top of the stretch, now has a 3.5 length lead. Then it's Prairie Fire. There's Gold is on the outside, and farther back it's Meb's Webb. They are in the stretch. Adelaide Miss now has a 5 length lead. Prairie Fire and There's Gold. The 2 of them giving chase to Adelaide Miss, who continues to lead here. The lead is 4 lengths. Now Adelaide Miss being asked for more, kept to her business here, and she's on to victory under Arad Ortiz Jr. Adelaide Miss the winner. There's Gold got up for second over Prairie Fire.
Maybe she had some questions surrounding her, but Adelaide Miss was aggressively handled by Arad Ortiz, and it paid off to get the win.
I'm just glad I have Jonathan here to back me up, so I'm not the only idiot that helped get this horse to the winner's circle. I will never bet this horse before or after the race, but she went at the front, and she got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, the hindsight lesson here is not one that I'm going to, carry with me, but it's sometimes these droppers, doesn't matter what surface, they're just better than these other horses. But I don't think you're going to make money long-term betting horses like this at 6-5.
Yeah, you're going to be wrong sometimes. That's the name of the game. If you're afraid to be wrong, you're never going to be right in the long run. You have to take a stand.
Also, the 1 and the 4 both went off at 6-5, and highlighted on the big board is the 4 Prairie Fire, who actually went off your favorite by pretty slim margin.
$252.
That's amazing.
I lost this one by. I lost a lunch to our friend Anthony Stabile.
Oh, no.
I know, I'm only up 119.
How dare you?
I know.
1-5-4-2. Big late effort from the number 5, Dat Dares Gold, on that 5-day turnaround. And the drop in class coming in from Charlestown, but aggressively handled with the blinkers on. Adelaide Miss wired the field to get the win in the third race. That's 2 today for Irad Ortiz Jr. Bring you prices and more after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us. More live racing to come.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just win to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we continue on this Thursday afternoon. Third race at Aqueduct is in the books. Adelaide Miss wired the field, able to go every step of the way under Irad Ortiz for his second win of the day. That aggressive ride paid off to get her the win.
Yeah, got the job done here with Irad and a comfortable, easy winner.
Any more thoughts, Jonathan, or that's about it for you?
I'm still licking my wounds.
Yeah, I guess not.
That's fair. That's fair. Blinkers on, dropping class. She had the speed. Maybe she was a turf horse, but JK talked about the class, and that paid off. Not to mention she was able to take them every step of the way. 1-5-4 in the third race at the Big A. Irad Ortiz is 1-2. Joel Rosario with a win. And this one a $4.60 winner. Though Prairie Fire, the slight favorite when all was said and done. Back over to Churchill Downs. We continue on underneath the Twin Spires with race 2. It's a maiden claiming for $15,000 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, going a mile on the main track. That's a look at the field. Couple horses at 2-1, 3 horses at 2-1 right now on the board. The number 1 Verdandi now at 9-5, and she'll kick off the post parade.
I mean, she's the speed. I agree with you, Jonathan. She's the worst to beat, but she's also 0 for 9.
She's on her toes, sharp on the track at 9-5. Louis Sai is going to be in the saddle. Here's Jackie's Love.
Dare I say a turf horse dropping that I don't like?
Oh, no, we saw how that turned out. But at least this one is 11-1 if you like her. Here is Sweet Truffles.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's one of the ones who can win the race. She's got races fast enough. She just doesn't have the speed of the one.
She is 2-1 right now for Ken McPeak. Corey Lannery going to be in the saddle. Here's Isabel DeClaire.
2 starts ago, this horse was 100-1. It's hard to be 100-1 nowadays.
It is indeed, as she's been beaten double-digit lengths in all of her starts so far. Here is Jam's Top Shelf.
Can she pair up a pair of negative buyers?
That is the question indeed. She's 31-1 as she stretches out in distance. Here's another logical player, Seaver, but she's also turf to dirt.
Yeah, she's had 7 career starts, has never stepped foot on the dirt. I don't like this one either.
She has pedigree, though, that says she should be able to handle dirt for whatever that's worth.
Dogwood's Becca is next.
She is a very hard horse to take. She did absolutely no running in any of her dirt races.
She's the biggest price on the board right now at 68-1. Here's Le Chapeau.
Yeah, I don't hate this horse underneath. I mean, 2 starts back, she ran well enough, got an okay figure. I think she's one that could spice up your trifectas, superfectas.
Clever name out of Bahrain. I like that.
I knew you would.
I like things like that. Here's the number 9, Sweet Valeria.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she's one of the ones that's run well enough in her dirt races that she's not impossible, but she'd have to get faster to win here. But I guess in a race where there's very little to look at, she might be a bit of an overlay at 13-1.
That's the field for the second race. We don't have any assistance from Paul here this race. He's off.
He's going to get another scarf, I think.
Probably. I told you, I was in the knitting club in 8th grade. So I feel like I got to pick it back up again. Little known fact about Acacia.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Were you in the knitting club, John?
No.
Were you in any clubs when you were in high school?
I was in ISS a lot. School suspension.
What's that?
That's a club.
That's a club, yeah.
Really?
That's a club.
Really?
Yeah, nothing crazy. Just trying to be funny and, being silly. We did this one deal one time where we had a substitute, and the class kind of dared me to see how many substitutes we could run through. We got through about 7, so I feel like I accomplished a lot there.
Yeah. I was a mathlete very briefly. I did not stay long. I didn't do a lot of extracurricular. I did the announcements in school.
Did you?
Yeah.
My husband used to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Brad Ewing, who actually went to school with, he follows me on Twitter now because of this. We were talking about it. He was a senior when I was a sophomore, and he was the one of the announcements, and he asked me if I wanted to do it. So he was ahead of the curve. If you want to blame a guy for having to put up with me, it could be Brad. He's the one who set me on my way in my career.
That's where it all started.
That's where it all began.
I read the Pledge of Allegiance every day.
How did you sign off? Have a great day,
Did you have a stage name?
No. It was great because Ray Waldron, who unfortunately passed away, a lot of people in Saratoga, extremely popular man. He was a vice principal at the time, and I would go from doing the announcements into his office, and we'd talk about the day's card at Aqueduct or Belmont or wherever it was going. And Ray was we were totally into it. Ray's a great man. When he passed away, it was during the racing meet in Saratoga. The line around the funeral home for his wake was around the block. A very popular, terrific guy. And we used to talk about racing every day when I'd stop in his office and then be late to my second period, and the teacher couldn't say anything, even though she hated me for it.
Clearly, the three of us had different experiences when it came to extracurricular.
Well, I was in Saratoga,
activities.
so everybody, all my teachers were gambling. They're the greatest. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Race 2. Let's see if any of them still are in the second at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Good beginning toward the rail for Verdandi. Sweet Truffles is there. Dogwood's Becca from the outside post joins the early leaders, and they're split by Isabel Declare and Jam's Top Shelf. Isabel Declare on through to take charge down the backstretch run. Jam's Top Shelf is right alongside in second of those two go 1-2. Verdandi's away toward the inside, right up and on the pace while third. Dogwood's Becca finds a comfort zone fourth and on the outside. Le Chapeau is farther out than that fifth. Way out there, Sweet Valeria racing six. Seaver is on the move, advancing quickly in between, and Sweet Truffles moves with her. And now it's 9 back to Jackie's Love, who's been outrun so far. The opening quarter, sharp, 22-4. Half mile left to go. Here's the half, 46 seconds flat. Verdandi on through to the lead now. Isabel Declares tailed off into second. It is Verdandi in front round the far turn. And Seaver, a steady advance up to be third on the outside. Le Chapeau is racing up into fourth. Sweet Truffles down toward the inside is fifth. And from the back of the pack, Jackie's Love is picking it up quickly. 5 wide by the quarter pole, but only 3 lengths behind. They're off the turn. Verdandi off the turn in front. Seaver's right alongside, and now Seaver's in front. Meanwhile, Jackie's Love continues to close, and Sweet Truffles is coming up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Seaver, 2-length lead. Jackie's Love continues to rally. Sweet Truffles in third. It's still Seaver in front. Can Jackie's Love catch Seaver? Seaver digs in and holds on. Seaver first on the wire. Jackie's Love settles for second. Sweet Truffles was third, and Verdandi checked in fourth.
The turf to dirt angle continues as the top two finishers were doing just that, but Seaver the winner, and Andy, you had pointed out some pedigree that could make this one a player on the dirt.
Yeah, this one, unlike a lot of the others, there was a lot of dirt pedigree. The dam herself was a bad turf horse, and the second dam was running 100 buyers on the dirt, so not such a big shock that this horse handled at least enough to win. You know, who trained the second dam of this horse was Frank Labachetta Jr., actually, who trained here for many years. His father was a very well-known trainer, but he actually rode and then he trained a bit too.
Seaver with the win. Rafael Bejarano in the saddle for Vicky Oliver, holding off the number 2, Jackie's Love. Maybe it's an angle you should embrace.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start embracing it after this.
Horse is winning.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll continue to bet against him. You win more than you lose. Doesn't mean you don't lose sometimes.
5-2 on Seaver. 6-2-3-1 in the second at Churchill Downs. Bring your prices in a bit. And we have the 4th race from the Big A coming up next. Horses are in the paddock. We'll talk a little bit more about it. That's a look at Stella Mars for Ray Handel. Kick off the start of the Pick 6 after this on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta, scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
we're getting a much better product to race in New York.
We love our New York breds. You can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. A few New York breds coming up in here. Unfortunately, the number 5 is out, but don't worry, there's another one bred by our friends at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York Banker by Central Banker.
And this horse is obviously the horse to beat, and I'm amazed this horse is vying for favoritism with Stella Mars. And I know some of them will win, but having said that, and I know Jonathan agrees, not only is Stella Mars not a dirt horse and strictly a turf horse, and it's not like the drop down in the last race, she also doesn't want to go this far. Well, I don't think she wants any part of a mile.
No, it doesn't feel that way, but I'm a little gun-shy after my last couple of turf opinions that I've had.
It's the right opinion. It's not.
No, I tease.
Well, 5-1 on New York Banker right now. For more in this filly and the rest of the field, we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale down in the paddock. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Keisha, hello. We'll take a look at number 15 in here. That is New York Banker. And to me, she kind of feels like the right horse. And look, any of the MTOs kind of make a modicum of sense here, as she feels like the strongest one coming out of the strongest race last time out, wired by Know-It-All Audrey. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for that effort, but I was in the paddock for the start 2-back, which was not that good. And she was very dull acting. She just really didn't have much pep in her step. And today she came a lot more forward, a lot more engaged here and eager, which I like to see with her. And she's incredibly fit, as she should be. This is her 12th start of this year. Just for me, she made the most sense getting on the dirt and at the distance. As we'll also take a look at a few that were entered in the body of the race, including your favorite. I'm kind of with the guys, and that number 7, Stella Mars. Why is she going to be successful on the dirt at a mile? Now, looking at her from a foot perspective, it's kind of where I always start when trying to gauge whether a horse will handle a switch of surfaces. She doesn't look overly turf bent in that sense, but she's a slighter framed filly where she just really does not carry much conditioning. And so with that, that leads me to believe that she's just not going to be as strong as she needs to on the main track. And I'm saying that more so because she is a short price in here, which I just don't think she should be. I've never been her biggest fan from the overall standpoint, and I'm definitely not going to support her here getting on the surface. That it's a big question mark. Number 4 is a little intriguing. I'm nervous now. Takes the blinkers off. That experiment didn't work, but you can see she comes in off of many fast workouts, and I feel like Charlie Baker's really trying to tighten the screws on her, because she was one that I really didn't think she looked that fit in her debut, but she has gradually gotten more fit and gradually just kind of come together a bit more physically, and she has the right disposition, Acacia, to say that she might be okay getting out to this mile, and we got to hope that she's forward here.
We'll see how it pans out, Maggie. Thank you. We will kick off the post-parade, though, with the number 1, I'm Buzzy.
And Jonathan likes I'm Buzzy more than I do, but she does look like she could be speed inside. But isn't there other speed in here?
The 2 and 3 are out. Here's the 4, I'm Nervous Now, who Maggie was just talking about.
This horse has been running on the dirt, just has to run faster, I think, to beat this group.
She's a nice price at 20-1. Here's the 7, your favorite, Stella Mars.
Yeah, I think she's utterly ridiculous in this race. She can't stand up on the dirt, and she can't get a mile. And she's not a speed. It's going to wire the field.
Here's the other one from Ray Handel, No Pain.
This horse has shown absolutely nothing in the one dirt race as well, but can be forward.
Stretching out, blinkers off. 6-1 on that one. Here's the 12, Massabee next.
Yeah, really just sent away from there by Kendrick. I'd imagine this one will show some speed early.
Dancing Sophia is next.
I think this horse is probably better on the dirt, and they found that out last time, so I'm sure they were happy this race came off.
Continuing the main track only list, here is the New York bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York Banker.
I don't think she's reliable to run back to her 75 last time, but even her other buyer figures in his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th back make her probably the horse to beat in here, and I imagine she'll be, at least if not favored, very close by post.
And big warm-up to the outside with the 16, Spooky Road.
Yeah, it has a couple of back races. I think 5-1 is fair. I thought they might overbet this horse a little bit, but 5-1, I don't really have a problem with.
That's the 15 on the screen right now. Excuse me. Looked like she went off for that big warm-up there. Spooky Road there. As we take a look at the number 14, Dancing Sophia, first time on a scheduled dirt race last time out, and she broke her maiden at 5-1 with Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
Yeah, and I mean, in fairness to her, she's another turf-type horse, and she got it done against a weak field. Firewolf's a heavy favorite. Brad Cox simply couldn't get the distance. But I think she ran a figure that's good enough to give her a chance in here. I don't believe she should be 3-1. I think the 15 and 16 are more likely winners.
Yeah, and she was wide around there last time, so you'd like to think she'll get a similar trip here. She probably likes being in the clear, and like I said, she spent a lot of time on the turf, but her best race was last time on the dirt.
Sticking with the dirt now, as she was entered to only run on the main track only. She gets the opportunity to do just that here. Jose Ortiz off his mount today, will not be riding there. He was riding last time out. But the 15 New York Banker and the 16 Spooky Road, also main track only. So we haven't talked much about the 16 yet. Spooky Road all the way to the outside for Linda Rice. What do you make of this one?
I actually picked her on top because I thought she'd be a better price than the 15, and I'm not sure she's that much less likely to win based on a couple of her recent dirt races. I thought she's run well enough, and Linda's good off of short rest. And to be honest, I thought she made a better field last time. I don't know about you, Jonathan.
Yeah, Linda in 1 to 7 days in the last year, 20%. So, it's when they come back quick like that, it is a good indication. And, she's a little light on figures. But in this group, I'm not sure it's going to really matter. It's like there's some standout. She's not the standout from a speed figure standpoint.
And Andy mentioned earlier the sharpness of a trainer like Charlie Baker to take advantage of a main track only entry. Linda Rice is a trainer that we've seen do that quite often with a lot of success.
Rudy Rodriguez, Linda Rice, Charlie, they are very alert to running MTOs. And I think it's something that a lot of trainers don't take advantage of as much as they should.
Absolutely, it's such an edge. When you're facing horses that this is not their preferred surface, why not face these types instead of facing a bunch of horses that want to be running on the dirt?
Tepid favorite at 3-1. For more on this field, let's head back to Maggie trackside.
Take a look at two horses who actually won their last starts in off the turf events, and we'll begin with number 1 in here. I'm Buzzy, as she'll stretch back out in distance. As the guys were mentioning, she looks to be one that should be forward on paper and with the way that she was acting in the preliminaries for this race. She came in very much on the muscle. They actually had to saddle her outside the stall. She just looks like a ball of energy out there. Now she's going to have to do it from the inside, but for many of these fillies, their kind of coat condition is being called into question here. A lot of them just don't look that healthy from that perspective, but she does. She by far looks the best here in that regard. So she's a player in my opinion. And let's take a look at number 12 in here, Maspy, who's a big price, to be honest. I know maybe not the greatest of fields and probably beat a bunch of other turf horses, but I actually thought she was quite intriguing that day, getting back to the main track. She's just so much more of a fitter horse than the only other time she tried it, which was her second start of her career. And that was a very tough maiden special weight. She's a generous price right now, and one that looks as though she's doing well even since that race. So she's kind of the long shot that I would use here underneath, as I think now they've honed in on the right favorite, at least, Acacia, with number 15, New York Banker.
Couldn't agree more, Maggie. Thank you. 3-1 on the 15 New York Banker, as the number 12 Massabee. I'm not used to talking about all these numbers all the way to the outside. This is what happens when we have main track onlys. Massabee, we saw her get that big kind of patented Kendrick Carmouche warm up, and she is stepping up off of a win in an off the turf race last time, but she ran well with speed.
Yeah, I don't like her in here, but I totally agree with what Maggie said. She should not be 11-1. I think she's a far likelier winner in this race than a horse like Stella Mars.
Absolutely, and she has one thing that you want to have in these situations, which is some tactical speed and a rider who's going to ride her aggressively. We saw what happened last race with Irad, what he did when he put the 1 on the lead. It's where you want to be in these types of spots. You want to be forward, and from the warm-up we saw from Kendrick and also the running lines of the 12, I think that she'll be forwardly placed.
2-1 right now on your favorite. Makes sense. New York Banker, Trevor McCarthy going to be in the saddle. This kicks off the pick 6 as well as they load in for the 4th. John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting for No Pain and Spooky Road. And they're all in line. And they're off. From the outside, it is a New York Banker. There goes No Pain now moving up to challenge. On the outside, it is a New York Banker, and towards the rail, it is No Pain. The two of them are right together. I'm Nervous Now. The gray has moved up into third. Spooky Road's on the extreme outside in fourth. I'm Busy next in fifth. And then it's almost 5 lengths back to Stella Mars and Dancing Sophia. Trailing the field is Mazaby in eighth. The quarter went in 23-1. New York Banker steps away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. No Pain runs in second. I'm Buzzy is down at the rail, and alongside is I'm Nervous Now. And then we come back to Spooky Roads in fifth, 7 lengths off of front-running New York Banker, who ran the opening half mile in 46 3/5 seconds. They go into the far turn now. New York Banker, the one to catch, leads here by 1.25 lengths. No Pain, I'm Buzzy, right together, second and third. I'm Nervous Now, next in fourth. Spooky Road, it will need a way through here and is now advancing towards the inside from a fifth. Dancing Sophia is on the move, but will be forced widest of all as they come off the turn and into the stretch. And it is on Buzzy, and on the outside here is Spooky Road. Spooky Road is taken over the lead. I'm Buzzy down at the rail, and then Dancing Sophia. Spooky Road draws away here in the stretch, and Spooky Road is on to victory under Jose Lescano. Spooky Road the winner. I'm Buzzy was second. Dancing Sophia checked in third.
Spooky Road gets the win. We talked about Linda Rice opting for these main track only spots, and it proved to be the right spot for Spooky Road today.
This is a ridiculous overlay that she's 6-1 and the 14 is 4-1. She was a more likely winner than that horse. And you know, when you have these situations, and it may not always work out, but where Stella Mars is 3-1, you get value on horses like this, and this is a crazy price of 6-1 in my opinion.
Yeah, well, we see it all the time in these off-the-turf races. There just always seems to be one horse in there that they're going to bet incorrectly. And it happened to be the 7 Stella Mars in here, who I thought they probably bet incorrectly. And you know, we talked about it a little bit. Linda does a phenomenal job spotting these horses. She, you know, she'll scratch from time to time, but
she'll run from time to time.
Yeah, she'll run from time to time. But but I think it's because she understands the importance of finding the right spots for these horses.
Right, and coming back on short rest. This horse ran 6 days ago, but she has good numbers off a short rest. I'm not saying this horse had to win here, but she's not supposed to be 6-1. She's probably supposed to be 7-2.
Good call. Andy liked Spooky Road a bit. Jonathan liked I'm Buzzy. Both of those horses at 6-1. They run 1-2. It was 16-1, 14-15. Trevor McCarthy was aggressive with New York Banker, tried to get that filly out to the front. She ended up fading to fourth.
She did not run well in here. I know the pace was relatively quick, but it's not as though the horses that finished ahead of her were that far off the pace.
And I think also with the one on Buzzy, I try not to be too results oriented. I think it could be problematic when you're playing this game. I didn't think I'm Buzzy ran that great, to be fair. Even though I picked the horse, got a perfect trip on the inside. And you know, with that type of trip, if I was right, that horse was supposed to win. And I mean, she ran well, don't get me wrong, but not great.
Spooky Road with the win, though, in the fourth at the Big A. When we come back, that rider right there, Francisco Arrieta, continuing to gain momentum at Churchill Downs. He'll be aboard My Dam's Attitude in the upcoming third race. More on Francisco and his mounts coming up after this.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as we take a look at the paddock at Churchill Downs, getting ready for the third race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and this starter allowance for the fillies and mares. 3-year-olds and up, stepping out onto the track. We have a field of 6 coming up, and we'll get ready to kick off the post parade, starting things off with the number 1, HT Xena.
I had to bet this horse. I'm not sure why this horse is such a big price. Such should be good, it's in a good spot behind the number 6.
She's a generous price
Why
for
is
sure.
am I crazy? Is she logical?
Yep, absolutely.
Here's the 2, My Money.
Yeah, it just doesn't have a lot of early speed. Does have some speed figures that make this one competitive, though.
She's 6-1 right now on the board with Corrado Corrales. Here's Shania.
I thought she was the horse to beat. I know she's 1 for 15 with 8 seconds and thirds, but she looks like the best horse, but she's 1 for 15.
And the last time she ran, Paul started singing Shania Twain, so we could always look forward to that.
Well, I'd like a repeat of that. She's done knitting.
Here's the 4, My Dam's Attitude.
Yeah, this one has a nice speed figure a couple races back, but that was back in April. Does have to fire off the layoff.
Francisco Arrieta going to be in the saddle. First start since May for that one. Here's Love of My Life.
She's another horse that's a pretty big price. She should be stalking in here and forward, and her figures aren't that bad. I don't understand why the 6 is favored. Jonathan, do you?
Perfect trip last time.
Yeah. Maybe the speed, but why is she 3-2?
Yeah, perfect trip last time. That number kind of jumped up. Was never really that fast prior to that. I don't need this one. I mean, she can win, don't get me wrong, but I don't need her at 3-2.
That's Argumental to the outside. Luis Saez in the saddle, 3-2 short price now. As we welcome in Paul LaDuca. Paulie, got any Shania Twain for us today?
I do think she is the filly to beat in here. It's really tough to overlook her 1 for 15 record. You know what's very interesting is if you look at her running lines, she usually breaks on top. And for a horse that does not love to win races, her lone win is by a nose. That they haven't really gone to the front end. It seems like they've broken sharply and have not decided to maybe go to the front or try to get to the lead. But this filly's been running very consistent. And like Andy said, I thought she was the filly to beat. She's 5 for 6 over this racetrack in the trifecta. But, she's hard to trust with all those seconds and third place finishes. Now, XT Xena, the 1 in here, blinkers went on last time, and it was an improved effort. She was right behind Shania. I think she gets a cozy trip as well. My money, the 2, has had issues breaking at the start. And if that continues, the 1 and 3 can sit a really nice pocket trip. Now, what to do with the 6 on the outside, Argumento? Gate to wire winner last time, decent number, did it in okay fashion. Starter allowance probably is obviously the next way to go. It's a little weird that, Michael didn't have this horse, Michael Maker, the trainer, training here at Churchill Downs. He had this horse actually at Ellis Park all the way up to November 8th and comes right back. Can she control the pace from the outset? Maybe at 3-2. I think she can, but I think there's some other quality fillies that will give her a little bit of a problem at the end. I will say this. Of all the horses that came out on the racetrack, the floor looked phenomenal. My Dam's Attitude for Francisco Arrieta and Ray Hernandez. This horse comes off of 2 efforts. And Archibred, as Oaklawn is looming in early December for their 5-month meet. I don't know if this is a race to maybe get this horse ready for Oaklawn, but I think the 4 can hit the bottom of the exotics in here. I don't trust the 3. I really don't trust the 6 at 8-5. I think the 1 at 6-1 is a good bet, and maybe sprinkle the 4 in there and some trifectas.
All right, Paul, thank you. Some nice prices that he mentioned. The number 1, HT Xena, certainly 6-1 right now on this one, coming off of a 3rd-place finish at Keeneland.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in this race, to be honest. You know, you look at the one's last race, wasn't a bad effort at all. Has the rail. If the 6 isn't super aggressive, this horse has enough speed to be forward. I don't understand the 6-1 at all in here.
No, I like the horse. A little aside, the 1, HT Xena, owned in partnership with 10 Strike Racing, but also with Todd Munkin, who is the offensive coordinator for the Georgia Bulldogs, who are the number 1 team in the nation.
Are they?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Wow, did not know that.
Wishing them the best of luck. Very fun. I love when that happens, the crossover of other sports into horse racing. You see a lot of people, because there's so much appeal to people involved in other sports in horse racing.
Alex Bregman won a race yesterday.
Alex had the Breeders' Cup hat on. He was there at Churchill yesterday. Yeah. Well, I mean, back in the day, baseball, one of the first times I went to Belmont, 79, I used to work in the city a little bit in the summer. And there's Mickey Rivers running over to Joe Cardello, I was friends with, known Joe a long time. And Mickey Rivers coming over to ask who he likes. And he leaves, and I said, Mickey Rivers. It's like, yeah, he asks me for horses all the time. He's always here. It was during the season, but he was on the IR, and he was here. A lot of baseball players. I used to see a lot of Lou Piniella at the track a lot. A lot of guys.
Professional athletes and professional sports, they're very competitive, obviously. Yeah. They've built their lives around it. And this game transfers very well. The competitive nature of it, the excitement of it, it transfers really well. A lot of athletes enjoy this game.
Also, they'd come in the afternoon, you know, for baseball when they were traveling. You know, go to a city and maybe have a little time in the afternoon. Go.
We love it. We love to see it. Best of luck to the connections of the number 1 HT Xena into the gate for the 3rd race at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Toward the outside, Love of My Life broke out okay. So too did Shania. HT Xena comes through toward the rail, and farther out is Argumental. But HT Xena has come on through to take charge, and she strides away to lead by 2. Argumental's up into 2nd. Love of My Life is racing 3rd. Shania heads over to the rail to be 4th to the half-mile pole. My Money is back in 5th, and it's 6 back to the trailing My Dam's Attitude. HT Xena hits the far turn in front. The lead's just under a length in the opening quarter was 22-4. Argumental comes on with more pressure now. Here's Argumental to go head-to-head with HT Xena. Love of My Life couldn't keep up. Shania sidles up into 3rd, just 2 lengths behind. My Money is wide on the track. Love of My Life down toward the inside, trying to re-rally. They're off the turn. Argumental still head-to-head with HT Xena. It's a short lead for Argumental. Here comes My Money down the center. Love of My Life in behind with Shania. Final furlong, HT Xena's coming back on the rail. Argumental trying to hold. My Money is there. Love of My Life is 4th. They're coming for the wire. 3 of them still across. HT Xena photos with Argumental. Noses up and down, either one. Love of My Life and My Money.
A tight photo finish in a battle down to the wire between the number 1 HT Xena, who came back inside really gamely, and Argumental, who's pressing her every step of the way.
Yeah, the 1 did go down to 7-2, and it's sort of a bob situation. The 6 may have gotten in front there. I have no idea. I bet a little
very
on the
close.
1, but it's close between them.
I can never call it
6,
a Churchill.
6 ran better than I thought she would.
Well,
Yeah,
the mirror's behind the pole,
Yeah.
is in front of the pole, which kind of throws you off. The 6 definitely got the good bob. It's close. I don't ever call it dead heats, but it's close.
We need Paul to call it. He's the guy who's
Paul is really good at calling the photos. He's confident about it, too. But anyway you slice it, these 2 fillies ran very, very big races. It looked like Argumental was going to go by and might set it up for another closer, looming in the wings behind, but These two dug in, and a huge effort from the number 1, HT Zina, who was passed and came back inside.
I don't think I've ever seen a racetrack where consistently more horses that look like they're caught seem to come back and get the job done as Churchill Downs. It's amazing how many horses look like they might be backing up and might, like this horse, might finish off the board, and they seem to come back inside. I'm not saying it's a big super gold rail, but more often than not, the rail seems to be a good place to be at Churchill. Not that this horse didn't drift a little. It's very close.
I'm going dead heat. That's
Really?
that's my prediction.
Andy?
It's so close.
I don't know. I bet a little on the 1, so I hope that I hope the 1.
My-
They're showing the 1, which means the 6 probably won.
My first inclination was that the 1 held on, so I'll stick with the 1.
That's that old racetrack myth that the cameraman, who the cameraman shows is who's the winner.
I'll tell you who usually has it is the photographer.
Showing them
Is the
both.
photographer at the finish line? Well, there's 6, so
Equal
'cause
time.
We can't trust the camera.
The odds of a dead heat?
The photographer at the finish line usually has a photo that you can see it right away.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you're standing there in the winner's circle, like Maggie
Well, the
and I
photo
are
comes
reporting,
up
whatever it is.
almost instantaneously. Sometimes it's closer.
Sometimes it's hard to see.
Yeah, no, it is. This is very much a Bob situation.
Oof.
You just don't really
I think
know.
it's a heater.
And also,
That
just,
is tough.
It's just not as clear a finish line there as it is for us. Maybe it's partly because I've seen so many more races in New York, and I'm so used to it than Churchill. I have no idea.
Well, we have that shutter cam here.
The slow-mo, that's
yeah, the
great.
slow-mo. That's almost, it's undefeated. You can tell. When you
can
look
tell.
at it, you can tell.
It's great.
That's,
I love that.
That's Dan Silver's only legitimate contribution to my life at Myra. Dan fought for that camera. Is Mitch trying to take credit for that camera?
Mitch is trying to take credit, yeah.
Mitch, shouldn't you be in some
Levitas.
schoolyard getting beaten up?
I haven't seen any flags yet, though. I was still waiting for the flag.
1-6.
1-6. The number 1 got the bob. Big effort from HT Zina to get her nose down first on the wire.
Well,
big celebration for the team tonight, huh?
Wasn't 6 to 1, but 7 to 2 is still a fair price. A very logical horse. Probably like this horse, I think.
Horse made a lot of sense.
That's like a Saratoga water thing, right? The big S, red.
That's definitely where they got it
Right?
from.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, clearly. Congratulations to the connections behind HT Zina. Got her nose down first. Very game effort. We'll see if that filly can get her nose down first this weekend in the Chaluki. Coach looking for her first graded score this weekend. We'll talk a little bit more about her chances after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Churchill Downs, the home of the Kentucky Derby, of course, as we just saw the third at Churchill. It was an all-out battle down to the wire. The number 1, H.T. Zana, getting her nose down first. The old 996.
Something tells me Coach Munkin brought all of the Georgia staff into his office to watch this race.
I love that.
As they prepare for this weekend.
Congratulations. Nice win. Very, very game effort over Argumento. My Money checked in third. As we head back over to Aqueduct, race number 5 coming up next at the Big A, a mile on the main track, a $16,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. That's a look at the number 6 Double Shot, who's stretching out off the claim for Michelle Nevin. Currently the entry, though, is 7-5. That does include the speed of It's All Relevant and the 1A winning drive.
Yeah, I mean, It's All Relevant is the one they're betting in here, and I will give him a little bit of credit. He wasn't right on the rail last time, but he was towards the inside, and I thought it was a dead rail that day. I'm not sure where you stand on that, Jonathan, but I'm just a little tired of him, and I think the 8 ran a vastly improved effort for Ray Handel last time out, and I thought dug in very, very well to finish second, and I think he's the right alternative if you're trying to beat the 1 It's All Relevant.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue is if, you know, and when it comes to biased racetracks, this is the best time to figure out if there was one when they all run back. That's the easiest way to kind of test the theory. And if you're right that the rail wasn't where you wanted to be, then It's All Relevant was the closest to one. You'd expect him to run better today.
But not right on the rail, so I don't want to,
Yeah, exactly. Not right on, just more inside than everyone else. And it's not like a gradient. Sometimes just the rail can be bad.
Absolutely.
The 2-path can be fine.
Something happens in Saratoga, I've noticed over the years. Sometimes the rail will be bad, the 2-path is fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny you say that, to your point about, you know, following going forward. I'll say it in the track trends. Feels like the rail may not have been the place to be. Worth following. In other words, don't feel it's an absolute, and you have to be careful with these things. We got an enormous, by the way, speaking of that stuff and biases, the Big Data Derby, we got 110 submissions for those, and they're fascinating to look at some of them. People really did a lot of interesting stuff to try to determine, using data, whether or not you can determine track biases. Good stuff.
Let's meet the field, starting with the favored entry. Here's the speedy part. It's All Relevant.
This horse has a ton of speed. He's obviously has issues in his 9-year-old year, but when he's good, he could be pretty good.
Here's a closer, number 1A winning drive.
Not really a mile type. I know he was second this distance once, but overall, I think he's better going a little shorter.
Here's the 2 Goldini.
Uh-oh, turf horse.
Big price, though.
Had a win last time out. And here's the one that'll break from the rail, Runabout.
Claimed off the victory, beating Warrior Chief and All Relevant. I thought he had the better trip than both of those, and of the 3, the least likely.
Optic Way is the 5.
I thought Optic Way was not impossible in this race. Has a turf horse, but also has some good dirt races as well.
Here's Double Shot off the claim.
Yeah, I thought this horse could win. Ran well enough last time. Michelle Nevin does a great job.
First off the claim, stretching out. Here's Amount.
Amount's just completely lost the form. Now switches to Greg DePrima, and I just don't think he's been competitive recently. Once he was good enough to beat these not that long ago.
Warrior in Chief out of that common race.
Yeah, this is a horse I'm the most interested in kind of seeing when it comes to identifying whether there was a biased racetrack on October 21st. How this horse runs should help determine what that racetrack was like.
I want to ask one question, and maybe Maggie touched on it with Double Shot. I worry that Double Shot is the kind of closer that's not going to get better with a mile, and I'm curious if Maggie has thoughts on that.
Let's find out. Let's check in with Maggie Trackside.
I guess after 12 years together, Andy, we read each other's minds. And so we'll definitely take a look at number 6 and here, Double Shot. I don't think he is going to get better with more distance. He's just not conformed that way physically. He's built more like a sprinter. He's compact. He's really kind of built more downhill. But I will say he is nice and relaxed in the preliminaries, which always bodes well for a horse trying to get more distance. So what is he, 7-2 right now? That's an okay price on this horse, but he just doesn't instill confidence with this distance. As we'll take a look, though, at the horse I'm most interested in, that's number 8 in here, Warrior in Chief. Now, he's one that certainly rounded back into his good form for Ray Handel, and you can see it with him physically. He's just, it seemed as though looking at him in the paddock, I wasn't down in the paddock for that last race, but looking at him today and knowing him a bit from the past, it almost is as if that good effort emboldened him a bit. It got him, more confident yet again, because he definitely marched in here with a lot more swagger than what he had over the summertime. And his coat looks fantastic, and he just looks very fit and athletic. And I just feel like he's a horse that's getting back to those better efforts. As you guys said, we'll see how the track plays into this effort here relative to what he had last time. And then we'll take a look at that long shot. Number 2, Goldini. I actually, just because I went through this horse's pedigree, I thought it was kind of an interesting pedigree when you look at it. Yeah, the progeny of Golden Sense actually have proven to be somewhat better turf horses, to be fair, but let's face it, he was a good dirt horse, and he can produce that as well. The dam, she was not very good, but she ran okay figures going long on the dirt. And then the second dam, she was a graded stakes winner on the dirt and a multiple stakes winning California bred, and she ran well on all surfaces. And the dam half to Something Awesome, who is a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. So while this horse, I have to admit, does have a little bit more of a turf look to him physically, he looks good overall. And at this level, I'm kind of intrigued to see how he does here at Acacia. And at 25-1, I think he's certainly kind of usable underneath or just to throw in a long shot play.
Like it. A nice price for sure, Maggie. Thank you. As we'll see how this race does pan out. Maybe some big prices underneath will make a little impact here. Hopefully we'll be back on the turf tomorrow, up close and personal with the grass. A lot of rain earlier this week, too.
I don't think that's the turf course.
That's the infield.
He's worse than me. He really is.
I was just trying to illustrate.
He's worse than I am.
I was standing up for you for the footstool joke earlier.
Whatever.
You know, I had your back.
That was not on
purpose. She started the day with a short joke. I mean, that's just, really.
She said,
Seriously.
I'm tall. Which indicates
comes
that
back.
you're
She's not here last week. We all carried a heavy load for her, and then she's insulting me before it came on.
It was not a fun
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you've lost all that sympathy from the team. We've all turned on you.
I can see that. I have no friends. Mitch Levitas is my only friend in this place.
That's not a good place to be in life.
I know. Look at where I am
We're very happy you're back, Acacia. It's nice to see Jonathan. Jonathan making a rare New York City appearance.
Yeah, and at Aqueduct, too.
You know?
A very
and you
big
took
cultural
the A-train.
weekend.
I did. I took the train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You learned about
Heading my
Lefferts
neighborhood
Boulevard
tonight.
versus Far Rockaway.
Yeah, I texted Andy about 87 times yesterday just to make sure.
I'm
Well,
the
we're
only
glad you made
Naira
it.
employee. Well, now you know it, that knows the subway system.
See, people forget the fact that I used to come to Aqueduct every day to do radio with Anthony Spiel, and I lived in the city, in the theater district, and I would take the A-train out.
Yeah, Acacia protects me in the subway occasionally. We go home.
Yeah. Strong arm, whoever I need to.
So much bigger than I am, apparently.
I knew you were going there. Back to race
Everybody's
number
bigger than I
5.
am, Acacia.
Listen, you have to protect me from the pigeons. That's the thing. And we all know
that pigeon up here? I don't know.
have actually, no, there's one that's, I don't know if it's the same one, but there is one in here in Equestris. But a pigeon on the platform for the A-train got me once here.
Really?
Yeah, it was a sad day.
So that's good luck, but I think they just
It's
tell
not good
people
luck.
that happens.
It was not good luck. I think it's just what they say.
good
It's
luck.
like when they say, oh, if it rains on your wedding, it's good luck. Like, it's just supposed to make you feel better for something that's not
None of that
fun.
stuff is true.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. None of that's true. Anyway, race 5. It seems like you guys and Maggie having some strong interest in the 8 Warrior in Chief.
Yeah, I like I'm surprised he's this short. I thought that they'd really go for the entry in here. And it's kind of a negative how they're not going that strongly for the entry. And I thought maybe this horse would be closer to 7-2 or so, but 9-5 is pretty short price. Might be just a negative on the one.
And the other thing with Warrior in Chief, bias aside from that last race on October 21st, just basic handicapping. It's a horse that improved after switching to Ray Handel, and now is second off of a little bit of a break, so you'd expect another step forward.
The entry, 7-5. 2-1 to the outside right now on Warrior in Chief as they load in for the 5th race at the Big A on the main track. John and Brielle standing by.
Warrior in Chief moves in, and we are set for race number 5 here at Aqueduct. And they're off. And Warrior in Chief broke well. So did Optic Way, and so did It's All Relevant as they move up the chute. It's Optic Way with the lead. It's All Relevant now moves to second. Warrior in Chief is back running in third. And then it's 2 lengths to Runabout, who is down at the rail. On the outside, or in between horses, there is a Goldini. On the outside is a Mount, and a break of 3 to the 2 trailers, Double Shot and Winning Drive. The opening quarter mile in 23 seconds as they race midway up the backstretch. It's All Relevant at the rail, leads now by a long neck. Optic Way is right there on the outside in second, a break of 2 to Warrior in Chief in third by a head. Runabout is down at the rail in fourth. Then comes a Goldini at the back of the pack, the trio of a Winning Drive, Double Shot, and a Mount. Half mile, Sharp 45 and 4. It's All Relevant on the inside. And on the outside, it is Optic Way, and Optic Way has now taken the lead. It's All Relevant, dropping back at the rail, about to be passed on the outside by Warrior in Chief. Then comes a Runabout. Double Shot is on the move, but still a half dozen lengths from the lead. And they head for home now with Optic Way, the one to catch, and Warrior in Chief chasing in second. It's Optic Way, the leader by 2. Warrior in Chief is all out in second. Then comes Double Shot and Runabout. Optic Way leads by 3. Warrior in Chief with one last try here on the outside. It is Optic Way by a length and a half. Warrior in Chief on the outside. Optic Way holds on 3 parts of a length. Warrior in Chief was second, and farther back, Double Shot finished third.
Optic Way at a nice price of 11 to 1 holds on under Javier Castellano on that drop in class from New Jersey bred company.
You would not have expected this horse to wire the field. He didn't wire, the one went there, but boy, they knew the one wasn't going to show up today. It's All Relevant. And this horse right on top of the pace, and I love the aggressive riding from Javier. And Jonathan, this horse is a bit of an overlay. He's got dirt figs that make him a contender, right?
Yeah, just, I think it's a thing that happens very often when you're looking at races. A lot of horse players, they don't go too deep in the past performances. Look at the last couple of races, and you see this horse on the turf with not the fastest figures, and sometimes can be dismissed a little bit quickly. $947 for a pick 5 that I think for a lot of people had a free square to start. Pretty good little...
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately I did not use a single Prairie Fire.
11 to 1 on Optic Way, though. Javier Castellano in the saddle over the number 8 Warrior in Chief, 5-8-6-3 as the number 5, the New Jersey bred, coming in out of New Jersey bred company at Monmouth and the Meadowlands, had run well against some open company in the past too. So as you mentioned, something deeper in the past before.
And I think it's important to point out that the one, It's All Relevant, did not run.
Yep.
And they kind of knew he wasn't. 947 under the parlay. I think that's an indication, particularly the last winner, and maybe even the second winner, were shorter in the multis, right? Unusual.
When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about trainer Steve Asmussen, who's looking for another title at Churchill Downs, has 2-year-old Brilliant Colors coming up in the next race. More on that colt and Asmussen's chances after this.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
This season at Oaklawn,
we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 4 at Churchill Downs coming up next. It's a 2-year-old maiden race, maiden claiming for $75,000. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track, and we'll meet the field, starting things off with Whoop Gone.
Oh, sorry, I'm a little behind myself here.
Come on, I was
the
so
first-time
excited to
starter
say
for
that.
Joe Sharp. Taking money, not surprising.
3-1 tepid favorite right now. Louis Saya is going to be in the saddle. Next is another first-time starter. Here's Golden Sims.
Yeah, for August Dawn Farm and Coach Parcells, I'm assuming that they're referring to Phil Sims.
That would make sense.
He can't
Talking
fool
about the talking about the association to other sports that we had from last race. Here is the number 3, Boudin.
Horse to beat off the debut, but the last race a disaster.
What version do we get today? Now your tepid favorite at 7-2. 2 horses, 3 horses on the board at 7-2 at the moment. Here's rate confirmation.
Hasn't taken much money in the first 2 starts. Hasn't done much running. Adds the blinkers and is taking money today.
4-1 now on the board. A little bit of a drop for Greg Foley. Here's another 4-1 chance. Violent River, first-time starter.
Yeah, Chris Hartman does not have great numbers with first-time starters in maiden claiming races, and an unimpressive 2-year-old workout.
Next will be the number 6, Getting Paid.
Yeah, high percentage trader Bill Morey doesn't have the best numbers with first-time starters, but capable.
In maiden claimers dirt, 1 for 24.
6-1 on that one right now. Here is a big price. The number 7, Feeling.
First fall from this son of McLean's music. I didn't really have a lot to recommend. The dam was unraced.
Not too much to go off of in the pedigree. Looks good in the warm-up, though. Here's the 8 Brilliant Colors for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, when Asmussen's horses at Churchill don't take a lot of money, it's an indication to me that they're not as likely as you would want.
That's the field for the 4th. 2-year-olds coming up next. Let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, sort of a mixed bag of 2-year-olds here in a very tough event, because when you get to the will pays in here, the lowest will pays, 2 of them are the first-time starters. So let's start with the inside horse, the 1 here, Whoop Gone, and I guess that is appropriate to the morning line. 10-1 on the morning line, now down to 3-1. Luis Saez aboard for Joe Sharp, and usually when Joe Sharp horses do take money in the will pays and on the tote board, they're usually pretty fast out of the gate. This Son of Golden Sense is debuting with blinkers on, and I would think there's going to be intent to go to the front end from the rail in this maiden 75,000. The 5 Violent Rivers, the other one that was taking money. You know, Andy mentioned the stats of Chris Hartman. The horse is taking money in the will pays, which usually means they will run. But I'm also a little bit leery. This horse has been working all the way since August, had some gaps between the works, might be quick, but I don't know if there's going to be any stick towards the end of the race. So I prefer the 1 over the 5. Obviously, the price is a lot different in here. You know, the 2 Golden Sims, the other horse here for Golden Sense, I thought warmed up great along with the 7 in here, Feeling. The other 2 first-time starters, they both broke away from the Boney. They both looked like they had the intent of maybe leaving the gate in here. And then Andy mentioned the 3 in here, Bowden here, the 3. Good race first time from the 1 hole, and then got bet last time out in Keeneland. Did not like it. You know, Dale Roman's horses usually run better here at Churchill Downs. That's just a fact. And then the last horse, you just can't ignore the money that's going to the 4 here, rate confirmation. And I'm wondering if the blinkers are going on because this horse has had trouble at the gate. 2 big fields, has sort of been flat-footed at the gate, but in those big fields has not totally been dismissed. In an 11-horse field, you know, in an 11-horse field was 7-1, and a 12-horse field 11-1. So obviously has shown some kind of promise in the morning rate confirmation. But the way this board is going, I hate to give you the 1 Whoop Gone here with Luis Saez, but I have a feeling this horse is going to be a little bullet from the rail. I Son of Golden Sense.
We'll see if he's quick. That could be the key. Paul, thank you. There's a look, though, at the number 8 Brilliant Colors, trained by Steve Asmussen, ridden by his son, Keith Asmussen, who's become a big part of the Asmussen tribe as well. Saw him really hands-on with all their runners this summer in Saratoga as well. And here is the Asmussen follow along. Brilliant Colors in here. 2 more mounts where Keith will be riding for his father later on today.
Well, Steve rode at one time, right?
He did.
I mean, it's amazing to think about it. But Cash was a tremendous rider, and he went over. Steve Cawthon went over to England, but Cash went to France and had huge success over there. Really a great rider.
It's in the blood.
Keith's a Longhorn too, so I can support that.
Hard worker, has been a lot of fun to follow as well. I remember when he first had his first mounts riding, he'd been galloping over the summer and really afforded the opportunity to race during the pandemic. And Steve had said he was more nervous for that first ride for his son than any of his big horses that he'd ever sent out.
I imagine it's a little bit nerve-wracking. Yeah. I'm reading a book, by the way, about racetrack life at lower racetracks. Something the latch. Kick the Latch, I think.
I haven't heard of that.
Catherine, I want to say Scanlon. Catherine with a Kathryn. Very good read. I recommend it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it just came out the end of September. So very good review of the New Yorker, actually. That's what got me interested in it.
Well,
easy carry in the subway. It's very small.
that is good to know. That's important.
I don't know how people read on the subway. I saw some guys standing up reading today.
Oh, I read.
Oh,
that's what
me too.
That's like when I'm not doing work or when I don't have the PPs to study or something. I read in the subway. I read almost a book a week, if not more.
Audiobooks are good on the subway too.
Yeah. Really? You don't have people read in the subway?
No, well, I mean, I had to keep my head on the swivel, and then I'd make sure I didn't miss my stop.
Well, people might pick on you. Tough guys, tough people like me, on occasion they leave alone. But you are apparently.
We know where we're going. 4th race at Churchill Downs coming up next. Travis Stone standing by.
There in the gate. And they're off. Rate confirmation. Pushed on first speed right out of there. Boudin's away well, and Whoop Gone comes through toward the rail, and here comes Whoop Gone on through to take the lead aggressively. On through to the front. Rate confirmation backs off to be second. Getting Paid comes through toward the inside third. Brilliant Colors is on the move fourth. Boudin's back into fifth. Feeling is racing sixth. 5 from there to Golden Sims. Another 5 back to Violent River. The trailer down the backstretch run. Opening quarter, 21-4. Whoop Gone down inside, short lead. Brilliant Colors is right there. Rate confirmation wide on the track, trying to get out with 3 furlongs to go. Getting Paid is set to strike right in behind while fourth. Boudin's back into it now. Comes up on the outside fifth. So round the far turn. Whoop Gone is gone. It is Rate Confirmation and Brilliant Colors head to head off the turn together. Rate Confirmation short lead. Getting Paid pops outside from third. And Violent River, so far behind earlier, is flying down the center. 1 furlong to go. Getting Paid comes away with the lead. Leads by 2. Violent River trying to run up into second. Rate Confirmation holding that spot toward the rail. They're coming for the wire, and it will be Getting Paid, who wins it by a length in the end. Rate Confirmation ran on to be second. Ended up tight for third there. Boudin or Violent River.
Paid, first-time starter, gets the win for Slam Dunk Racing, ready to roll on debut, closing on the outside under Gerardo Corrales.
And I hate to say it, if you bet him, you're getting paid. Bill Murray is now 2 for 25 with first-time stars and maiden claimers in the dirt over the last 5 years, and he got a good trip here. Interesting about the 4 ran second, as Jonathan noted, we were watching it correctly. He was getting out badly on Florent Giroux, yet he kept a straight path in the stretch.
Yeah, watch the head-on with that horse. It's probably the answer. I know Paul had mentioned it too. We had talked about it. You know, what was the decision for getting this horse to add blinkers? I think that was the reason why. Apparently this horse has some things he's working through. If they can figure this horse out, he ran extremely well considering how much energy was wasted on the backside between Florent and him fighting each other trying to get out. I thought he ran pretty well considering.
And this race came apart a little bit. They bet the 1 Whoop Gone. He probably showed a lot of speed in the morning. Problem was he had speed, but he had absolutely no stamina at all. He was done before they hit the top of the stretch.
Number 6, Getting Paid with the win. There he is, that first-time starter by Collected, ready to roll at first. Asking back over at Aqueduct in the 5th race. It was Optic Way. forwardly placed under Javier Castellano, and the New Jersey bred gets the win.
Love seeing that aggressive riding from Javier right on top of It's All Relevant, who just didn't run at all anymore. I don't know if we'll see him again anytime in the near future.
You look at the first and second place horses here, you'll notice their chests are clean. All the
Clean
horses
faces,
behind
clean
them
races.
covered in dirt.
We've seen horses make some runs, though, on this track today. I don't think it's, Turt is normally someone to be favorite.
No, but we talk about it all the time. It's just dirt racing in general. Being forward is the place to be. And this is just another indication of that.
Richie mentioned the kickback earlier, always a factor as well.
It's just such a different animal, dirt racing and turf racing, because in dirt racing, they're running hard the whole way, a lot of these horses, whereas turf racing, it's a gallop, 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 and run for the last quarter to 5/16ths of a mile. They're such completely different races, and dirt racing, I think it's fascinating to think about, and more conducive. He's got two pigeons up here now, Keisha.
He's got a friend, that's good.
Keisha, not a fan of pigeons.
Listen, I want them to live their best lives, but
nice.
I want them to do it away from me. That's all I'm saying. Race number 6 coming up next at the Big A. There's a look into the paddock. The number 12, Madrilena, coming in from Kentucky for Paulo Lobo, has had one start on the dirt, one start on the turf in the U.S. Will run back on the main track today as Javier Castellano looks for another one. More on that filly after this.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Welcome back. You are watching America's Day at the Races as we have horses in the paddock for today's 6th race as we are off the turf yet again. But Paulo Lobos ships in here, and he shipped in here with success this year with the runners that he's brought to New York. And taking a look at number 12, that is Madrilena, as she is one that no matter what country she's in, has shown some versatility and capability on either surface. Now, looking at her, she kind of represents that too. She's not overly turf met, maybe a little bit more of a turf hoof, but she's strong in her body. You know, she's compact. She carries her weight and conditioning well. But with that being said, this is a mare who does deal with a lot of setbacks and isn't necessarily on the track that often. So I kind of do call in her fitness levels. But again, like I said, she has shown that she can win off of a layoff. Great energy in here too, just marching forward. Let's see what kind of trip she can work out from that outside post. As we'll also take a look at number 3, Gal in a Rush. She'll return to the main track, and she's run actually okay on the main track. Granted, her 81 came on a sloppy sealed surface and a muddy surface in her debut. Now, I'm not sure how she'll negotiate this surface here today, but she is one that's fairly athletic. And 2, with racing this year, she's actually strengthened up quite a bit. That was my main complaint with her when she came back for her 3-year-old bow. She does add blinkers, just a shortcut cheater blinker. She has been accompanied by the pony, but she has kept very calm throughout. Miss Tapparato is one Tapparato, I should say, is one that, you know, can get a little bit headstrong. I noticed she's wearing a figure 8 today, keeping her mouth closed. This is the best I've ever seen her look. As she'll get to the main track, she did have trouble in the only time that she debuted on it on the slop after not braking well and then rushing up. So I think she's willing. I think she is a little interesting getting back to the surface and not keeping her in here today, Acacia. But I got to say, looking at her physically at least, so she does look a bit more turf mint.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade underway here. There is the number 4, Miss Tapparato.
Yeah, it's just a lot of turf, but we've kind of been the theme for today, hasn't it?
I liked her on the turf. I think she's interesting on the dirt, though.
Here's trained to Artemis for Kelly Breen.
I don't like this horse at all. She has run well enough on the dirt before, and she's in good form, but there looks like a lot of pace in this race, doesn't there, Jonathan?
I'm going to pick the 5. But.
Okay.
Tweaked is next.
I picked Tweaked. I think it's going to get a lot of pace, and I want to give this horse one chance in the dirt for Ray Handel.
She's a nice price at 13-1. Here's another nice price, Fontana Freda.
Yeah, I mean, I like this horse as an animal. I just wish they were running on the grass. And this doesn't have a lot of early speed, which I think you need if you're going to do the turf to dirt move successfully like we've seen a couple times today.
9 is out. Here's the 10, Runaway Rockette.
Another one that has some speed and has run some okay numbers on the dirt. I just don't think is good enough to beat this group.
Did break her non-winners of 2 condition on the dirt, I should say. Glitter up back to the dirt.
It's a better turf horse, but has dirt races that aren't that bad, and she's got a lot of speed, like a number of them in here.
She's a big price at 13-1, and here's your favorite, Madrilena.
Yeah, I mean, this was going to be my pick. I just don't like the price. I just too short. A very likely winner, a horse that I think probably will win, but too short for me.
Lost to Copalia, too bad.
Copalia, as we know. And Chloe Rose to the outside.
An interesting one. Has some tactical speed, and we've seen that clean faces win races thing today for sure.
So much speed in this race.
Alarm clock to wrap up the field.
Is an MTO off the claim for a trainer with limited success off the claim, limited success overall. Just doesn't look fast enough.
That's the field for the 6th race as we go back over to the 12 Madrilena. As Maggie had mentioned back in the paddock, she's won on both turf and dirt in Argentina, and then ran well on both turf and dirt in the U.S. as we take a trip over to Ellis Park, where watching replays is always an adventure. And this is her muddy race. It was her first start in the U.S. and her 3rd place finish on dirt.
Right, whoever told them that's the way you should show replays was wrong. This horse stopped after setting a very fast pace, but she did finish behind Copalia, who we saw win the stake this weekend at Churchill Downs. And this is one of these races that the buyer figure, I think that the Timeform US figure, which came up much, much faster, is more indicative of it because of the fast pace you set, John.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I know we both like about Timeform US from a speed figure standpoint. The buyer speed figure does not involve pace. Still a very useful and the most dependable number in my opinion, but it does not involve pace. Timeform US takes pace into account. So a horse who runs a very fast pace early but gets beat can still run a faster number than a horse that maybe closed and ran second. I think famously Liam's Map ran a faster race, a faster speed figure than Code of Honor, Honor Code.
Honor Code. His Whitney loss was up there in the pantheon of great performances and losing efforts. That was a sensational effort and a great idea. I like using both of them. I use the Timeform figures and the buyer figures, so when they have a discrepancy, Timeform's somewhere around 20 points higher in general. When I see a big discrepancy, it makes you think, why is there a discrepancy? Now, sometimes it's just a question of Craig Murkowski makes the figures and Andy Buyer, their philosophy disagrees. It doesn't have anything to do with pace, but often it does, one way or the other. Sometimes a very slow pace, and Craig will downgrade the race in a way. And I think both of them are very useful. For me, the usefulness of the buyer figures is they're a straightforward speed figure. I'll judge how the figure was earned. But, you know, there's many good figures out there. I have great respect for the Thoroughbred figures and the Ragusan figures. I don't use them, but I have great respect for them.
Yeah, and the thing with when I always tell people to have two speed figures is because although they are science-based, speed figures are science-based, there is a little bit of a human touch on them because you have to evaluate if a racetrack has been changing. There is some subjectivity to them when you're looking at them. So having two different figures is very useful, especially like Andy said, if they're different, then there's an opportunity to make some money there if you can side with one or the other. And if they're the same, you can have a little bit of confidence.
And to each their own. I don't like computer-generated numbers. I want there to be a human who is massaging the figures. You know, doesn't mean I'm going to agree with them, and that's okay too. I mean, I think one of the best things you do as a handicapper is disagreements, because disagreements allow for different opinions. And, you know, you and I talking about a race, we'll often agree, but we'll often disagree. I value your opinion. Our friend Nick Tamaro, I talked about the races. We'll look at things similarly sometimes, but also differently sometimes. And if you respect somebody, you want to hear what they have to say. You might ultimately disagree with them, but you also may learn something as well. And, you know, there's nothing better than a good discussion among strong handicappers about a race to learn, because history will repeat itself.
And I think what the point you brought up about comparing multiple figures and looking for discrepancies, sometimes I think you can find more that way versus anything else when you kind of will go back and look at it with a little bit of a different eye. I like looking at the Ragusan figures as well, because I think you can really get a glimpse into what direction a horse is trending. And that, I think, is a very useful tool sometimes as well. There's a lot of information out there. I think the important thing is to decide which one suits the way that you handicap.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, even when you're wrong, and you talk to somebody that may be wrong, somebody you respect, they're going to help teach you things that help you going forward.
All about the conversation. And the good thing is it only takes a couple minutes before you find out who's right. 8-5 on the favorite right now, if anyone, in this sixth race. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
We'll take a look at Tweaked in here, who does have actually a fairly decent resume when you're looking at a field mostly of turf horses with regards to the dirt. And she is one that in the past, she has gotten incredibly wound up prior to her starts. And today, this was by far the most settled that she's been. And I think it has come with removing the blinkers by Ray Handel. And she was one that prior to Ray claiming her wore an extension blinker covering that right eye, outside eye. He cut her back to a cheater, and now he's taken them off. And I think it's actually helped settle her quite a bit. And two, this is one of the better times I've seen her wait. One that, because she's such a nervous type, really doesn't carry her conditioning that well. So I do think she's a bit intriguing in here, as Andy likes her for other reasons as well.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Race 6 loading in, 8-5 right now on the number 12, Magdalena to the outside. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for Fontana Freda, Chloe Rose, and Alarm Clock. They're in the gate. And they're off. Magdalena away well. Now moving up is Runaway Rocket along with Glitter Up. And on the far outside, it is Alarm Clock. Glitter Up, Alarm Clock, joined on the inside by Train to Artemis. So it's three of them across the track for the lead. with Madrilena sitting off of them in 4th. Chloe Rose is alongside in 5th. Runaway Rockette is now back in 6th. Then comes Tweaked in 7th. Gallina Rush is down at the rail. Miss Taparato's alongside. Fontana Freda is the trailer in 10th. Alarm Clock is the long shot leader here through a quarter in 22 and 2. Train to Artemis down at the rail and Glitter Up on the outside. Then comes Chloe Rose, who is racing in 4th. Runaway Rockette down at the rail. On the outside is Tweaked. And then Miss Taparato, the half in 45 and 4. It is still Alarm Clock who has the lead. Glitter Up driving up on the outside. Then Runaway Rockette towards the rail, along with Train to Artemis. Alarm Clock is trying to pull off a huge upset here. Alarm Clock. The time was right today. Alarm Clock is 45-1.
A great call by Johnny I. The time was right indeed. Heeman Harkey put Alarm Clock on the front end. That in itself was a surprise. And then even more of a surprise, she just kept going.
Some might
She
look and
just
say,
kept
how
ticking,
did an MTO pay $90 in a race? She's an underlay at 45-1 in this race. She doesn't have a single race that's remotely competitive here. She was claimed from a trainer who's winning at 24% by a trainer who was 0 for 12 for the year going into it, was previously 1 for 12 off the claim, and the last 5 years is 4 for 162. I give Heeman Harkey respect. He went the lead in here. The pace wasn't as strong as it should have been, but this is an absolutely impossible horse to come up with.
It's even funnier, like the pace was meant to be fast in a 45-1 shot wired. Look, we've got 4 more races left, and if I was a gambling man, I would say we'll be looking at a pick 6 carryover tomorrow, but let's see what happens for the next 4 races, but trending in that direction.
It just reminds me of when we used to be able to see each race, how many tickets were live back in the old day, old tote system, and there was once an $84,000 bet into the pick 6 that day, and a horse won the first leg for Gary Siaka at 70-1. There was $14 on that horse for pick 6. The horse was 7,000-1 in the pick 6. True story.
Wow.
First leg. There were
That's
7
incredible.
live tickets left.
I don't know if it's quite that level with this one, but I would imagine this horse knocked a lot of people out. Hope you come back for the pick 5, and if you do, best of luck. As that means it's time for us to say farewell. We're going to leave the late pick 5 up to Greg Wolf and Richie Migliori. But guys, it was a lot of fun sharing this
Great
out
time.
with you today.
Enjoyed it. Yep.
Glad
Good to have you back and good to see you.
Absolutely. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races, as there's a lot more live racing still to come from Aqueduct and from Churchill Downs, as well as we'll kick off the Derby City 6 beneath the Twin Spires after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance to ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He passes on durability, strength, consistency, great turn of foot, soundness, the ability to go 2 turns, to get better with time and age. Really all the things you look for in a racehorse.
And it's all Curlin in the race of the year for Horse of the Year. It's Curlin in an absolutely stylish performance.
Two-time Horse of the Year Curlin had another banner season in 2021. He was the leading sire of Grade 1 wins with 5 and Grade 1 stakes horses with 9.
Curlin is truly a classic sire. He's a horse that gives you a chance to win every important race. So I believe that, all the Triple Crown events, all the classic races, Curlin is certainly a horse that produces offspring of the highest level. He carefully manages his book, breeds 140 mares in capacity. He breeds many of the finest mares in America, some of the finest mares in the world. He's followed through every year with multiple Grade 1 winners and really good horses.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
I think as good as he's been, the next 3, 4, 5 years will be his best yet.
Welcome to continuing live coverage from Aqueduct in Churchill Downs here on America's Day at the Races. It's presented in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, taking over on the desk. We're going to take you the rest of the way here from these two racetracks as the action starts to heat up.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful day here in the metropolitan area. A little chilly, but it is November 17th, and happy birthday to my son Philip, by the way. November 17th.
Oh, happy birthday in the Mig family. You got a cake waiting for you at home?
No, he's not going to be home. But I called. I'm the first one to text him this morning because I got up at 5 and that was the first thing I did.
Good dad. Good dad. So get into 5th at Churchill Downs coming up under the Twin Spires. We'll be checking in with Paula Duca for more this afternoon in just a little bit. 7/8 of a mile. Condition 30 claiming race here to kick off the Derby City 6. And here's Lightning Struck. Steve Asmussen, son Keith will ride, and a horse dropping from 40 down to condition 30.
Yeah, it drops down a little bit, gets the inside. Looks like the inside's been pretty good at Churchill Downs all day. At least you want to be forward, and I always get a kick out of seeing Keith Asmussen ride. Just a really good kid.
Attaboy Anthony has shown some speed, goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, has shown speed and should be forward here.
Iberville, love this angle. Going longer, was forward, close to a pace, now cuts back to 7/8.
Yeah, that long race really intensifies their ability to stay the whole way going 7/8. A race that is usually a pretty demanding kind of race. They sprint the whole way.
Gormley's got game. This horse some really big efforts, including 2 back at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, for 20, he moved up to 50. I think drops down to a much more appropriate level, getting a nice warm-up under Raylu Gutierrez.
Caminero, 4-1, comes off a win. It was in the slop at Churchill against non-winners at 2.
Yeah, and we're going to see how this Gulfstream Park form carries over to Churchill Downs.
And here's a look at the 8 Camp David. Blinkers on. 5-2. It's strong connections. Mike Maker, Luis Saez, 3 Diamonds Farm. I thought had to move up quite a bit, though, to contend here.
Yeah, I thought so, too. I think maybe people see some stake races on the form there and feel like this is a big drop in class.
4 minutes away from the start of this Derby City 6. Let's go back to Paula Duca.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Mig. And yeah, race number 5 closes out your pick 5. 10 race card here today. So the pick 5, late pick 5 will start in race number 6. So this will start your Derby City 6 20-cent variety in a wide open group. It really is. I mean, I will give the advantage to the 4 Iberville in here. I do like the last race. Now, the worry that you have with Iberville, the one race that this horse did not hit the board on the dirt was 5.5 furlongs in an off-the-turf event at Fairgrounds. The rest of the races that this horse has ran, Iberville, he's been kind of towards the front on the dirt, so he has not gotten that kickback. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get to the front. Will he be able to handle that kickback? If he does, I think he's going to be very, very tough in here to hold off. It just depends where he positions, I think, at the beginning of this race. Now, Camp David to the outside, the 8, you know, you look at some of those races, and you see Cyberknife, you see some other ones, but Gormley's Got Game beat this horse first time out. 5 was warming up giant on the racetrack for Grant Forster. I don't know if that's going to translate towards the race. I wasn't in love with this horse, but that race 2 back is not bad here at Churchill Downs. But to get back to Camp David, I thought the warm-up was good there. You know, dropping from Mike Maker. 2-1 last time out of Keeneland going long. Now the cutback and the blinkers go on. So, you know, when I looked at this race originally, I had this race where the 4 I thought was a standout in here. And then I look on the racetrack, and I thought the 5 and the 8 looked tremendous. And the 8 looks very dangerous in here. I'm going to stick with the 4 slightly in here. But I have a feeling the 8's going to run a big race in here, Greg. Just the way he looked and the way he was just getting ready for this race. He looked composed.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, the horse did make a nice appearance, warming up, no question. Camp David, 5-2. We saw him in the Matt win against Cyberknife back in June. He was really a non-factor in that race. He had won at Indiana before that. I just thought that the races he has run on dirt, he needed to step forward quite a bit. He absolutely could, but we'll see if he does it.
You know who gets my post-parade check mark? The 7, Caminero. Watching him warm up under Florent Giroux, he framed up so beautifully, bowed his head, really got up underneath him. I think he's been chasing some sharp-paced races at Gulfstream, and I think from the outside, he's going to get a right kind of trip. You're going to be forward. He won me over in the post-parade.
Well, 8-5 favorite, Iberville. We're going to show you him in action in his most recent start. It was at Churchill. It was at a mile and 16th. As we told you earlier, he was close throughout, sitting just off the leader at better than 6-1 odds. He would wind up third, beat just a half length, and now that cut back to 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, and he was claimed last time by Michael Tomlinson. And usually when they claim a horse, they have an idea about something. Maybe he always felt like, I think this horse would be able to finish out the deal going a bit shorter. Now, he did claim off of Tom Amos, who's a tough guy to improve off of, but sometimes just a change in scenery moves a horse up.
Going to be plenty fit, and you would think be able to handle that 7/8 no problem. Third off a short layoff as well. And Public has made him the 8-5 choice. He's really split half his starts on turf, half on dirt. He's won one on each surface. And it's this horse here for Steve Asmussen, one of only 2 who are double-digit odds on the board.
Yeah, and this horse is legit. I mean, he had a little bit of a freshening. He ran going 7/8 off the bench, ran okay. It seemed like he probably got a little bit tired, drops a little bit more in class. He's got to work out a trip from the inside, but I think 10-1 is too big a price for him.
That was an open 40 race last start where he showed some brief early speed, and you would think he's going to try and be firing out of there again, especially from that inside post.
You got to get your position going forward from the inside. And listen, Steve Asmussen, the whole Asmussen family, they understand racing. I'm sure him and his son Keith talked about this, and I'm sure he's going to try to get some position.
We're set. Derby City 6 starts here. Let's go to Travis Stone.
There in the gate. And they're off. Caminero and Camp David from the round side post. Gormley's Got Game is there. Attaboy Anthony is sent on for speed down toward the inside. 4 of them mixing it up as a crossover. Camp David short lead. Gormley's Got Game keeping pace. Caminero backs out and down inside. Attaboy Anthony moves up. Here's Attaboy Anthony quickly on through to engage the top 2. So now 3 across the track. Attaboy Anthony, Camp David, Gormley's Got Game is now pulled out of there. Back into third, Caminero settles into fourth. 2 lengths back, Lightning Struck down inside fifth. Iberville's at the back in sixth. The opening quarter in a manageable 23 seconds flat. Attaboy Anthony hits the fire turn with Camp David right there. And here's Caminero now, once again, right up and on the pace, and the three of them round the fire turn together. Gormley's Got Game sent up outside, up into third. Attaboy Anthony is tailing off into fourth. 5 lengths back to Iberville and Lightning Struck, quarter pole. Camp David comes off the turn, short lead. Caminero's right there. They bump off the turn with Gormley's Got Game trying to run them down from third. Iberville dives to the rail fourth. 1 furlong to go. Camp David opens up by 2. Iberville's finishing fast. Gormley's Got Game third. Here comes the wire. Camp David. Iberville's flying up the rail. Camp David holds on desperately. Iberville second. Gormley's Got Game third. Caminero or Lightning Struck.
Camp David holding off that surging Iberville up the rail. Luis Saez, Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm.
Being aggressive paid off for Luis Saez and Camp David. The 7 Caminero kind of took back out of there down the backstretch. And just to give you a living proof of how good the inside is, and I think it's a little bit like that that moving sidewalk effect at Churchill. Look at Iberville rallying up the inside, nearly got there, but speed and inside position has been critical at Churchill Downs again, and I've seen it all day consistently. It looked like at one point Caminero was going to overtake Camp David. The 5 Gormley's Got Game was going to overtake Camp David, but he just kept finding inside of them and with speed.
Camp David ran to his looks. We'll have those prices coming up, I believe. Went off second choice in that race. As we get back to New York here, 2-1 we're told on Camp David. Maggie Wolfendale with more on the 7th to start off this pick 3.
We'll take a look at a horse who is coming back off of the short rest to kick things off here with number 6. That's Ice Cold Gold. Now she will be turning back in distance, and the bulk of her career has been spent going longer. The only time we saw her actually sprinting was back here, or I should say, Belmont at the Big A on October 20th. It wasn't a very good effort, to be fair, but she was a big price in there against Tougher, and 2, she was coming off a bit of a layoff. Now, if I didn't have those PPs looking at me, I would think, yeah, she definitely looks as though she can turn back. She's a little bit more short and compact, nicely developed hindquarters to her. But when you watch her walk, she kind of has that big, overstriding, lumbering walk, which doesn't really lend itself well to sprints because you need a horse that kind of can rapidly get themselves into stride. And I'm just not sure that she can do that. But considering the short turnaround to the races, Greg, she looks fantastic. She's carrying her weight well. She's checking every box for horses that come back on short rest, and her energy is very forward. So, she's one I definitely want to give a look at here because she just looks as though she's doing well relative to the rest of her competition.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Right now, 3rd choice on the board. Ice Cold Gold for David Jacobson. Eric Cancel will ride. And as Maggie mentioned, that quick return back in just 7 days.
Yeah, but, it's an individual thing in a day and age when we don't run horses back fast. Some horses respond well to it.
This, no question, horse to be. This is Free Chickens, even money in here. Linda Rice off the claim. She has Jose Lescano aboard. Comes off a win. Maiden claiming win at 6 furlongs as the favorite back on October 13th.
Yeah, and was decidedly best here. Kind of, loomed up and just kept finding and kicked on. Now, it's an appropriate level. She won from maiden 20 and she's in for 16. Usually, horses that break their maiden have to run for less money when they try winners, but well posted again outside with Jose Lescano here for the first time for Linda Rice off the claim.
So we'll see if she can win right back off that maiden claiming victory. October 13th, short price here to try and do it here in the 7th. Back to Churchill Downs, and it was Camp David. Luis Saez, Mike Maker, blinkers going on, and wins as the second choice at 2-1.
Yeah, when a horse can show that kind of speed coming out of longer races, turning back to the 7/8, it's always a big advantage because from a stamina standpoint, they have a big edge. And the horse that was second was making the same move, dropping from 2 turns, mile and a 16th, to the 7 furlongs, and your 2 favorites run 1-2 in inverted order. Camp David, $6.92.
Early pick 5, not bad, over $4,700, by the way. Get into the late pick 5 coming up. I need my sister to tell me exactly what we're looking at here.
It's really cool. I mean, that's a hawk. I don't know what kind of hawk, but it's a hawk. You know what? He's a reincarnated racing fan.
Could be a former champion of the past if he's reincarnated. Who knows? This is his ground. He's looking over his territory. 7th here in New York. So here's the 6. And this is one Maggie had been talking about here. Again, quick return for Ice Cold Gold. Can Sell Will Ride. We're going to take a look at that 2nd place finish. Of course, was on the lead throughout. Winds up 2nd, beat by Keen Dancer as a favorite.
Yeah, and ran really well. I mean, Keen Dancer has run a lot this year and came with a run. And the track has been demanding. 47-2 for these level horses is not slow. The turn back is probably appreciated by her. And the fact that Maggie says she's holding her weight and she looks good coming off a 1-week turnaround. You know, training horses isn't a cookie cutter thing. Everybody's gotten so used to racing horses less frequently, but some horses actually respond positively to it. So, in a day and age, maybe this is a horse that just will appreciate this 3-year-old filly making her 9th start of the year.
So 4 minutes post, got a post parade here coming up momentarily. That's a short price to take on a filly who just ran a 57 buyer for 20 maiden claiming. There's a couple other interesting ways in here, like this one, the 1, which means Moam.
Moam, mother of all mothers. Michael Ferdman, Barry Schwartz's son-in-law, calls Cheryl Schwartz mother of all mothers. I think that's really beautiful, Moam.
And let me get a picture of this, and I'll have my sister clarify.
There's a lot of them over at Belmont, too.
Saratoga, too. We had a falcon overseeing that would perch up on just above the announcer's booth.
It's really cool. Saw a bald eagle by me the other day.
Really?
Huge one.
Here comes our post break. So here's Moam. This horse won first time out, state-bred maiden special at Saratoga last year.
Yeah, so horse has ability, adds blinkers, drops in class, going to have to use some speed from the inside.
Infringement, 14-1, Amin Castillo.
Yeah, this horse is also dropping in class, getting back to the dirt, would have to find one of the better races.
Ice Cold Gold, that quick return.
4-1, I think is a generous price. And this horse makes a lot of sense coming back to the same level, turning back.
23-1, Idaka.
Yeah, turf races are better than the dirt races. We really have to improve.
Rosemary Potatoes for Marcelo Arenas.
I love Rosemary Potatoes. I think this Rosemary Potatoes would prefer turf.
Yeah, my delicious Jose Gomez, 7-1.
Should have some speed, should be forwardly placed.
Even money. Free Chicken sat a stalking trip to get that maiden win.
Yeah, projects to get a very similar trip. But don't feel like this horse should be even money. I mean, off of that win, beating an easier group. But there's a theme here. We've got Rosemary Potatoes, My Delicious, and Free Chickens. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Yeah, you could whip up something nice for us with those ingredients, couldn't you? $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Churchill Downs and Aqueduct today. And you'll get that $15 bonus in your account whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in. Don't forget to do that. Go to nairabets.com, opt in, and get that bonus in your account. So 4-5 now on Free Chickens, but Moam from the rail. Blinkers go on. Put a line through that last race. They tried turf, going long, off a layoff. Just forget that race. And considering the last time this filly was on dirt, this is a big drop down. Was in a couple of stakes races after winning first time out.
Yeah, listen, she showed that she has ability the way she won first time out after breaking a bit slowly. And, all right, so things didn't pan out, but she had time off. She came back with a turf race, like you said, maybe just dirties up her form a bit and put a line to that. And with the drop in class, she makes a lot of sense.
Let's head back down to Maggie.
She does. On the surface of things, Moam is a logical contender in here, just purely on the drop in class. But for me, she won that first race, and then she just never went on. I mean, obviously there might have been a little issue after the debut race because we didn't then see her back until early in her three-year-old year, of this year, I should say. But she's just never filled out. She's never gotten any stronger. And I just feel like this is a little bit of a desperation move for the drop and the blinkers going on. Just a shortcut cheater blinker on her today. And I'm not totally in love with I know she won sprinting, but I'm not totally in love with her going shorter. She just isn't one who's necessarily built for it either. I don't know. I like Free Chickens in here. I think she's logical, guys, and she looks good, and she could win here very easily. It does feel as though when Linda shows a bit more confidence in her horses is when you see better results. So I'm going to take the horse that I liked best in the paddock, and that's number 6 in here off the short turnaround, Ice Cold Gold.
All right, cut back in distance for the 6, the quick return. And there again is the 6, and Mig, you're going to go with this one as well. It's really just 3 on the board who are taking any kind of play, the 1, the 6, and the even money favorite outside.
Yeah, I just think that even money is too short on Free Chickens. Not that she can't win. I think Ice Cold Gold makes a lot of sense off the last race. I like the turn back in distance for her, and the fact that Maggie says she looks good turning back quickly. Like the race didn't hurt her, didn't tear her down. If anything, maybe she's going to respond positively to it.
I just like the fact, too, this horse showed ability early on out on the West Coast. Debuted in actually straight maiden races when she started out with Saffie Joseph Jr. at Gulfstream. So 7-2 Ice Cold Gold. Post time coming up. Another look at the favorite in here. Pace-wise in this group, it looks like stalking type, but she actually, is there a chance she's forward?
I think My Delicious is the main speed. That's what it appears to be to me. Idaka has shown speed on turf. Is that going to translate here? I think Free Chickens is going to get a very similar trip to the trip she got last time. Just didn't think she was that impressive last time that you'd go, wow, she's a layup here.
I'm with you. Still deserved probably to be the one to beat, but at 4-5, got to make that determination in here. Lescano, Linda Rice, potent team, and they'll team up together with the odds-on favorite as we take a look at Moam. Manny Franco adjusting those goggles. Horatio DePaz trains. They came back, they tried turf with this filly, who off her debut win back as a 2-year-old. They put her in back-to-back stakes races at Aqueduct. Didn't pan out. She got some time off. Certainly against the likes of this type of field, if she can run to that debut, that's back as a 2-year-old, that would win this race.
It would, and I think that, this, to be honest, this field is a little lean. The fact that a horse that broke her maiden for $20,000 in her 5th start is that short a price, I think speaks to how lean this race is.
She will load last. She showed some ability, too, against better. In fact, against straight maidens, Free Chickens, part of the reason why she's probably taking all this money. And that drop down equaled a W last time out. We're set for the 7th. There's the odds-on favorite. Loading up. Let's go upstairs to John and Brielle.
They're all in. And they're off. Rosemary Potatoes is out for the early lead with a Docker racing in second. Free Chickens on the outside in third. Down at the rail is Moam. Next in fourth. Ice Cold Gold runs in fifth, followed by My Delicious. It's 3.5 lengths back to Infringement, who trails the field in seventh. Adaka leads here by almost 2 lengths. And then a bunch right behind her. Ice Cold Gold is there, along with Free Chickens. Moam down at the rail. Rosemary Potatoes is now retreating in fifth, followed by My Delicious, and farther back is Infringement. It is still Adaka who leads after a quarter in 23 seconds. They're coming for the head of the stretch. Free Chickens on the outside. Ice Cold Gold in between horses. Moam down towards the rail. They head for home now with Dhaka still the leader. Moam looking to come through down at the rail. Then Ice Cold Gold, Free Chickens being asked for more, and in My Delicious is now kicking in on the outside. Here comes My Delicious up to challenge at Dhaka. Moam is down towards the rail. Free Chickens is in fourth. Dhaka still leads here. It's Dhaka in front coming on to the finish. It's Dhaka, and we've got another long shot winner here. Dhaka is 34-1.
Doc, I don't know how you make the case for this horse. Jalon Samuel for Eddie Barker, the dirt form. There just was not any.
There was not, but speed is a good commodity to have, particularly in lower level races. Well, horses tend to get a bit discouraged more easily. Idaka took no prisoners. Jalon Samuel went right to the lead, and she just kept finding. Moam ran well, fighting it down on the inside. I do think she got the nod for the place. And again, I go back to it, though. The 10 Free Chickens, to me, was the horse that just was way too big, a shorter price, coming off just that maiden win. But we've had some big long shots today, and some horses tough to come up with.
Looks like 7-1-9, close for second, but I believe the one did get it. Tell you how tough it's been today. We already guaranteed to have a pick 6 carryover. We may have a pick 5 carry. This pick 3, 11,776 for $1. The pick 3.
Wow. Wow. Moam was pretty game down on the inside. She kept fighting.
7-1, 9-10, 34-1 shot after we had a 45-1 shot. Went back in race 6. What an afternoon of upsets it has been the last couple of races. We will have the prices for you when we return. Idaka, really tough one to come up with here in the 7th. We'll be back with prices next.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on our FS2 coverage, presented by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Idaka, the upsets continue to roll in on this Thursday card here in South Ozone Park. 11-1, 45-1, and now 34-1 to start off this late pick 5.
chaos ensues at the Big A, but Idaka, speed. Shows you speed is always dangerous. A lot of these horses to run, and actually, there was a change of rider there. So that was Luis Rodriguez Castro aboard Idaka.
Made the right move. Be aggressive with this horse. We rarely see carryovers in the pick 5. We're going to see several options, maybe all of them, with a chance to carry till tomorrow.
Incredible, really. But you know, you made a point to me off camera, the 15 Alarm Clock that won the race 6 at 93.50. Actually, you could come up with that horse easier than you could Idaka.
No question. Horse should not have been anywhere close to that price. Idaka maybe should have been a lot higher, 34-1.
Yeah.
I could not find that one. The 8th race, 6 furlongs coming up in this next race here. New York bred allowance optional claiming field, and right now it's 5-2. Wow, outside the 8, Advanced Strategy taking a lot of money. Sheriff Bianco, it was a huge effort race taken off the grass last start.
Yeah, and listen, ran a big race last time, but that was also in the slop against predominantly turf runners. If he runs anywhere close to that race back, obviously he's going to be very tough, huge figure, but never saw that race from this horse before.
Yeah. Anomaly, or is the horse going to be able to back it up? We will find out shortly. Sheriff Bianco, probably going to be your post-time favorite. We'll have a post-break when we come back. We'll get into Churchill as well, their late pick 5. Coming up, 6 furlongs, $32,000 claiming race. Dad and son teaming up again. Steve Asmussen's son, Keith. Horse who just won at this level 2 starts back. Shadow Matter. Coming up from Churchill next.
At Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We're getting set for the beginning of the late pick 5 wager under the Twin Spires in Louisville. It's going to begin with a 6 furlong sprint, $32,000 claiming race. And we're going to kick things off in our post parade in just a moment here with Ash Flat, who 2 starts back. Huge effort at Horseshoe Indy. And then did not show up for $50,000 at Churchill Downs last out.
Yeah, when he was claimed by Chris Hartman. Now, off that $50,000 claim, drops to $32,000. That's not exactly a vote of confidence, is it?
Hooper drives the boat. Big price, 20-1, has some speed.
Yeah, just would have to go back to one of his better races to be a contender here.
Father-son combo here with the Asmussens. Shadow Matter, who just won at this condition, 2 starts back.
Yeah, now Steve claimed this horse for 40, drops it for 32. He's the owner, puts his son aboard. Intriguing.
Coming out of a really tough 40 claiming race as well. Powell seems like an outsider, 33-1.
Yeah, it's been well beaten at Mountaineer, and the 10-pound apprentice comes along for the ride.
Spankhurst at 5-1. This horse comes in off a victory. That was at Keeneland from way off the pace.
Way off the pace under hard riding Ricardo Santana Jr.
Seems a little hard to handle right now.
Yeah, he wants to throw his head around a bit.
Tango Charlie, Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales.
Yeah, it takes another drop in class, was claimed for 50. Definitely a player here, huge player.
And Gray attempt, contender as well from the outside. Beat by Spankhurst last time out at Keeneland.
And was claimed for 20, moves up to the $32,000 level. The way we've seen Churchill play, though, it's going to be interesting to see what Corey Lannery does from that outside post. We know Corey's a guy that loves to ride the inside. I think you want to be inside at Churchill.
Yeah, not a horse who seemingly has speed to get position early on. So 4-1 right now. As we're a minute to post here in this 6 as we look at Shadow Matter, Team Asmussen. And 2 starts back. Again, it was the same level as today, $32,000 claiming race. It's at 6.5 furlongs. But Shadow Matter got up to win. This was under Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, and you're going to see he's going to tip out from behind horses. Got that run when he needed it, but got to save ground early on, and just kind of kept coming with this relentless drive. This is one of the things that makes Tyler Gaffleone so good at Churchill Downs, him understanding the nature of the track, working out that inside-out trip, finding that seam when he needed it, and you see how strong he finishes here.
Where was this race to start before? Oh, he had to go against the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner.
Yeah, he hooked to Elite Power, just maybe a little bit of a different group that he was facing up in Saratoga. And listen, he won for 32. He's back in for 32. Now, he did step up in company last time when he was claimed by Steve Asmussen. And all due respect to any previous connections, he's going into a Hall of Fame trainer's barn who claimed him for himself.
Can be a good sign. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, a confusing race in here because when you look at the favorite in here, Ashflat, you can poke some holes into his running lines. Now, Chris Hartman, a very, very good trainer, especially off the claim, 24%. Now, when you look at this horse's PPs, claimed off Tom Amis for 50,000, go all the way down. This horse was in for 20,000 non-winners of 2 in the Gennaro Garcia barn. Now, Michael Ewing took this horse, and I thought she did a great job. If you look at some of the races that she picked out, this horse won at Mountaineer. This horse won at Belterra. She sort of chose her spots in here. And then last time, 2 starts ago, won at Indiana Grand, and that was a nice win. Then last time, sort of got cooked in a speed duel. So I'm wondering if the one is better behind horses. There's not a lot of speed in this race. That brings me to the 2, Hooper Drives a Boat. I think could be a dangerous horse in here at a giant price. A horse that, when getting to the front end, could be a horse that can maybe cause a little bit of problems. There's just really not much other speed in here. You look at some of the other horses in here. I go to Spankhurst, and the reason why, there's 2 things in here. You got Ashflat in here that does not like Churchill, who hasn't run well here. Either is Spankhurst. He's going to have to get over that. Shadow Matter, the 3, beat him here 2 back. He was 4 wide most of the way. His last 2 starts, he has not gotten out of the gate. 2 starts back, Julian Leperoux sort of rushed him into the race. I thought last time Ricardo Santana let him settle, and he made a giant run. Maybe that's going to be the recipe for today. Tango Charlie, the 6, is the toughest read because he's got the class in this field, and if he runs back to any of his efforts, he's probably the horse to beat in here. And great attempt. You guys make a good point. I just thought that Spankhurst ran a little bit better race. So I do think Ashflat is the one to beat in here. Just because it's Chris Hartman, maybe the connections. I'm just leery of the competition. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here. I do think there's some horses in here that can run. I'm going to give a shot to the 2, Hooper Drives a Boat, and hopefully Edgar Morales can maybe lay right off the pace or maybe get to the front end and Mitchell Morel thinking, oh, you know what, I can lay off this horse, and the 2 keeps on going.
We'll see how it plays out. Ash Flat is quick from that inside post, even though he did win when he didn't get the lead 2 back. We're going to show you that Spankhurst Gray attempt race, and Spankhurst did run really good in here. This horse had to go 6 wide and just gets up, makes his big wide move to win.
Yeah, and usually not an easy thing to do, particularly at Keeneland, but he comes with the last and the widest run after saving ground off the corner, though. I think that's always important, right? You come into the stretch in behind horses, don't tip out too soon. And you're going to see how he sifts out to the clear here now with the purple colors. Once he got out of that kickback, he really leveled off. Not a whole lot of excuses there for Gray attempt. He had a decent enough trip. He just got run down by Spankhurst. The only thing is I have a hard time seeing Spankhurst pull this off on this track today at Churchill Downs.
But as you said, you don't see that winning move at Keeneland all that often either.
That's very true.
Francisco Arrieta will be aboard. Spankhurst the 5. The rematch with him and Gray attempt coming up, but Ash Flat from the rail, the 1 is quick. Let's go to Travis Stone for the start of the late pick 5.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Tango Charlie breaks alertly, and Ash Flat for that inside post, and a Gray attempt from the outside post. Those two go 1-2. Ash Flat comes off the rail. Big opening down inside for Hooper Drives the Boat. And Edgar sends him up on through to challenge Ash Flat for the lead. So it is a short lead for Ash Flat, and a pressing Hooper Drives the Boat down the backstretch run. 3 lengths back, Spankhurst. In between, Wild third, Shadow Matter fourth toward the rail. Gray attempt 3 wide fifth, 4 wide for Tango Charlie. And 5 lengths back to Powell the trailer. They ripped that quarter 21-2. Ash Flat was pressed all the way by Hooper Drives the Boat. He's backpedaling. Spankhurst has come on to grab second now. Tango Charlie's on the outside. Shadow Matters right there. Gray attempt within range. And Powell comes wide for the stretch drive. Off the turn, Ash Flat, tenuous lead. Spankhurst comes on. So too Tango Charlie. Down inside, Shadow Matter. And down the center, Gray attempt, 1 furlong to go. Ash Flat is still there. Tango Charlie runs up into second. Spankhurst back into third. Ash Flat is desperate. Here is Tango Charlie. Ash Flat holds on somehow. Tango Charlie, a hard charging second. Then it was either Spankhurst, Gray attempt, or Shadow Matter.
Well, Ash Flat, he was quick. He got the lead. Hooper Drives the Boat, caused him some problems and pressured him early. He dropped out of it, and Ash Flat had enough to hang on.
Ash Flat broke okay from the inside, hustled up by Mitchell Morrow, stayed off the fence, and Hooper Drives the Boat, who did not break well, rushed up the inside. And I thought that was going to cost Ash Flat because he kept him engaged, kept the pace hot, where if he had kept the inside position, he would have gotten a nice breather, and it looked like he was ripe to be picked off late, but he held off Tango Charlie. And I think this, again, shows you want to have speed at Churchill Downs.
And being inside is usually good as well.
He hung in there well. He was game. 3-horse Shadow Matter looked like he was going to make a run down the inside. He kind of flattened out, but give a lot of credit. Ash Flat went very fast fractions and just hung in all the way.
Took that pressure from the 2, repelled that challenge, and then holds off Tango Charlie for Mike Maker late. So it took a couple of shots and able to get that win. As we're back here in New York, 8th coming up. It's been a fun horse to watch, who we've seen quite a bit on this program here. This is Foolish Ghost, New York bred, who's won over $500,000, trying to turn his form around. He really struggled last start. That was a tough group, though.
It was, big engine. You talk about elite power. He came out of that race with elite power in Saratoga as well, and was beaten only 6 lengths after tending the pace. He does his best work when he's able to make the lead. And honestly, in this group, I think he's going to make the lead in here. Quick Return has speed, but not his kind of speed. Unique Unions is drawn outside of him, maybe not quite as quick. I think he makes the lead here, and that's when he does his best running.
Morrissey winner from last summer at Saratoga. Here is one of the more intriguing horses in the race because he just ran out of his skin last time out. He'd been exclusively, really, a turf horse. Race came off the turf, sloppy racetrack. He loved the slop. 91 buyer in the victory here, winning by more than 11 lengths.
And it just looked to me like a horse that relished the going. He was running over the top of the ground. Now, he had one dirt start going 4.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs, first time out on debut, and ran well. Had speed that day, finished second. Spent the rest of his career on turf until the last start, and it was a rained-off event. I'm just not convinced that that race tells the whole story. I just think he really loved the going. He looked like he was skipping over the top of the ground.
And sometimes, too, it's a case of the others behind you didn't love it. But look, he earned a huge figure doing it. Right now, he's co-favored at 3-1, slight second choice as we look at advanced strategy. And Arad Ortiz Jr., he will be aboard here. This horse who's been going exclusively longer on the grass the last 6 starts, in fact.
Yeah, and it's a horse, though, that did break his maiden, he won on the dirt here at Akron. It wasn't a maiden race. It was an A other than when he was under the care of Jimmy Jerkins, and he was very game. This is back January of 2021, where he just kind of kept grinding, kept fighting. How's that going to translate to 6 furlongs here? And particularly with a wide draw. You see what I'm talking about? That grinding. He wasn't letting go. He just stayed on, stayed on, stayed on. Going to catch a lot more pace here.
And look, he went to the bench, too, after that race for almost a year. We have no idea if he's come back anything close to the same horse, although he did get a big number on the turf. But he's been exclusively on the grass ever since he came back. Here's Quick Return, and that was a good effort last time out. Won by 2 lengths. It was for 20 claiming, though.
And he's offered a quick return for several connections now. Claimed for 12.5 when he won, 16 when he won, and 20 when he won.
Big price on him, though, if you like him. Nueva York, 17-1.
Yeah, coming from down from Finger Lakes is going to have to improve here.
Here's Foolish Ghost, over 500 grand in earnings. Linda Rice just claimed it.
Yeah, and a horse that does his best work on the lead, and I think he can make the front here.
Unique Unions, 2 back. He was a winner, not far off the pace. And here's the 5, Bronx Bomber.
The Bronx Bomber is a horse that I've always thought does his best work when he makes the lead. I just don't, they haven't been aggressive with him.
Brew Pub, 16-1.
Another one that's just going to have to come back to a race that I just haven't seen recently.
So here's Sheriff Bianco. That win in the slop was a big effort. Now he's going to try and back it up.
Well, it was a huge effort, and you can't discount that. I just wonder how much the conditions played into that.
And Arad Ortiz Jr. on advanced strategy for Phil Antonacci.
I'm sorry. I just have a hard time seeing this horse sprint here with these horses. Even he's shown he can handle the dirt. But that was going a mile, and you could just see his grinding kind of way of going. I just don't, usually that doesn't translate to a sprint to me.
Win 2/3 in his 3 dirt starts, so he's never been off the board on the dirt, but he's never sprinted as well. He's never gone this short, a mile or beyond for all 3 of those tries. You can play this race, all the action, by punching in that promo code for new members, match200 at NYRABets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Linda Rice certainly has a powerful punch in here as she has a speedy Foolish Ghost first off the claim, as well as Sheriff Bianco in here. But I agree with Mig that Sheriff Bianco was one that you wanted last time over the sloppy track because, as I often say, those tight sealed tracks mimic turf courses more so, and now he's going to have to deal with an open type of surface today. And Foolish Ghost, he could likely win here. I have nothing against him. But let's take a look at some others as we'll begin, though, on the rail with number 1, Quick Return, as this condition has proven a little bit difficult for this horse in the past. But you can't scoff or knock a horse who's gone 6 for 18 in his career. This guy knows how to win, as we do see rider off number 2, I believe, there on the racetrack. Excuse me, that is number 4 in here, Unique Unions, whom I was going to get to next. We'll see. It looks as though it's just a saddle adjustment that we see the rider Jose Gomez off. But getting back to number 1, Quick Return, look, 2 back when he was in this condition, he was 21-1, and now he's 6-1. So he is being cut in half a little bit. He's also wearing front wraps here for the first time in a long time. First off the claim for trainer Bruce Levine. He looks great. I mean, this is a horse that I'm always going to like. He carries his weight well. He just looks the part, but again, one that just has struggled in the past to get through this condition. As we'll move on to number 4, Unique Unions, as we saw Jose Gomez just getting a quick saddle adjustment, I believe, with this one for Rick Schosberg. And Rick's had such a good latter half, or I should say, meet so far, whether it's Belmont at the Big A or this Aqueduct meeting while it's in its infancy so far. But it's reflective in the way that his horses look. I'm going to actually take Unique Unions because I do think he just sits off a Foolish Ghost here, and Foolish Ghost may run away with him, but I'm going to take a better price at 9-2. It looks as though he's thriving a big step up as far as a figure standpoint in that first try against this second level New York bred allowance competition. As number 8, Advanced Strategy, for all the things Mig said and then some. For this horse to be a short price, he's kind of drifting up now, so I don't want to be too harsh as always, but he just doesn't look great for a short price horse. I mean, the 1, 3, 4, and 7 all look a lot better than he does, just even from the overall perspective. And furthermore, I just don't see where he's effective. A, on the dirt, and 2, you get these horses, they've been off for a while, they're older, and they decide they prefer another surface over another. And a lot of times they prefer the turf if they are more competitive over it. So for him, he was the one I wanted to stay away from him.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Going to load up here shortly. 9-5 favorite, Sheriff Bianco. As we take a look, though, at Foolish Ghost. And look, Unique Unions at 4. Finished ahead of this horse last time out.
Yeah, just the way I think the race projects to set up, I think Foolish Ghost is going to make the lead. Now, my biggest drawback with Foolish Ghost is 2 things. He is 7. Horses, like human athletes, they lose a step over time. And he's 1 for 12 at Aqueduct with 4 seconds and a third. It's not exactly a glowing record here at the Big A.
Yeah, and there's some question, does he still want to do this? I mean, he's thrown in some bad ones, though, recently, and he has bounced back, but that was a bad one.
Beating less than 6 lengths to Elite Power. That's kind of what won me over, to be honest.
Yeah, that was 2 back.
Yeah.
Here we go, race 8 from Aqueduct. John Imbriella call.
And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Nueva York, and he trails. Foolish Ghost is out for the early lead with Unique Unions right alongside in second, and then Brew Pub next in third. Far outside is Sheriff Bianco in fourth, followed by Bronx Bomber in fifth. Quick Return is down at the rail and racing in the sixth. And then it's a break of about 5 lengths to Advanced Strategy and another 7 back to Nueva York, who is far behind the field in 8th. And this field is spread out here through a quarter in 22 and 1. Foolish Ghost on the inside, Unique Unions on the outside, and the 2 of them are right together with Sheriff Bianco looming right behind in third. Unique Unions now takes the lead. Foolish Ghost now back running in second as Sheriff Bianco moves up on the outside. Then comes Quick Return and Brew Pub. Here is Sheriff Bianco now to take the lead from Unique Unions. Sheriff Bianco in front. Unique Unions down at the rail in second. Farther back it is Foolish Ghost along with a Quick Return, Advanced Strategy on the outside. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Sheriff Bianco. The favorite wins here at 8-5.
Sheriff Bianco, he is for real. After what he did last time out, sloppy track, does it today over the fast going. We might see this horse in some stakes races in the near future.
Now, this was a big run from him, and I think any thoughts I had that it was just aided by the conditions last time were dispelled here. Couldn't have been more wrong about that. Sheriff Bianco looked the winner every step. There was, a pretty strong pace duel going on between the 3, Foolish Ghost and Unique Unions, and he was just poised to make this run, and he did. Nice run from Unique Unions. Good call by Maggie to hang in there for second after putting away Foolish Ghost, but no doubt about the winner, Sheriff Bianco. Yeah, I'm sure you'll see him in some New York bred stakes before too long.
See him in the Morrissey next summer.
Yeah, he might have a couple other races to go on before then, the way the form he's in right now.
He's sharp right now, 7-4, 8-6. Foolish Ghost, He was quick out of the gate. He got the lead. Unique Unions, though, was all over him early.
Yeah, and it always looked like Unique Unions was going better than him. Kendrick was really letting him bounce along, and he just couldn't shake Unique Unions, who was under a hold by Jose Gomez. He just came up second best after doing all the dirty work, but the winner was always in the right spot and always moving well.
Sheriff Bianco, back-to-back wins. Sometimes things work out for you, and that race last time out, getting washed off the grass, they found something with Sheriff Bianco. This is his surface. We'll be back with prices next.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on FS2. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. You can play all the action we're bringing you by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Preceding this 8th race here in New York, we had a near $11,800 pick 3. Finally, a little form holding and potentially a breakout star here in Sheriff Bianco. Last time out, sloppy racetrack. He was moved from turf to dirt because it was taken off the turf. Back-to-back wins, extremely impressive.
What a good feeling when you're a rider and you're watching this cutthroat duel in front of you and you're sitting third in the clear and you saw Jose Lezcano looking back behind him to see where the competition was because he knew he had the horses in front of him. That is like the perfect scenario for a rider. Set up shop right off of that duel and have 2 handfuls of horse underneath you, and Sheriff Bianco just kicks away the son of Speitster, who is now 2 wins and a second from 3 starts on dirt.
110-1 for the 6 furlongs. $5.20 for the victory. Saw how well clear he was. Another pick 3 that's close to 11,800. Gotta think we're just about everything's going to carry in the pick 5 with 1 leg remaining. We know there's going to be a carry in the pick 6 unless the sharpest of all handicappers in the history of the universe was playing Aqueduct today. Let's take a look. There's a couple. Well, wow, there's several alive to the pick 5. That is surprising. We do have a pick 6 carryover, though. Going to close things out. That is incredible. New York bred, 40 maiden claiming race, 6 furlongs. And the ones that would carry the pick 5, by the way, the 4, 6, 8, and 12. Pick 5 carryover.
Wow. Leota.
All right, we're going to close it out with this one coming up. And right now, what, 5-2 on the 3? This is a horse who's never been on dirt. It's Brad Cox, though, class dropper. Thought some other horses in here. I thought the 9 was going to be very tough in here. Central Love.
Yeah, I thought the 9 made a great deal of sense dropping back to the maiden 40 level. And the last start against Maiden Allowance was a very good race.
Yeah. Drop in class, blinkers on. Dylan Davis will be aboard. We're going to go back to Churchill Downs when we come back. Short timeout. 7th race next to kick off the pick 4 on their sequence. Essentially a maiden special, very expensive maiden claiming race with a $150,000 tag. Global surprise. Moving Barns for Gustavo Delgado. Raylu Gutierrez will be aboard. We'll have more on the 7th when we come back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Which gate's going to win the Derby next year?
That's a good question. I can't pick a winner here at Aqueduct. I can't think that far
Take
ahead.
post 8.
8? You like 8?
I'm locked in. 7th at Churchill Downs. 6 furlongs, $150,000 maiden claiming race for 2-year-olds. We showed you Global Surprise going to break, who has had 3 prior starts. Last time out at Parks in the Mud. Got beat by Mr. Upset Specialist himself, Uriah St. Louis, with an 8-1 shot.
He is an upset specialist, too.
Oof. Some of the biggest upsets we've seen on this New York circuit. As they come out onto the track, Release McCracken from the inside right now is favored for Brett Calhoun. 9-5, was just second in a straight maiden race at Keeneland. Here he is with those white blinkers.
Has improved in each of his 3 starts and has good speed from the inside, and I think that's definitely a valuable asset at Churchill Downs today.
First-time starter next door with an intriguing work on October 16th. Second quickest at 23.
Yeah, good strong work there. First-time starter, not taking a lot of money, though.
Seas of Normandy at 5-1. The start number 3, blinkers on.
First start was okay. Adds the blinkers and takes a slight drop in class.
Global surprise. Horse was actually on the turf 2-back against Najarok, who finished 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
A major player here. Both dirt races were very good.
Yeah, at Monmouth and at Parks, as we said, like that look, too, at 4-1. Here's the 5, Fight Fiercely, blinkers on.
Yeah, 5th start, adds blinkers. Race has been okay.
Western Command, 18-1. Here's the 6 for Greg Foley. Had Bango win over the weekend.
Yeah, and this horse a step slow, but didn't show a lot on debut. Takes a slight drop in class.
It was 21-1 first time out. Slow beginning in that race. Steve Asmussen with a first-time starter who is taking money. It was 10-1 morning line, down to 5-1 right now.
Yeah, the mares had 1 foal to race, and that was a debut winner, this Midnight Bacata. So this horse has shown that there's precocity in the family.
Yeah, that first foal went gate to wire, showed speed in that debut win. First Class Harlow, 42-1 first time out of Keeneland.
Yeah, took no money in the same exact type of race, broke a step slow, really didn't show a tremendous amount.
And blinkers on, Kenny McPeak runner, who is making career start number 4, 3rd time on dirt.
Yeah, and we just have to really improve, and gets a tough post for the way the track seems to be slanted today at Churchill.
Pick 4 starts here. It's 2 minutes away. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, very interesting race here for maiden, 150,000, and I think the public's got at least the favorite right here in Release McCracken, because when you go back 2 starts, we've been talking about Loggins for a long time. He's a very, very talented horse, and if a lot of people don't know who Loggins is, in his second career start, in his first time ever around 2 turns, he gave Forte all he could handle. And Forte came back to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So Release McCracken was 4th in that race, came back out of that race and ran a very good race at Churchill. They were going fast on the front end. He was 11 out of 12, which can be a tough spot at Keeneland. And I thought this horse ran a bang-up race, and it's going to be really tough to handle in here. It's warming up amazing on the racetrack. Now, the other horse in here that's had starts is the 4 in here, Global Surprise. I mean, 3 good races. You can throw out the turf race, I get it. But the race at Monmouth, good race, first time out at 6-5. Then comes back at Parks on a muddy racetrack from the 10-hole and just misses there. So you can argue, okay, this horse has run over 3 different racetracks and has not run bad. Son of the Cantheros, Raylo Gutierrez and Gustavo Delgado. I thought the 1 and the 4 looked tremendous on the racetrack. They both galloped away from their pony. Also the 5 in here, Fight Fiercely, I thought with the blinkers on, looked like he was a tiny bit more focused. Problem with him is he's been the favorite a lot in his career. And the 7, the first time starter for Steve Asmussen, taking money into the 1 and 4. But I'm going to stick with Global Surprise, barely over Release McCracken in here.
Yeah, I'm with Paul. I thought that 4 made a really nice appearance. 7-2 right now. We have a new audience joining us right now. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching live coverage from Churchill Downs and from Aqueduct as we get set for the Pick 4 coming up here at, or I should say out in Louisville. Greg Wolf alongside the winningest jockey in the history of this racetrack here at Aqueduct, Richard Migliori. And this Churchill card coming up next. We were just talking about it with our audience who was already with us. Release McCracken, the 1, major player in this spot. The 4 made a nice appearance. And this is the first time starter, this 7, this gray, for the winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen, who is taking some attention on the board.
Steve closing in on nearly 10,000 career victories at 9,942. And the volume that he runs and the amount that he wins, it's conceivable he could get it done by the end of the year or early next year. And the horse made a sharp appearance here. This good-looking Son of Taproot brought $175,000 at the Fasig-Tipton March sale, and shows up here for $150,000, taking money. I mean, obviously he has shown some ability in the mornings.
Steve Asmussen's going to wind up sending out over 2,000 runners this year. Incredible volume,
it really is
isn't
incredible.
It? We saw a few years, too. He was in the 600s in wins. 555 one year. He's closing in on 400 potentially this year. Release McCracken, the one. This horse, that Keeneland start really points this horse out. Can be forward, drawn inside. What do you make of his chances here?
Well, I think he's got to be sharp from the inside and hold that inside position. It appears to me that Churchill Downs is definitely aiding horses that have speed and are towards the inside. Having post one, it makes Gabe Saez's life that much simpler. You just have to go, and you have to hold your rail position. At first blush, when I was handicapping this race, I really liked Global Surprise, and I still really like him. I just think the one, Release McCracken, has a little bit of an edge because of the way the track is playing.
Yeah, Global Surprise, and we have a bit of a sample size. I mean, a couple of starts on dirt, both starts where he really was not compromised early on. He's going to come from off the pace. He's a stalking type. So seemingly up against it here. We'll find out if he can overcome it. Release McCracken from the inside. Will he use that speed to his advantage? 7th from Churchill. It starts this late pick 4. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Release McCracken. Global Surprise is there. Seas of Normandy. Tap Dance Tango from the outside. Seas of Normandy comes on through to take the lead and strides out. Seas of Normandy opens up by 2. Release McCracken back in second. Tap Dance Tango comes away third. Global Surprise is fourth. Fight Fiercely advancing toward the rail 5th. Western Command moves up on the outside in 6th. First Class Harlow 7th by 4. Painted Blue second to last early. The trailer is Sir. And that opening quarter was swift, 21-1. Rounding the far turn, Seas of Normandy pressed along by Release McCracken, and they have opened up. They are 6 lengths out of Tap Dance Tango. First Class Harlow comes on to grab 4th. The rest with work to do and a quarter mile to do it. They're off the turn. Release McCracken rolls off the turn in front. Seas of Normandy's back into second. Global Surprise is picking it up now, angling outside. And from last, Sir is on the scene too. 1 furlong to go. Release McCracken 2.5 lengths in front. Global Surprise runs up into second, but is still 3 lengths behind Release McCracken, who won it. Release McCracken was sharp today, winning by nearly 2. Global Surprise was second. Then it was either Sir, First Class Harlow, Fight Fiercely, or Seas of Normandy.
Yeah, I thought maybe the 10 in here got third, Sir, but Release McCracken tactically just an advantage over that 4, as we talked about. Global Surprise, and gets the win here under Gabriel Saez.
Yeah, Gabe Saez was aggressive from the inside. He got outfooted by the 3 Seas of Normandy, who was on a full-out blitz early. He tired, and Release McCracken was in the perfect spot to take advantage of that. Got to give a lot of high marks to the 4 Global Surprise. He was going the wrong way around the turn. Looked like he was reacting negatively to the kickback in his face, kind of spinning his wheels. Finally got out from behind rivals and finished well to be second best to the horse that just tactically had an advantage in the 1 Release McCracken.
Son, obviously, of McCracken with the Kentucky Jockey Club, Sam F. Davis. He was second in the Haskell. This horse, 4th time out now, breaks his maiden, so coming around for Brett Calhoun, Gabriel Saez, and Mansfield Racing. Global Surprise, though, one to keep our eyes on, though, next time out.
Yeah, especially I think the track played against him, and it really looked like he was struggling around the far turn because he was in behind horses, and some young horses just don't do as well with that kickback, but he certainly finished with some interest.
7th at Churchill, kicked off to pick 4. Let's take a look at what's still ahead on the program for those who've just joined us on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. It's presented by Claiborne Farm. We're going to close out the New York card here at South Ozone Park. We're about 6 minutes from a start from their nightcap on the fast main track with the maiden claiming event. And then the main events to come from Churchill Downs. I'm excited to see what we get from Warrior Johnny in the next race from Phil Bauer. That horse was sensational this summer at Saratoga, but he did not back it up last time out in the stakes race at Churchill. We'll see if we get another big performance from him. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Match 200, that promo code to use for new members at sign up to bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. This horse favored in this state-bred 40 maiden claiming sprint to close out the card in New York. Makar for Brad Cox, drops in class, but has never been on dirt before.
And that's a problem, taking a horse at a very short price, doing something they've never done before. But the mare has produced 2 dirt winners, albeit at lower levels.
That's a 2-to-1 favorite. You get Joel Rosario as well. But again, bit of an unknown quantity on the surface. And told you there's a few in this pick 5 that carry. If it gets hit, it's going to be over $170,000. But the 4, 6, 8, and 12 would result in a pick 5 carryover. Of those, did you give any a shot to win this race?
In the way things are going today, I don't think you can throw anybody out. The prices we've seen and some illogical results.
We had 11-to-1, 45-to-1, 34-to-1 to start off the first 3 legs of this pick 5. Here is the 1A. MCRR is going to have the extreme outside post for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, and he's got speed with Jose Gomez, and you're getting a 5-pound break in weights.
Rail to this class dropper. Again, dirt for the first time from Makar.
A good-looking son of Distorted Humor, New York bred, but trying the dirt for the first time as your favorite.
Leota for Tim Hills drops in class as well.
Just really hasn't shown much of anything in any of his starts, whether it was turf or dirt.
Yeah, the dirt start debut showed nothing at all. Maybe can forgive it was the debut. Mark Hennig with a horse who was 45-to-1 first time out.
Yeah, playing with matches, showed brief speed after being bumped at the break.
First time starter for the Bond Barn, Lieutenant Sam.
Making a nice impression on a racetrack. I like the way he's bowing his head, framing up nicely for the Bond Farm.
Horse would result in a pick 5 carryover. Here's Central Love. You and I agreed. We thought the one to beat.
I think he's a horse to beat. Ran extremely well on debut. Ran well in maiden allowance, adds blinkers, and gets Dylan Davis back.
Steve Asmussen gets Arad Ortiz Jr. on West Star.
Irad Ortiz Jr. closing in on 300 wins this year for the 7th consecutive year in a row.
Lock for the Eclipse Award this year, by the way. Saratoga Banker, the 11, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, making a nice impression in the warm-up there. It's going to have to take a step forward.
And Brad's Bet, second-time starter, debuted at Monmouth against Straight Maidens.
Yeah, and he was bumped at the start going 5 furlongs. That was back in June. Took no money on debut. Would have to step up.
3 minutes away from our finale on this Thursday card here in New York. Let's check in for the first time with our new audience. Downstairs with Maggie Wolfendale.
As the sun is beginning to set and it's getting pretty cold out here at the Big A, as we'll take a look, though, at your favorite. That's Makar trying the dirt for the first time, as he does drop in class 2 here. And he's one that, yeah, he's by Distorted Humor, which is a good influence with him getting to this surface. But on the bottom side, it's pretty much all turf. And he does look more turf meant. Now, he looks great. I have no problems with him whatsoever physically. He's finally, getting more defined, more athletic and fit. He's finally taking his racing a bit more in stride. He was a bit obstreperous those first 2 starts. So I don't have a problem with him. I just have a problem with him at that price because, let's face it, he's trying something new for the first time. I'm actually going to go with the horse that I was a big fan of his dam in number 10, West Star. This is the first foal for Highway Star, who is just this overachieving New York bred. Won open graded stakes too. And this guy was green in the paddock. He was green out on the racetrack too in the race, and he just looked as though he needed one to kind of strengthen up. Well, he's been so much more professional. He's a lot more developed, and it's like the light bulb went off. While he's behaving more, he's just more engaged. He's more in the muscle. So I think we'll see an improved effort from him relative to his first start, because too, in that maiden special weight, he took absolutely no money. So I think he makes a lot more sense in this condition. But as you guys pointed out, number 8, Lieutenant Sam, a first-time starter. Now, the Lieutenant is, with a limited number of foals and starters, has actually been more productive with his turf horses, and there's a bit of turf on the bottom side of this pedigree too. But this guy looks as though he should be fine sprinting on the dirt. He's been really professional, and he looks fit. And you don't have to be a superstar to win these types of fields. Greg?
No, you do not. I mean, this horse continues to impress, just appearance-wise here. 13-to-1 for the Bond Barn, Junior Alvarado. And you look at the best number produced in this race. It was a 54 buyer. by the 9, Central Love. First-time starter certainly could produce something in that range if they have any sort of talent.
Yeah, and just watching him from a physical perspective on warming up on the racetrack, he really made a nice look. Now, he's not taking much money, but he's been training probably in some anonymity up in Saratoga this fall. Jimmy Bond's got his private barn over there. The horses get to long walks to the track and train and cool out on the way back to the barn. It's a really nice way to train horses.
So 15-1 on a first-time starter that's grabbing the eye. Central Love, though, the 9 on your screen now. Dylan Davis, and this horse, as we expected, has become the favorite. Yeah, and this is very logical. This is a horse that both of his races are good enough to win here. He actually took a step forward. Oscar Barrera, the 3rd, has been doing very good work. Adds blinkers. Dylan climbs back aboard after, having some experience with this horse. And this horse had some trouble last time when he was forced in by outside pressure at the half-mile pole last time and still ran on well. Meanwhile, playing with matches. Huge price. Was in against better first time out. Got bumped a little bit at the break. These are these kind of horses you can make an excuse for.
Absolutely, and then dropping in class after having that experience under their belt and flashing speed. Speed is always a good commodity to have.
There's the 1A, last in line, Nightcap from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
He's in, and we're set for race 9. And they're off. Leota, number 4, had a steady shortly after the start, but is now moving up. Playing with matches, goes out for the early lead. Lieutenant Sam running in 2nd, and right alongside is Central Love in 3rd. On the far outside is Saratoga Banker next in 4th. Makar is at the rail and in 5th. MCRR runs in 6th. And then it is Brad's Bet in 7th. Alongside is Leota in 8th, and it is a big break back to West Star, who trails the field in 9th. The quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds, playing with matches by 3/4 of a length. And then it is the first-time starter, Lieutenant Sam, who's dropping back a bit, passed on the outside by Central Love and passed on the inside by Makar, who's coming on now. The field heads for home, playing with matches. Here's Makar now. Makar moves right alongside Makar and playing with matches. And on the outside, it is Central Love. Farther back, MCRR playing with matches, hanging tough on the inside. Makar on the outside. The two of them will battle it out to the finish. Playing with matches is prevailing here. Playing with matches. And another long shot winner as we wrap up this long shot day, playing with matches at 17-1.
Playing with matches. Looked like Makar was poised to go right on. Bike digs in under Kenner Carmouche.
Yeah, playing with matches was very game. Horse that you pointed out showed speed on debut against Tougher after getting bumped around early. Made the lead and kept fighting. It looked like Makar was going to be home and cooled out when he was able to ease out from behind horses. Central Love, Dylan Davis led him out of the spot, and he cruised up. But playing with matches was having none of it. And Central Love on the hard chase from the outside the entire way has to settle for 3rd. But nice effort from playing with matches. And if you had Makar playing with matches, you got burned.
Carryover in the pick 5. I think a lot of people got burned playing this afternoon. The prices we have seen. Wow, 11-1, 45-1, 34-1 to start the late pick 5. Now a 17-1 shot to end it. Incredible numbers we've seen today. 6, 3, 9, and 10. 3 horses we're told actually claimed out of this race, one of them being Makar. Playing with matches, though. As we said, look, was it debuted in a much better race? You can usually forgive a debut, and a horse had trouble in the debut as well.
I think it's important for people when you watch replays and you watch first-time starters, they have to show some speed, some kind of run within the context of the race. This horse showed speed. It points out that they have ability, and the fact that he did it after a bumpy beginning, came out and brushed Makar there, but just kind of around here they let them play. It wasn't a lot. Makar, no excuses, and if you claim Makar, this is the result you're hoping for. You want him to run well. It points out that he's okay on the dirt, but you don't want him to win, so you have the condition.
6-3, 9-10. This pick 5, nobody hits it. It will carry over to tomorrow, as will the pick 6. Playing with matches at 17-1 to close things out on this Thursday card in New York. Got more coming up from Churchill Downs. This horse looked like he could be a superstar after his Saratoga performance for Phil Bauer. 99 Beyer speed figure in a win. He went to a stakes race at Churchill next start. He didn't back it up. We'll see if he can get back on track coming up next.
An obligatory goes by the ball. And Winston.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for being with us. Program brought to you by champion sprinter Run Happy. Now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Nightcap in New York. Playing with matches. This horse digs in and holds off that challenge from Makar to win second time out for Mark Hennig under Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, and very game. Went right to the front under Kendrick, showed good speed on the drop-in class for trainer Mark Hennig, and was safe to face the stiff challenge here from Makar. Looked like Makar might have his measure, but he fought back gamely on the inside, and once again showing that speed is always dangerous. And another big price, a parade of big prices here at Aqueduct today.
A lot of times in that scenario, you see this 3 just roll right on by, and it could be an empty feeling for a jockey on that inside runner who's in front. Not this time.
No, you know, but you could see when he got there, he kind of got emboldened by the challenge. Makar could not have gotten a better trip under Joel Rosario. Saved all the ground, eased out from behind him. Central Love was chasing 3-4 wide throughout, just came up third best, but playing with matches was game and improved in his second start.
$25,212 carryover into the pick 6. 4, by the way, pays in the pick 6 because no one was able to even put together 5. Late pick 5 carryover as well that began with Optic Way at 11-1. 45-1 on Alarm Clock. 34-1 on Idaka. Sheriff Bianco, many probably had. And then another one on the nightcap that was tough to come up with.
Sheriff Bianco is the only one who restored any sort of order on a very chaotic day here at Aqueduct. Got to come up with them, you know.
They come for you nonstop, Mig. Well done. We're going to get back to Churchill in a moment as we look ahead to what's coming up this weekend here at Aqueduct. Gio Ponte on Saturday. Forever Together. Key Sense. on Sunday. Excuse me, and Irad Ortiz Jr. closing in on history. Just a couple of stakes wins away from the record set by Garrett Gomez.
Yeah, it looked like that Joel Rosario was on his way to doing it last year, and unfortunately he was injured. So if Irad stays healthy, really looks like he's got his sights set on it. I think he's absolutely clinched the Eclipse Award for champion rider. And,
it's in the books, yeah.
And he's closing in on 300 wins in a single season, at least 300 wins in a single season, for his 7th consecutive year. That's an incredible statistic.
Set the North American earnings record as well. Yeah, he is a lock for hardware at the Eclipse Awards. And a guy who, every mount you see that just aggression and want and will. He's really gone after it this year.
That's what impresses me about him. It's that you don't see any letdown. He's as intense.
Doesn't matter what kind of race it is.
If it's a 10 claimer or a grade 1, he's that intense. Now, I've been critical at times of Irad because I don't like when they go over the line. Race riding is subtle. You don't go right after horses. You don't put elbows into them. I don't play any of that nonsense, and I've called him out on it, and I've had discussions with him about it. But the same thing that I criticize him about sometimes is the thing I admire most about him is because he wants to win so badly. And every race is important. It doesn't matter the purse on it. It doesn't matter if it's a graded stake or not. And that's a horse player's best friend. That's an owner and trainer's best friend. Somebody that's going to go out there and give it 110% no matter what the situation.
I mean, if he's going to be allowed to do what he does on this circuit, you got to give him credit because they're saying you're getting away with this. Continue to do it until it doesn't work anymore,
well,
right?
You make a great point. The fact that he's allowed to get away with it, why wouldn't he do it? I mean, if I was in the same situation and, wow, I've got a green light, I'm going to take those green lights. I guess my frustration maybe comes from the officiating more at times, and it should come less at him. But again, I'm a big fan. I think he's super talented, and it's not easy to ride as many races as he rides, to stay that focused and have that energy level day in and day out. And I'm speaking from experience. It's very hard to maintain that intensity. He does it seemingly every day.
Forte, Breeders' Cup Juvenile, Elite Power, Breeders' Cup Sprint, Goodnight Olive, Filly and Mare Sprint, 3 wins on championship weekend for Irad Ortiz Jr. Big part of the reason, a whole year has been terrific, but puts him in position to very likely overtake that record set by Garrett Gomez with 76 stakes wins in a year. As we mentioned already, a North American earnings record. Up next, there he is, Warrior Johnny. He was terrific. Really took a big move forward at Saratoga this summer. And he got beat in the Bourbon Trail at a short price last time out. Can he return to what we saw this summer in upstate New York? We'll find out next.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised at Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Red. Good boy. Hey, Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Hudson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Those iconic twin spires. Is our countdown on for that first Saturday in May already? Or we wait until we turn the page to 2023?
Let's get to the new year first.
Okay. Here's our. I like this race a lot. We'll see what we get from Warrior Johnny. Public thinks he cannot lose. He's 3-5 right now. Here's Awesome Aaron. He just won impressively, going 7 furlongs off a short layoff.
He is the speed of the speed. Look at the fractions this horse throws down. Going 1:70 at Monmouth. 21-4, 45. Start previous 22-1, 45. He will be on the lead as long as he breaks.
He ran very good going 1 1/8 in the second start of his career. This horse was in this year's Kentucky Derby for Todd Pletcher, Pioneer and Medina.
Yeah, off a third place finish in the Louisiana Derby. Subsequent 2 races lacking a little bit.
Yes, they were. Dropping G's. Ran good against an older 4-year-old business model last start.
Yeah, after showing good speed, should be in forward position.
Midnight JJ, this horse is going to be forward as well, and he put together 3 in a row before he got beat last start.
Yeah, feels like he'll be a little bit on the hard chase, but he does have some speed.
And here he is, Warrior Johnny, out of this world effort at Saratoga this summer. He was in the Bourbon Trail. He wound up 6th in that race behind Homebrew. That Saratoga race, though, if he could build off that, that puts him figures-wise with the best 3-year-olds in the country.
And to break 149 for 1 1/8 in Saratoga this summer was running. He went 148-4 and did it with something left. I mean, he won fairly easily.
He got a type of figure that thoroughgraphs that I look at, that Epicenter got in his best races.
Yeah, and this track was a demanding racetrack this summer in Saratoga. Horses were not running fast. He's asked here by Junior Alvarado. He kind of skips away. I mean, he's finishing with his legs up underneath him. Junior takes a peek around. Actually looked at the board in the infield. So I got this one. Let me let him gallop home. This was a huge effort.
But these connections, look, Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing, they had an out-of-this-world Saratoga, 6 for 13 from the starters they brought there. With the exception, really, I think, of Played Hard, who was eyeing the distaff for a while. A lot of those runners have not come back and run those same type of races.
Well, and it's a good point because Saratoga was so strong. And this horse is going to be stalking from the outside. Not exactly the position that's been a winning formula at Churchill Downs this afternoon, but he runs this race 2 back in Saratoga. It's a foregone conclusion.
Paul LaDuca, can Warrior Johnny return to that Saratoga form?
Well, it remains to be seen because, you know, when you look at Warrior Johnny's PPs, they're very, very interesting because you guys keep going back to that one race, and it was dominant. If you're a thoroughgraph player, any kind of number player, he ran a negative number on the thoroughgraphs. Now, the rest of his other numbers have been all the same, around 6s or 7s. So he's got that just one freaky number at Saratoga, and you kind of worry to yourself, okay, was that just a race where he just had his breakout race and he loved it? Now, the Lasix did come off in the Bourbon Trail. He did not run that poorly. He was still a 91 buyer. He just regressed a tiny bit. You go to his Churchill Downs races, he did win here, like you guys said, by a pole. He was 1-5, so he's supposed to do that. Now he gets a cozy outside draw here with, I think, like Mick said, the speed of the speed, going to be chasing the 1 here. Awesome Aaron right out of the gate. So what does that do to the 5 in here who wants to sort of go to the front end? I just don't think that the 5 can outfoot the 1 early in here. And that brings you, to the 3 and the 4. The 3 Power of Medina, an interesting horse. Here's a horse that has been behind Epicenter. Obviously, those 2 races in the Risen Star and the Louisiana Derby, those are very good numbers. Those are 2 good numbers that you could say he's ran 1 better number than the 6 has, where the 6s ran 1 better number than the 3. The 3's been a little bit more consistent. Now, that last race, he was in the 11 hole at Keeneland, and that's just a bad draw whenever you get the outside draw. He was squeezed, pinched at the start, and Tyler Gaffalione sort of took him 5 wide. He made a middle move, and he kind of emptied out. I have a feeling he's going to run giant here. He looked good in the post parade. 1 to 2 on Warrior Johnny. It's going to take a lot to beat this horse. I do think the 3 is going to give him all he can handle. And I'll tell you another thing here. If they let the 1 just get away here and just canter on the front end the way this racetrack is playing, Awesome Aram, I know, is in for 40, but Mig mentioned those fractions at Monmouth. This horse can go sub 110, sub 109 at sometimes and when left alone. So at 8 to 1, maybe an upsetter, but I get it where the public's going with Warrior Johnny. But I think Power of Medina might give him all he can handle to the wire, guys.
Yeah, Paul, it's interesting what he said, because it's not just that that race was so good at Saratoga and look, maybe he turned a corner. Every other race, he's raced 9 times. Every other race, all 8 other times he's been out, not even in the stratosphere of what he produced that day. And they were all fairly similar numbers that he ran. So you figure, I mean, was that an aberration? You know, Perceived was second in that race. That had sort of been in line with what he had been running. 4th in that race was a horse named Unbridled Bomber. Unbridled Bomber came back and ran this out-of-this-world performance. He actually just backed it up here in New York.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. We'll see what we get coming up.
Yeah, you know, I like the point that Paul made about the 3 Pioneer of Medina. That was a huge middle move. And sometimes, you know, you look at something quickly and you go, well, he was beaten 12 and a half lengths. But he did have a trip. And he did show a run in the midst of that race. Paul looks good, too. I like his scarf.
Good scarf game. He's got to bundle up. It's chilly out there.
Yeah, we're like spoiled. We're up here in the studio.
We appreciate him doing the hard work for us. It's tough, though, because, you know, as he said, with Pioneer Medina, and there is the horse. That's the horse who was in this year's Kentucky Derby. His last 2 starts, I mean, they just have not – it doesn't look like he's gone on, does it?
It doesn't. His races leave something to be desired. But Luis Saez aboard, I bet he'll be more aggressive. The 1 will be in front. I'd be shocked if he isn't.
This horse, Midnight JJ, he has moved forward. He has some speed, and he's shown some ability going longer. Can Warrior Johnny reproduce that Saratoga magic? He's the last in line, the 6. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Pioneer of Medina bobbled just a bit coming out of there last early. Awesome Aaron is looking for the lead. Midnight JJ and Droppin' G's, they're up close as well. Warrior Johnny backs out. Pioneer of Medina is the early trailer. Clubhouse turn. Awesome Aaron steps out now to lead by 2. So it's Awesome Aaron in front. Now it's 2.5. Dropping G's toward the inside of Midnight JJ. They're together 2nd and 3rd. Warrior Johnny 3 wide in the 1st turn, advancing into 4th. And Pioneer of Medina is at the back in 5th. 6 lengths off the lead. Isolated up top is Awesome Aaron. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 4. The lead is out to 4 now with 5 furlongs to go. So Awesome Aaron trying to go wire to wire. Dropping G's, cutting away at that margin from 2nd. Warrior Johnny up into 3rd now, and Pioneer of Medina's following him past the half. Midnight JJ is back trailing, so they're on the far turn, catching up to Awesome Aaron. Dropping G's 2 wide, Warrior Johnny 3 wide, now 3 across the track with 3 to go. Pioneer of Medina 2.5 lengths back in 4th and under pressure. So round the far turn, Dropping G's puts a nose in front. Awesome Aaron tries to keep up. And on the outside, Warrior Johnny and Pioneer of Medina continues to rally on the outside. They're off the turn. Warrior Johnny's short lead. Pioneer of Medina coming down the center. Dropping G's, Awesome Aaron, 1 furlong to go. Warrior Johnny, tenuous lead. Here's Pioneer of Medina, who grabs the lead right at the 16th pole. Pioneer of Medina in front. Warrior Johnny fights back toward the rail. Warrior Johnny, Pioneer of Medina, Pioneer of Medina. Hard-fought winner there. Warrior Johnny settles for 2nd. Dropping G's and Awesome Aaron.
Pioneer of Medina is one of my Derby picks this year. He wound up 9th. Where did he finish? Yeah, 19th of 20.
Well,
battles back again. And this is a good race from Warrior Johnny. He didn't break well out of the gate either.
The Pioneer, of Medina bobbled at the break. But it might have been a blessing because Awesome Aaron kind of ran off. And then you had the 4 Dropping G's chasing him. You had Warrior Johnny strung out about 4 wide throughout, kind of on the chase. So that allowed Luis Saez to let him drop out, save ground before tipping out into the stretch. And even with that kind of trip with the fast fractions, Warrior Johnny was trying to battle back, but Pioneer of Medina had a little bit of momentum on him and got it done.
Big reversal of form from this horse.
He wanted to show that his race in the Derby, you know, he likes Churchill Downs. You know,
Things just went a little amiss that day when he only beat one horse in that Rich Strike upset. I had the wrong upsetter in the Derby this year. 5-2, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher gets this horse back to strong form, battles the talented Warrior Johnny for the win, and an upset that's going to play big, beating a 2-5 here at Churchill. 3, 6, 4, 1. Well, the prices for you when we come back. Dallas Stewart, he's a great character in this game, and he's produced some monster upsets and some near crazy results with some big runner-up finishes in the Kentucky Derby. We'll have his story when we come back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Valley Sports SoCal in San Diego. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net. Today, this was a fun stretch duel, and it's Pioneer of Medina. 55-1 in this year's Kentucky Derby for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, rounding back into form and repelling this challenge from Phil Bauer's Warrior Johnny. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, with winning jockey here, Luis Saez, aboard Pioneer of Medina. And this is a horse that you'd ridden before behind Epicenter. Has he grown up a little bit since you've been on him before?
Yeah, definitely. He get better and better. The only issue with him is in the gate. He don't want to behave that well in the gate, but that's why he breaks so slow. But today it was great because they have a lot of speed, so we just tracking. And when we came to the half a mile, we start asking, and he give me that punch.
It seemed like he didn't like the race at Parks at all, so you could just draw a line through that. He got a no-chance spot in the 11 hole, and it seemed like Tyler had to make an early move. Did you watch that replay and say to yourself, okay, now I'm going to get a better position here and lay back? Because you, like you said, broke a little awkwardly, but did that help you for the horse to settle?
Yeah, definitely. I think they help a lot. I think it was better because if I rush for him, we're going to go pretty quick. Yeah. And he's not going to hurry. If you let it go early, he give you. So in the end, I don't know if I couldn't hold on. So I think it was better this way.
Now, you knew you had to beat the 6. Were you tracking Warrior Johnny, sort of trying to draft off him and try to go by him late?
Yeah, definitely. I was a horse to follow. I was following whole way. Any move he did, I was right behind him. And when he started making his move, I was on top. So that was the horse to beat.
And we were talking about this last question I'll ask you. The middle of the racetrack, you really have to go by because the inside's a little bit quicker, no, Louis?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Has to be outside because that's the horse. He was right there in front of me, so I just want to be with him there. But yeah, the track has been pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, Louis telling you got to be on the inside, but Pioneer Medina was able to go by Warrior Johnny and beat a 1-2 shot here.
It's a big effort from this horse. Probably the best race he has run in his career. I know that Louisiana Derby got a big number in here. Repels this challenge from Warrior Johnny. That was huge.
You know, it's really something that we should talk about. Todd Pletcher, for as many horses he runs in the Kentucky Derby, they all seem to come back and find their form. And, you know, maybe they weren't good enough for the Derby. They were overmatched there. But he doesn't ruin horses in the pursuit of the Derby. A lot of them come back and win and find, you know, their level, if you will.
Pioneer Medina with the upset score, 2-5 favorite defeated. Up next, race 9. One of these 5-furlong dirt sprints we've been seeing here at Churchill Downs. First allowance condition race, and Skelly, the one to beat in here off a big race. Last time out, we're going to see B. Sud, though, a contender for the barn of Dallas Stewart. He's coming off a 3rd place finish off the bench, last seen at Keeneland in April. He's one of the many disciples of the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, and Dallas Stewart has provided some major fireworks of his own on racing's biggest stage. From Lemons Forever to Unbridled Elaine to Forever Unbridled, Stewart has proved he belongs in these big moments.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. You know, I just love being with the horses. You know, first of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always don't have no speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. You know, I never thought about being Big Tom at that point. You know, I just wanted to train horses and, you know, hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with N Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the Big Tom was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart has saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart, they showed up and trained hard, they were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, you know, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second. But California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
You know, we were standing here talking. I had 2 wins in the Derby. You know, no telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horses trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons Forever winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes Unbridled Elaine with giant strides. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
Forever Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distaff.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you can not enjoy the good times, but you should.
He's a colorful character. He's good for the game. I know you have a very good relationship with him. He's got a contender, too, coming up in this next race. He's had some, as he alluded to in that piece, what could have been. I mean, some monster upset horses that were runner-ups in the Derby.
But it speaks to just how good he had them on the day, right? Pointed him for the big dance, and they showed up and they delivered. And like he said, outperformed. Dallas is a tremendous guy, tremendous horseman. I met him at the fairgrounds. He was my valet at the fairgrounds when I went in 1986 to ride in 84, excuse me, to ride the Louisiana Derby on a horse named Fight Over for Bombazon Farm. Introduced me to Bourbon Street that night.
How did that go?
It went. Just a terrific guy. And, he galloped Winning Colors when she went on to win the Kentucky Derby. Just a tremendous history and a tremendous guy.
I'm going to set the line at over-under the time you got home that night to 4:30 a.m.
I made the flight back to New York the next day. I'm not sure how, but I did.
Again, he's going to send out B Sud in this race coming up. Intriguing horse. Maybe if you want an alternative to the favorite in here. Skelly's going to be tough, but B Sud off the bench for Stewart. 3-year-old with some upside in here. We'll have the post parade coming up in just a little bit. We'll hear from Paulie again as well. We're going to take a timeout. Very intriguing voting for the Vox Populi Award this year. You can make a case for all three. Derby winner Rich Strike, second biggest upsetter in the history of the race. One of the great racehorses we've seen in years, Flightline, or the terrific story of Cody's Wish. We'll be back.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Game of Silks is coming this December.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. we have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
If you get a chance, take that tour. You cannot tell the history of this sport without including Claiborne. Their 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Proud to have them as a sponsor. As we get set for the night at Churchill coming up, we teased going to break the Vox Populi Award that was created by Penny Chenery, owner of Secretariat. And this year truly is all 3 you can make a tremendous case for. It's going to be tight voting, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so. The one for me that checks all the boxes is Cody's Wish. Cody Dorman, what an incredible story. The relationship that Cody's Wish and Cody Dorman have forged, and how Cody's Wish is around him.
Rare genetic disorder, Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome. He's had multiple surgeries, I believe more than close to 40, maybe more, young Cody Dorman. This horse he had the chance to meet on the farm, came up to him, put his head in his lap. They formed a bond, and thus he was named Cody's Wish. Goes on to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Exactly, and the fact that he met Cody's Wish when he was a weanling, and now here he is as a older horse, and that he's gotten to be a part of it, and you can see the emotion there. To me, this checks all the boxes. It transcends just racing. It transcends just horses. It's the human part of this that really gets you, and I love the story.
I hope he wins.
I do too. I really do.
Tremendous story, and you saw him reunited with Cody's Wish, and again, you saw that bond there again on championship weekend.
These horses get fit, they get older, they're race horses, they're tough. He's an intact horse, and he still was as gentle and kind as he was when he was a weanling with Cody Dorman. And there's something about horses that touch people's lives, and not only touch his lives, but everybody witnessing this. And, in the immortal words of Winston Churchill, there's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a man. Again, to me, that one is the one that checks all the boxes.
Proof in the pudding right there. No better example than right there. Another pretty good story. Second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby. Horse who was claimed for $30,000 in the maiden claiming race at Churchill back as a 2-year-old. You and I were on the air for it. Comes back, gets in at the last moment because of a defection in the race of Ethereal Road for Dwayne Lucas, winds up winning the Kentucky Derby.
If you don't believe in racing gods, all you need to do is think about Rich Strike drawing in at the last possible moment, post 20, finding his way through a big field under an incredible ride by Sonny Leone, coming up the inside and winning the Kentucky Derby at the second longest odds in the history of this race is just remarkable in itself. And I like the fact that Rich Strike has shown it wasn't just a one-hit wonder, that he has ability, that it wasn't just a complete fluke.
In the Grade 1 Clark, actually, because he's moved on and ran good in the Travers.
Yeah.
Fought Hot Rod Charlie tooth and nail in the Lucas Classic. Yeah, he has proved that that was no one-hit wonder, certainly. Then there's Flightline as well. Maybe the greatest horse we've seen in the last, how long? Fill in the blank.
He's as good as anything I've ever seen, and I was privileged, blessed to see some of the greatest horses through the 70s. I don't like to compare generations, and I won't ever say I think this horse is better than that horse. I just appreciate them for their abilities and their greatness. This is greatness. He's a great horse. I feel like he'll be rewarded with Horse of the Year, the Eclipse Award for Horse of the Year. That's better than the
As he should be.
No, absolutely. You know, the other two carry a little more weight with me. He's a champion. He'll get his due.
So you're saying vote for Cody's Wish, basically.
Yeah, and if not Cody's Wish, well then Rich Strike. But to me, this horse, it's almost odd that he's on this list because, yes, it's a great story, but he's going to be lauded for his abbreviated campaign and his brilliance, and he's brilliant. I like to distinguish the difference between greatness and brilliance. To me, greatness is sustained excellence over a period of time. He's brilliant. One of the most brilliant horses I've ever seen, and as good a horse as I've ever seen.
Secretary.com, where you go to vote for that Vox Populi Award. And it was up to Mig. We already have our winner. I think a lot of people, it's hard to not watch what happened in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and not get emotional.
Again, it's my opinion. That's how I feel about it. I just think it really frames and highlights that connection between the equine and the human spirit.
9th race at Churchill next in Skelly. Coming off a dominant victory. We'll get back to him in a moment. No one able to put this together. So we have a carryover of $172,000 into the Friday late pick 5 here at Aqueduct. That does not happen very often.
No, tough sequence. And I know you liked a couple that were big prices. The one you had the most difficult kind of identifying was in the 7th race, Idaka.
Never could have had that horse. Apparently no one else could either. At least all 5 of those. Post parade coming up here. First allowance condition here, 5 furlong. Dirt sprint speed is usually good in these types of races. Here's Seize the Night, who's been off since a summer ago, 2 summers ago, I should say, Saratoga.
Yeah, he broke his maiden on debut, going this distance at Churchill Downs. Comes in with a very sharp workout. Mare's a producer too. 4 foals, 4 winners, and a stakes winner in Mr. Wrenchit.
This horse is dangerous. Ran good, showed speed against a very talented Run Classic last start.
And he's 1 for 1 at this specified distance.
This horse as well showed ability against Run Classic. Actually reared to the start and lost his rider last out.
His start previous to that was chasing the very, very talented Strobe.
Will to Run won first time out. That was on the turf. He's yet to be on dirt.
Yeah, but he's got speed. It'll be interesting to see if that speed translates over to the dirt.
Figure this horse earned last time out. He deserves to be a standout. He's 4-5.
Big effort from him last time. You ever play Skelly? It's a big game in Brooklyn.
Is
Street
it?
Game.
You have to teach me. Were you good at it?
Come on, I grew up in Brooklyn.
23-1 on this set of Mine Shaft here, Dark Timber.
Yeah, an interesting horse. Mare's multiple stakes winning mare, 14-time winner who's produced 3 winners and a stakes place runner.
Sparty Sense was a maiden winner at Oaklawn back in March.
Yeah, and it's going to have to take a step forward from that effort to be a contender here.
Another winner from Oaklawn. This was back in December of last year, back to normal. He's been off since February.
It comes in, though, for sharp workouts.
And he might be able to press Skelly for a little bit, especially being fresh. He's got quickness. B. Sud, the Dallas Stewart runner. We just showed you that feature on Dallas.
That's been an angle here on this show. When we run a feature on somebody, their horse usually runs very well.
It is a thing. 61-1 on the 10 first crowned. Another one with speed.
With speed from that outside. He's got tough work, but he could have a say in how this race is run, keeping pressure on.
Man, you make me happy on the outside. 41-1. Winner finally to break his maiden. 14th career start at Keeneland last out.
Yeah, it took a long time to break his maiden. He's kind of parked out there in no man's land. Tough group inside of him.
4-5 favoritism. The lightly raced Skelly. Second in his debut. That was at Ellis in July. Didn't come back till October 2nd. At Churchill, he was forward, sat just off the pace, and then he just took over.
Yeah, looked to winner every step, was just traveling so comfortably throughout. Fast fractions as well, and then just kick clear at will. This was a big effort for this son of a practical joke. He looks formidable here. I mean, he really does. And first thing we got to do if we're going to play Skelly, though, is we got to get bottle caps, and then you melt the wax and you drip it into the bottle caps, and it dries, and that makes your Skelly chip.
Now we're going to play before we come on the air tomorrow. 2 minutes of post here in this ninth at Churchill, 3-5 on Skelly. Paul LaDuca, what do we do here? Is he beatable here?
Well, I don't know if he's beatable. You know, they've run 3 of these races so far where they've been 5 furlong races that, you know, we think that they're carded for the turf, but they've run them on the main track. Steve Asmussen is 3 for 3 with his runners. And obviously Skelly comes off a giant number. But, you know, we talk about this all the time at 4-5. Do you want to take a horse facing winners for the first time? And, you know, I do think Skelly obviously stands out in here at 4-5. Now, when you look at the 9 horse in here, B Sud, you know, is a horse that for Dallas Stewart ran well first time out. Dallas is a horseman that doesn't really crank his horses. And look who he ran to first time out. He ran third. Huku ran second. Trademark. Trademark beat the previous winner in the last race, who beat Warrior Johnny. So that's pretty good running line as a 2-year-old. Then came back as a 3-year-old and has run well in his 2 3-year-old starts with Lasix. Has not really broken out of the gate. The worry with the 9 is how far back is he going to be with a lot of speed signed up in here, because you have the 2 Improbable Journey, who is very, very fast for Larry Jones, who's right behind Run Classic. You guys chronicled how fast he is, and he's a very nice runner. I thought the other horse in here that was interesting at a big, big price is the 8, Back to Normal. How about this horse's first 3 starts? Roger McQueen, Hoist a Gold, Jack Christopher, Howling Time, and Osborne in his first 3 starts, and he was up on the pace in all those. So I would think Michael Maker, now a little bit off a layoff, a son of Liam's Map, is going to show a ton of speed. So obviously going 5 furlongs, these horses are going to be blitzing towards the front end, and I don't know if Skelly's going to have to come off the pace. Maybe the 2, 5, and 8 all go to the front end. I'm going to take a little shot with the 9 off the pace in here at 9-2, just because the 5 at 3-5 is a tough bet, is the horse to beat by far. And I'm going to give a long shot look to the 8 in here. So a little 5, 8, 9, little mix around in an exacta box.
All right, Paulie, good luck. This horse is hard to look past, but that is a short price on a really, and it's not a one race performance. Horse ran very good first time out too, but it's a horse with just 1 win, a maiden win, tackling winners for the first time, and could get pressed in here by a few others.
Yeah, listen, going 5 furlongs in an 11-horse field, it's going to be a log jam up on the front end. And he does have the least experience, or one of the horses with the least experience in the field, only 2 starts. The break's going to be critical here. You have very little margin for error going 5 furlongs. You have to be able to get your position with as little body contact as possible and not get jammed into that turn. Very short run of the turn.
You got a horse like the 8, who was competitive and had the lead against Jack Christopher, one of the most talented 3-year-olds we saw this year in just the second start of his career. He's 24-1 on the board. Those 2 horses, too, I thought the 2 and the 3, who both showed some ability against Run Classic, 9-1 and 11-1. Even if Skelly wins, you use the 2, the 3, maybe the 8 underneath, you can create some value here.
Absolutely. Listen, I think Paul made a compelling case for the 9, B Sud for Dallas Stewart, because he's not slow, but he won't be as involved. It just depends on what's going to happen out of the gate and how much pace is on. Going 5 furlongs, usually people aren't interested in saving much. They come out rolling.
Skelly, he was dominant last time out. It was at Churchill, going 6 furlongs and forward. These 5 furlong sprints on dirt is where you want to be. He figures to be there under Brian Hernandez Jr. We'll see if he can take it to another group here in his first time against winners. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Riders off, let my people go.
Well, we see the 3 here, Let My People Go, without Rafael Bejarano, and there's Bejarano now going over to the horse.
Yeah, he was jogged for the vet by the outrider to make sure he was sound and okay to race after rearing up at the start. Now, I mean, in the gate, last time he reared up at the start and lost his rider, so obviously this horse is a problem. He has behavioral problems at the starting gate, probably gets himself a little too anxious, so we'll see if he minds his manners going back in the second time.
There he goes. In line, then waiting on You Make Me Happy from the outside, and we're set. Skelly, the big favorite from post 5. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. B-Sud bounces out on top. You Make Me Happy from the far outside. Skelly showing speed too. So to his Dark Timber up there, and First Crown not far behind, but that one's back into 5th. Down inside, Seize the Night comes on to grab 6th. Sparty Sense is on the move from 7th as they round the far turn. Will to Run is on the move out of 8th. Improbable Journey angles toward the outside 9th. Back to Normal's back in 10th. First Crown is plummeting while wide. Let My People Go, the trailer. They round the far turn, and it's Skelly in front. Skelly comes a bit wide off the turn, 2 or 3 paths off the rail. You Make Me Happy, cut the corner down inside. Top of the stretch, it's Skelly in front by 2. Will to Run with a menacing move through the pack is now second with 1 furlong to go. Improbable Journeys closing in with B-Sud. Final 16th coming. It's still Skelly in front. Will to Run is running up the rail to win it. 28-1 on the wire. Skelly settles for second, B-Sud and Improbable Journey.
Skelly a little too fast for his own good early on in here. Will to Run, first time on dirt with a huge upset.
It was a huge upset, but he worked out a really good trip, and Skelly was so fast, he just was not cornering well. He was giving Brian Hernandez a tough time around the turn. Got to drift in a bit. Boy, he is really, really fast. But the 4, Will to Run, out of a mare that was stakes placed on the dirt, won her first 3 starts, all 1 on synthetic, 2 on dirt. So there was dirt pedigree there that kind of pointed out if this horse could translate his turf form to the dirt. But what a nice ride and trip this horse got to kind of wend his way through the field.
28-1, beating an odds-on 3-5 favorite. After we already had a 2-5 favorite where Johnny beat in the last race.
Something, the moon and the stars, Aqueduct, we had this going on at Churchill now.
4-5-9-2, Will to Run for Ben Colebrook. Louis Machado with a monster upset here in this 9th, the feature in this first allowance race. Well, the prices for you when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to look ahead to some weekend stakes action here in New York, and Arad Ortiz Jr. and Steady On stepping up in the Gio Ponte, coming off back-to-back wins for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. We'll preview his chances next.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vacoma the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Watching live coverage on FS2, Bally Sports SoCal San Diego of America's Day at the Races. Huge upset under the Twin Spires. Will to run. Luan Machado for Ben Colebrook. Had never been on dirt. 59.84 return for the win, beating 3-5 favorite Skelly. Let's go to Paula Duca.
If only we knew what Luan Machado knew. Congratulations, Luan. This is a tremendous ride. But you just told me before you'd got on this horse at Keeneland on the dirt, and you'd said to Ben, I really like this horse. This horse got a future. They ran the horse on the turf. You kept on saying, let's go on the dirt, and wow.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job. Yeah, I remember to bridge him once at Keeneland, and he was amazing. He got all like super fast. He breezed super fast and gallop all super natural, and today he proved it.
You were telling me down the backside you were sort of comfortable, but when you asked him to go, he really went through that hole, especially on the inside of the racetrack.
Yes, that horse was getting out super bad in front, and my horse was kind of carrying in a little bit, and I just enjoyed it all and let him run inside the rail, and he kind of liked it. He really finished really strong. I like that.
Well, you guys are witnessing a up-and-coming rider. For a lot of people who don't remember, he took next gate to wire on Breeders' Cup Day, Luan Machado. Luan, you going to Turfway after this?
Yes, sir. I'm going to Turfway.
We're
going to have a good meeting.
Well, I'm sure he's going to have a good meeting. He's a great rider that a lot of people don't know about. Keep your eyes on Luan Machado.
He's going to gain a lot of attention from this upset here. Up-and-coming rider. This was a monster upset. Nobody thought Skelly could lose in this race here at 3-5.
And he delivered a tremendous ride. You know, being cool, finding those spots in behind horses, ducking to the inside, the best portion of the track, in my estimation, at Churchill Downs. And he seems like a pretty cool character.
Yeah.
You know, he's just kind of laid back about it. And you like to see that. You need opportunity to get recognition, but you got to make the most of those opportunities when you get them. That's a perfect example.
Do you remember one of those first mounts for you where you said, this is going to get me noticed?
You know, off the top of my head, I really don't remember a specific example, but I do remember when you would start making inroads into bigger stables. And I remember the first horse I rode for the Phipps family, a filly called T for Two right here at Aqueduct, and how you start feeling more confident that if, wow, these people are giving me a shot, maybe I actually know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Big moment for that young man, and delivers a great ride here. Skelly went too quick and didn't corner because he went so fast early on. Yeah. Got still the nightcap coming up at Churchill Downs. Going to close things out. This race is very competitive. Maiden special weight, 2 turns, mile and a 16th in here. Wow, 4-5 on anyone in here. I did not see coming. It's early, though. Kenny McPeak, second-time starter.
A bit surprising, too. I mean, I'm in agreement with you. Anybody in a maiden race at that short a price, and he ran okay first time. He showed a little bit of ability and kind of ran unevenly, but 4-5 seems short.
Yeah, I think we're going to see things even out a little bit. It's a competitive last race, which we'll have more on coming up. Gio Ponte, as we talked about going to break, we have that coming up this weekend for you here in New York. What a horse Gio Ponte was, and could do it on multiple surfaces.
Yeah, I mean, a horse that just had so much ability. And this was one of the first horses that I think, not one of the first, but certainly a major horse in Ramon Dominguez's career that just showed how cool he was. He would just sit and relax and wait, never panic, and always had confidence that he would get there. You saw him save ground there before tipping out. And Gio Ponte lengthens his stride and gets it done here in the Man o' War Stakes, a Grade 1. But really fun to watch Ramon ride at the height of his powers, and a really top horse in Gio Ponte.
Multiple champion. So runner-up on synthetic in the Classic to Zenyatta. He was best on that surface right there. Gio Ponte, what a career he put together. We're going to have the Gio Ponte coming up this weekend at Aqueduct. That's what he accomplished in his career. 12-time winner. Wow, over 6.1 mil in earnings.
Do you remember his run in the Breeders' Cup Classic on synthetic at Santa Anita?
I was right there at the finish line.
Yeah, I stopped being a rider. I rode Regal Ransom in the race. I was in front. When my horse got tired, I became a spectator. And I was watching, and it looked like the ride that Ramon delivered on Gio Ponte, he was going to win. And then here came Zenyatta with this overwhelming run. And that was one of those. I was out of contention, so I don't want everybody to think I cost my horse a placing, but I became a fan in the midst of the race.
That was probably up to that point the most emotion I've ever seen at a racetrack when she won that classic.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, listen, she was a very unlucky loser in my estimation at the Breeders' Cup when a very good horse in Blame caught her in the. I mean, held her off in the classic.
Yeah.
But Zenyatta was one of those all-time greats, a generational talent. We talk about how privileged we've seen to see great ones. She always had a nose for the wire, found ways to win. And honestly, it's a shame we didn't get to see her run more on the dirt because I think her best races were on the dirt. I mean, her Apple Blossom was sensational. Her race against Blame in the Breeders' Cup Classic, those were probably two of her best races.
Two of the biggest figures, she ever ran on dirt surfaces. But, it was a time out in California when synthetic was in at those racetracks. Gio Ponte coming up this weekend at Aqueduct, mile and a 16th on the outer turf. And we talked about Steady On going to break. Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to team up with Todd Pletcher. He was on board for that win last time out to get through that A other than condition. Put together back-to-back wins, and he's done it two very different ways. Actually went gate to wire to break his maiden, sat off the pace last time.
Yeah, and you like when a horse shows that kind of versatility. He obviously has shown great ability. He started going 5.5. When he stretched out is when he showed good speed, and then he came from off the pace last time with Irad. And Irad has been the regular rider for Dakota Gold and sticks with Todd Pletcher and Steady On here. I like the fact that he showed he can stalk, come from a bit off the pace, or even go to the lead if necessary. I think there's enough speed sign on here. He'll probably use that stalking tact again.
He got, for this victory, a much bigger figure than Dakota Gold has ever gotten as a result of that, and that's why you're going to see 2-1 on the morning line for him. Dakota Gold, though, obviously an imposing record. If he can improve off this, sky's the limit for this horse.
Sky's truly is the limit. Todd Pletcher, I mean, what can you say? The guy is the most well-rounded horseman, Hall of Famer, has won classics and Breeders' Cups, and can condition any type of runner. He gets dirt horses, turf horses. He can win with 2-year-olds, older horses, and he's a stallion maker. I think there's something like 72 horses out there that are like we've never seen before in the history of the game. Think about More Than Ready and what he was able to do under Todd's tutelage and becoming such a great stallion, and some of the great horses Todd trained by More Than Ready. And
so if Irad Ortiz Jr. can get the win of the Gio Ponte, he would be one back of the record set by Garrett Gomez with those 76 stakes wins. It seems like a foregone conclusion, barring hopefully he stays healthy. That's what sort of derailed Joel Rosario last year, it would have been close. He was a little bit further back, but he was going to make a run at it for sure.
Yeah, I think Joel had a real big shot at it where I think you can say with certainty, barring anything unforeseen, Irad's going to get this done, stay healthy, knock on wood. It's remarkable what Irad's done. His first full year in the United States, 2011, to current day, till right now, he's ridden 3,347 winners over the last 7 years, and he's closing in on 300 wins again this year for the 7th consecutive year. He's ridden over the last 7 years 2,530 winners. That's an incredible pace. If he's able to maintain that pace and his career can go for another 10, 15, 20 years, he could realistically rewrite the record books.
And we just celebrated, as we should have, an incredible moment. John Velasquez winning 1,000 at Saratoga. I know you did the math this summer, but might wind up being short-lived with the rate that Irad's winning at.
The way Irad's winning and the fact that the meets are consistently 40-day meets. Now, you got to remember when Angel Cordero had the record, it was 24-day meets. Johnny started, they were 24, and they lengthened to 40. The fact that he has these elongated Saratoga meetings at 40, and at the pace on, I think it's like 10 years, he's going to be right at the 1,000 mark or close to it. So it's really incredible.
Are we going to start our countdown next summer?
I tell you what, though, it's not out of the realm how fast he's doing things. And again, listen, about all riders, it's staying healthy. As long as he can stay healthy and continue with the focus and desire that he shows on a daily basis, honestly, there is no record out there for riders that is not in danger of him taking it over.
He likely had choice in this Gio Ponte as well. He'd been the regular pilot aboard Dakota Gold, guided him a victory in the last 2 stakes wins for this runner as well, including in this race. Now, Cab Calloway division, New York Stallion Series, but telling that he winds up on Steady On.
You know, listen, I'm sure part of it is, too. It's Todd Pletcher, and he's got a very strong relationship, gets to ride a lot of Todd's best horses, had a tremendous Breeders' Cup with Todd. But you could make a case here that Marinara Sauce might have been the best horse this day. Wasn't much pace on, and Dakota Gold was able to kind of control things from the front end, and Marinara Sauce finished best of all through a fast final quarter of a mile.
I don't understand why Marinara Sauce the price he's at. He's 30-1 morning line.
Well, that's absurd, and I doubt he'll be anywhere close to that. There's more speed signed on in here than was in the Stallion Stakes race, where Marinara Sauce, to me, you could make an argument he was best.
Now, he's not a Chad Brown barn anymore. He's with Mitchell Friedman. That's part of the reason he's a big number.
Good horses are going to run. Mitchell Friedman's more than a capable horseman, a guy that was winning with horses that he had to patch together for years, a tremendous horseman. It's about horses. It's horse racing. It's not trainer racing. It's not jockey racing. Obviously, Chad Brown's tremendous at what he does. But there are a lot of people that are very good at what they do, and they just don't have the opportunity or the access to that kind of horse flesh.
Yeah, I'm interested to see him run. Way too big a number. As you said, he probably won't be that number. But if Dylan Davis can try and work out a trip from that outside post, see if he can turn the tables maybe on some of these. That's coming up on Saturday. It's going to actually kick off the Late Pick 4, race 7 on that Saturday card. And the Gio Ponte, as Irad Ortiz Jr. continues to go after that all-time stakes record. You can play it all by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members with that code right there. Match 200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Still have the nightcap ahead under the Twin Spires in Louisville. Maiden special weight, mile and a 16th, and that horse was odds on when we last checked. Still the favorite, Defining Purpose for Kenny McPeak to close out this card. He's got another interesting runner in here as well in the 5. We'll talk more about it when we come back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Going to close out this Churchill Downs program with this maiden special weight. Everyone looking for that first win on the resume, mile and a 16th. This is a first-time starter, this 9-horse on the outside. The dam was unraced, but did produce a graded stakes place runner. Summer Luck. It was graded stakes place on turf and dirt and won close to $400,000.
Yeah, and bitonalist, this filly, a Belmont Stakes winner, so there's a stamina influence there. Tough post position, though, for a first-time starter especially.
You worry about, in the debut, being outside, breaking out towards the stands?
Young horses have a tendency to run towards empty space. When they have that, all that space outside of them, you'll see a lot of them first 2 steps to the right. Rider has to correct them. Now you don't have the longest run of the first turn, and you're running the risk of already being caught somewhat wide, again, on a track that I think has been evidence that inside is the position you want.
Did you get a feeling they would give you a tell that was going to be a big concern?
Some of them would, absolutely. But, it's a rider's responsibility, too, to understand that if you're drawn inside with a 2-year-old first-time starter, they may have a tendency to go to the left, have their attention, be prepared for it as much as you can. You can't always change a horse's mind. And the flip side of it, if you're outside, make sure you get their attention and get their focus and get them going forward.
Raylu Gutierrez has that responsibility on Rockabilly. First-time starter, 2-year-old filly. Never an easy thing to do. We see it more on turf than dirt, winning going 2 turns in the debut. 8-1 from that outside post. Here's the favorite. Defining Purpose. Start number 2 for Kenny McPeak, still the favorite.
Ran okay, first time going long, has that experience and that conditioning from it, kind of ran evenly, could certainly improve off of that effort.
Tequila Empire is going to be start number 4. Robertino Diodoro trains, just was second at this distance against 50 maiden claiming.
Yeah, has a lot of foundation. 4th start, the progression, 5.5, then 7.5 on turf, mile and a 16th on the dirt. Maybe people are scared off a little maiden 50.
Rider change, John Court on Perfect Rose.
Making her 9th start, this 2-year-old daughter of Always Dreaming is run okay, ran a little better last time. Is going to have to improve again.
Huge jump up in class for Thestral, but actually got a figure that makes this horse actually one of the fillies to beat.
We just saw Luan Machado win with a nice ride in the feature. Gets the mount here, and this horse ran well last time, showing speed.
The 6 in here, this is Laydan, Edgar Morales rides.
Yeah, another horse that's making 6th start, has foundation. Feels like you just have to get faster.
Did go 2 turns at Keeneland and did not show up at all in that race. Big Dig, second at Churchill, going a mile last start.
Yeah, and actually improved a little bit and can improve again here. A horse that showed a little more interest when the pace wasn't as fast last time.
And again, that first-time starter we were talking about for John Ortiz.
John Ortiz having a terrific year, 64 wins, better than 20%. We really paid attention to him at Oaklawn and now at Churchill. Elmont, New York, native, actually. Tough post, though.
And here's the other Kenny McPeak runner. 2 sprints, stretching out, a couple of bullet works coming in. I thought the 5 was intriguing at 11-1.
I mean, this horse showed good speed going 5.5 furlongs. You have to think this horse is going to make the lead here. Just naturally should be quicker than some of these. And
sprint, speed, stretching out.
Always been my contention too, Greg, that horses stretching out for the first time, maybe if they don't really want to go long, do it best the first time.
Here's Thestral, this is the 4. So this horse ran against 30 maiden claiming, softer spot at Keeneland, but earned a number that makes her a major player today. She just missed by a nose.
Yeah, she a little late on the lead change there, but fighting all the way down on the inside. And it was 18.5 lengths back to the 3rd place finisher. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Thestral on the inside did not look comfortable inside that other horse, where maybe if their positions were changed, she would have got the best of it. I don't think you should discount that race because it was maiden 30. Yeah. They ran too fast to figure. And when you put 18.5 lengths on the 3rd place finisher, the winner and the runner-up ran.
Legit race. Yeah, that was the first time for her with blinkers, so she obviously big move forward. That's the 4 in today's race. Let's go to Paul for more on this nightcap.
Yeah, guys, you know, I'm kind of with you on the 4 here, Thestral. Let's start with the 1, though, Defining Purpose. You know, this great filly opened up at 4-5 here for Kenny McPeak. Now, you mentioned a very good point in here, Greg. I do think the 5 has got a live shot in here, the other McPeak runner. Now, is he going to send the 5 to set up for the 1 in here? Because Gonna Cut It has shown some very, very sharp speed out of the gate. And what you do love about this filly, she got bet in both of her starts. So obviously in the morning, you can tell that she's been posting some bullets. And I would think she's going to get to the front end to set up maybe for her stablemate Defining Purpose, the 1 in here, who probably I would think is obviously had the 11 post last time. She's going to suck up into a better trip today and won't be that far back. I think she's more second flight than she's going to be in the back flight. You know, when you guys were mentioning Thestral and you showed that replay, I thought it was really good. You know, first time blinkers at 28-1, but what made it really special for me was her first race. She came out of the gate. She veered in sharply. She got actually disqualified. Not many horses get disqualified out of the gate. And Santos Sandra, who rode her that day, just rode her around the racetrack. And for her to run that big of a race, a mile in the 16th race, basically off getting really nothing out of her first race, I think she can improve even more. Louis Machado won the last race, and at 7-2, you're getting a good price here. How far back will she be? I don't know. I think she'll be able to stay at least close enough up to the pace with the 5 cutting it out. The other horse taking money in here is the Tommy Drury runner right there on your screen, the 7, Big Dig for Mitchell Merle. He had a winner on the card yesterday, did Tommy, and this horse is stretching out, natural progression. One thing about Tom Drury, he's so good at going through his conditions. 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, mile, 7 furlongs, mile to a mile and a 16th, 9th little progression, a 3rd, a 2nd, now going to go to the mile and a 16th. And the public is liking here at 9-2. So maybe this is a little trickier than it looks. Defining Purpose, getting all the money. I just don't really love that running style here. I'm going to give the 4 Thestral off that $30,000 maiden claiming race. A big look in here. And then the 2 Tequila Empire, I thought very interesting. Second career start that Robertino Diodoro sucked this 2-year-old around 2 turns with no turf pedigree. I just think he wanted to get this horse around 2 turns, and then last time around 2 turns ran a decent race, a decent second. Going to have to step it up a little bit, but I'm going to stick with the 4 Thestral.
Paulie, thanks. And back to what Paulie was talking about with Thestral in that debut, in some ways, because of how bad that went, and as he said, Sandro Sanger just kind of gave up on the horse because the race was over. That second start almost was the debut.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's a great point. When a horse doesn't have to dig down deep in their first start, they're not getting as much out of it from a conditioning standpoint. So I think it's an excellent point from Paul there.
So Thestral, 7-2, second choice on the board. It has been unwavering from the public on the favoritism to Defining Purpose, which also, not just the fact that this horse has to move up, which absolutely could happen, but there's just nothing that blows you away from that debut effort, but the running style of the track today, which Paul brought up for Defining Purpose, could be an issue.
Well, listen, she'll probably be sharper with the race under her belt. She did break from an outside post last time, so now she goes to the inside. At 6-5, I think Thestral at 7-2 is a better gamble, if you will.
And here's the other McPeak, this 5, digging her heels in. But this is one that we expect to be in front. Gonna Cut It with Corey Lannery.
And she was chasing the pace, right on top of the pace, going 5.5 furlongs. She should be very quick away.
And if she can get any separation from Thestral, maybe she gets brave on the front end. There's a look at the 6, Layden. concerned with this one. I mean, there's some ability there, but the race going long really didn't show up.
No, just even the chart says it showed little. I mean, she just really was disinterested that day. Didn't get involved at all.
And down to 7-2 now on the 7 Big Dig. Tom Drury with this 7. Art Collector started with the Drury Barn. Very good trainer who, again, doesn't get a lot of the big-time horses, but when he has a good one, he knows what to do with it. First timer, last in, nightcap from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginnings for Lay Don, Big Dig, and Defining Purpose down toward the rail. Thestral comes up on through, and Rockabilly for the downside post joins them. 4 across the track into the first turn. Thestral in between, Defining Purpose at the inside. Those two go on with it now. Lay Don backs off to track them from third. Rockabilly smartly moves over to the inside to save ground fourth. 2.5 lengths back to Tequila Empire. Out in fifth, Big Dig Racing 6. Gonna cut it, trying to settle down while 7th. And the early trailer is Perfect Rose. Turning to the backstretch run, the opening quarter in 23-4. Defining Purpose is the leader, prompted by Thestral on the outside. There's 5 furlongs to go. These two share the lead. 2 lengths back, Lay Don. In the clear while third, Rockabilly up close and fourth and down inside, just 2 lengths off, pace-making, Defining Purpose. There's 4 furlongs to go. The opening half in 47-4. They're on the far turn now. Thestral continues to pester Defining Purpose. They round the far turn together. Defining Purpose had an answer for that first bid from Thestral. Reclaimed the lead. Thestral comes back once again. Lay Don is now third. Gonna Cut It is launching a rally extremely wide. And Big Dig is picking it up as well. They're at the quarter pole now. Defining Purpose off the turn. Thestral still hanging tough. And here comes Gonna Cut It down the center. Big Dig's back and forth. Heading for the 8th pole. Defining Purpose kicks away by 2.5. Gonna Cut It, Thestral, and Big Dig chasing Defining Purpose, who's clear by 5 now. And Defining Purpose wins big. Wins by 6, maybe 7 on the wire. Big Dig is up for second. Gonna Cut It is third. Thestral's fourth. And Perfect Rose from last to grab 5th.
Defining Purpose ran to her odds. Maybe should have been shorter off this effort. Inside strong at Churchill. Brian Hernandez Jr. for Kenny McPeak.
Well, listen, a nice effort from her. She did take a step forward from her first start. Broke from the far outside post last time, broke from the inside post this time, and Brian Hernandez took full advantage of that position. And that moving sidewalk effect that we've kind of noticed at Churchill Downs is in full effect today.
Conveyor belt.
Yeah, it really feels like a conveyor belt, but take nothing away from her effort. I think she took a step forward, and she was decidedly best. Horse to keep an eye on out of here, I believe, is the 5, Gonna Cut It, who showed good speed, sprinting 2 starts. Corey Lannery left the gate. It was obvious he wanted to take her back. They completely changed their style. She made a big wide run against the grain of the racetrack and rightfully tired a little bit late, but was very good to be third with that kind of trip.
And 11-1. But there's no getting to this filly. Defining Purpose, start number 2. And having that race under the belt and the switch, dramatic switch in where she lined up in the gate played a big part.
Well, it did. And Brian Hernandez, I think, realizing that this is the way this track's playing, I'm not going to give up that rail position. Thestral got caught in that 2-wide chase mode throughout, and she tired late. But listen, this filly was good, and to make that step from her first start to her second start, I don't want to belittle her effort. I think she really ran well, but I do think that the way the racetrack's playing aided it.
6-5 favorite closing things out at Churchill Downs. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. And we brought up Rich Strike, Derby winner, one of the finalists for that Vox Populi Award. What is next for the second biggest upsetter in Derby history? We're going to see him again at his favorite spot.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Tower.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Card in the books at Churchill Downs, Defining Purpose. 2-year-old filly, start number 2, drawn all the way outside, post 11 in the debut. This time gets the rail, and Brian Hernandez Jr. takes advantage.
Took full advantage of it, and Defining Purpose at 6-5 made it look like money in the bank. Big Dig was game for second. Horse to keep an eye on. The 5 gonna cut it. And how about you get your favorite over basically your second choice, $18 exacta.
Gotta love it. Big Dig. Gonna cut it. Let's go to Paulie.
With winning training here, Kenny McPeak with Defining Purpose, and the gate obviously helped, but she really broke sharp today, Kenny.
Yeah, her first race at Keeneland, kind of everything that could go wrong went wrong. She got hung wide and wider. But this filly shows a lot of talent. We're pretty excited about her, and I think, over the course of the winter, hopefully we'll see her in some of the stakes, this fairgrounds this winter.
She's always had that natural speed, Kenny?
Yeah, she's shown a lot from the beginning. She's a pretty naturally talented filly, but a little high-strung in the paddock today. We got to settle her down. But she's, at this stage with 2 starts under her belt, I think the sky's the limit with her.
You got to also be happy with your third-place finisher. I thought Got to Cut It ran huge. You were talking to Corey Lannery right off the set. What was Corey telling you?
Yeah, she was a little hard for him to handle at one point in the race, but that filly, we sprinted a couple times in the spring, and she had a couple of small issues we had to give her time for, and she's begging for more ground. And I was real pleased with her race as well.
So 2 good races from 2 good fillies here for Kenny McPeak, but the job gets done here by Defining Purpose. She was impressive today.
Man with a tremendous eye for talent, finding racehorses, Kenny McPeak, and he's got a couple of nice young fillies here that might have a future.
He really does. I mean, and he consistently bought horses for not a tremendous amount of money and done extremely well with them. And, I've seen him work the sales. Fasig tipped in, and he works the sales. I mean, he does his due diligence.
Swiss Skydiver, $35,000 find.
Yeah.
Found Curlin.
Einstein.
Yeah.
Einstein came from South America, though.
Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. Best, really, couple of moments. Well, he's had some real good ones now, though. But best moment came at Churchill Downs, that Kentucky Derby upset. Backed that up with a good showing in the Travers. The Lucas Classic, he was sensational, duking it out with Hot Rod Charlie. We're going to see him under the Twin Spires again.
This is where he's done his best work, at Churchill Downs. He obviously has an affinity for the surface. I believe he should have won the Lucas Classic. He went and picked a fight with a street fighter, and I don't think that's a great strategy. You don't go poke the bear.
Grade 1 Clark, we will see him Friday, November 25th, day after Thanksgiving, back in action, where there was all this talk about him. Is he a different horse at Churchill Downs? I think he's proven No, as Travers proved, he's not a one-trick pony.
No, and I think he's good. He's a good horse wherever he may be. I think he's a better horse at Churchill Downs.
Yeah.
I think that's just a fact. He seems to really get over that surface. You know, he broke his maiden. We were on maiden 30 when he got claimed by a huge margin, and then to win the Derby from that post. And then, honestly, Hot Rod Charlie's a really good older horse. I mean, and he's tough. He's, to me, the Ernie Shavers of this division, right? He's not the best, but you don't want to get in a street fight with him. And then he went and picked a street fight with him.
And just came up short. Coming up this weekend, stakes action at Churchill Downs, and we're going to have it for you. Grade 3 Chaluki. Race 10 on the card. 1 turn mile. It's a $300,000 purse. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And Brad Cox going to send out coach from the inside post, Ricardo Santana Jr. This was in the slop back on October 1st, getting beat by Battle Bling.
Yeah, and Battle Bling's in great form. She came right back and won the stake here the other day, Battle Bling, who's now just improved, showing more speed. She's like a one-pace filly this year. But Coach has been consistent. She's been good. She gets Ricardo Santana back. And it's something to keep an eye on. She has speed, and she has the inside. Let's see if this Churchill Downs strip continues to play towards the inside and giving an edge to speed.
Yeah, well, so does the filly next to her, Mariah's Princess. 3-1 morning line for Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. 2 starts back. It was a stakes win at Oaklawn, and she was forward in this race. Not on the lead, but she was right near it.
Yeah, and she's going to be forward in inside position, 1 turn mile. You know, inside out of the chute isn't always the greatest position, and both Coach and Mariah's Princess have to deal with that. They also have to deal with a horse that probably has more natural speed than either one of them, just outside of them in Center Isle, daughter of Into Mischief, coming out of sprints. But she's been good too and consistent.
So Mariah's Princess looking for the 4th win of her career, her comeback race. It's a long time off, so plenty of an excuse as to why she got beat. This was the mistletoe we're showing you, December 4th. Didn't come back till late October this year. Ran a very credible second. She's going to be a lot tighter and tougher second off the bench for Phil Bauer. As you said, though, both these two, they like to be forward. They're probably going to be chasing Center Isle.
Center Isle has sprint speed. They have route speed. She has legitimate sprint speed. And you would think that stretching out to the 1 turn mile, she is going to be in front. They're going to have to catch her. Paulo Lobo is a horse trainer that I have a great respect for, admiration for. I think he does a tremendous job. He's winning it better than 21% on the year. Somebody I had the privilege to ride for in California, and I'm just a fan of his work. I think he does a remarkable job with his horses.
So Center Isle, you would think that's got to be the plan. Come catch me if you can. She has never been the mile distance, never been beyond 7 furlongs. Has won at 7 furlongs. What do you think of her ability to carry the distance of a mile?
Well, I do think that it depends on what the 2 inside runners, how much pressure they decide to put on her. And if she's able to get across the chute in good order and put her ears up and kind of take a breath and settle in, she'll be tough. If they make her run too much early, I do think it will show up on her late.
We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. He has been unstoppable on the biggest stage. We saw it again at this year's Breeders' Cup. Charlie Appleby. His international tour continues with a race we're going to bring you tomorrow early morning on FS2, Bahrain Trophy. We'll talk about his contender next.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. days of live racing and the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The champions meet the Bahrain International Royal Juniors for France. Racing up towards the line, Sincere, Global Giant, and they hit the line together.
Live coverage of the Bahrain International Trophy. You will see live coverage tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, right here on FS2. Godolphin sending out 4 runners. A couple trained by Charlie Appleby, which is danger for everybody, though, kind of tear he has been on. Royal Fleet, one of those Appleby runners, who is going to have to try and overcome being the widest of all on the draw.
Yeah, but he's got the right pilot in William Buick, who was just recently crowned the British Racing Champion this year, more wins than anybody else. And I feel like the torch has been passed a bit. Frankie Dettori for years, I think the best. Ryan Moore, certainly one of the best to me. William Buick is the one I want. He's tactically a sounder rider as there's out there, places his horses well, and as strong a finisher as you're going to get. And tough draw, but I was reading some quotes from Charlie Appleby. He thinks his horse will really appreciate the ground there. And it sounds like he's training extremely well for it.
That's the one Appleby runner, excuse me. 4, though, sent out by Godolphin. And here's Said bin Saror and his contenders.
Said, Dubai Future, do you expect an improved run this year compared to last?
Yes, what he showed us as this year in England, and he won a Tasket, also a listed race.
As Dubai Future powers into the lead inside the final furlong and a half.
He showed a better horse than last year, and also he trained good after the race. He come back well. Always he tried. He's tough horse. Always tried the best.
But Dubai Future's clear inside the final furlong and will be a decisive winner of the Wolferton Stakes.
Then he's in the right race, right trip. We'll give him a chance again, and we see how he goes. But so far he's in good form.
He was ridden quite forward last year. He was drawn wide. Is that how he needs to be ridden, do you think, or on last year might you change?
I like to keep him somewhere handy, you know, somewhere like maybe 3rd, 4th, that's somewhere. It's just only 11 horses in the race, but if he can be handy, be good for him. The way he trained this year better than last year, and also he won at Ascot and he ran well in England also. Then we thought, okay, we'll give him a chance again to see. He traveled back here to Bahrain. He handled the track well. He's happy and fresh.
Passion and Glory, physically, he's an imposing, impressive-looking horse.
He's Group 3 winners, listed winners. Then he's doing good. We thought this is the right race for him when we enter him. I mean, when he arrived here in Bahrain, he looked in good condition, good form. I mean, some horses, they lost their condition with the traveling, but him and the future, they look good.
But it's Passion and Glory who wins the Gala Stakes.
Last year, he was keen and he looked unhappy horse. But since we use the hood for him, keep him calm and happy, relaxed, that's really helped him. We like racing here in Bahrain, and both of them, they're doing well. We enter them, they accept them here, and both of them, they show a nice result in England. Then we give him a chance here. Still, the race is tough. You know, it's nice horses there. But both of them, they are similar, really. I can't see, I mean, no much different, really, between them. But the future, he's tough, always tried well. Passion and Glory, if he's the best suit him and sit like nice and relaxed, I think he have also a good chance.
Live coverage again of the Bahrain International Trophy coming up 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow on FS2. And Saeed bin Saror, you heard him there, sending out Dubai Future and Passion and Glory for Godolphin.
Looks really pretty there. I'd like to experience that. The racing looks cool. I like the scenes of the horses going to the track in the morning. It looks very tropical.
So early morning start. As for America's Day at the Races, our kickoff time, a few hours after that Bahrain International Trophy coverage, 11:30 a.m. Eastern start time. We're going to go till 6 in the evening. It's a new shooter on the scene here in New York. Sheriff Bianco backing up that huge effort in the slop with another big effort, becoming a dirt horse. Power of Medina ran in this year's Kentucky Derby. Didn't show a lot in that race. He holds off a good one for Phil Bauer to take the 8th and Will to run. Big upset score in the feature.